Hey, what's up, fam? Part 2 is officially dropping. And for real, go watch part 1 or you're gonna be so lost. So boom, the whole valley just lights up like some kind of trippy dream. And get this, all the flowers just burst open, shooting out this insane multicolored light. The tall white willow trees, they were glowing even harder than in the daytime, looking like freaking LED strips just vibing in the wind. And the butterflies that were just chillin' during the day. MG, now they're sparkling like next level fireflies with these gorgeous dots of light that had this weirdly hypnotic vibe. All the young dudes and girls by the lake were just standing there completely shook by the whole scene. The only ones not bugging out were the old heads who'd seen this all before. They called over their people and started setting up for this year's Spring Bash. This festival is basically like a huge pop-up market where everyone flexes their local goods. While they're checking things out, if they spot another tribe needing something, they can try to make a trade. And okay, here's the tea: if a girl is into a guy, she can literally snip off a piece of her hair and tie it to his weapon. If the dude's feeling it too, he'll bring a bunch of gifts to her tribe's chief to, ask to wife her up. And then he gets to take her home. Now, if a guy likes a girl, he's gotta go catch those glowing butterflies in the valley to give to her. If she accepts, same deal. The guy brings gifts to her chief to shoot his shot. But hold up, if two guys are crushing on the same girl, they have to throw down one-on-one to see who gets first dibs, but plot twist, no weapons allowed. As long as nobody gets totally wrecked, the winner gets the girl. So yeah, the border tribe's chief was giving Leo the whole rundown on these rules. And this made our boy Leo, a leader himself, get low-key embarrassed. So he did that awkward little cough to play it cool. Then he just whips around to his crew and yells, "Yo, what are y'all just standing there for? Go snag some butterflies." You know it? A whole crew of more than a dozen guys immediately bolted for the butterfly swarm. The other tribes weren't sleeping on it either. Some were just wandering. Some were trying to holler at each other, and others got right down to business trading. Meanwhile, my guy Leo was on grill duty, cause they still had that leftover terror bird meat from yesterday. Leo diced up the meat, skewered it on some branches, and made some fire kebabs, roasting them over the flames and hitting them with some salt and chili powder. Nate was over in the shallows and managed to snag a few fish. After cleaning them, he slides this flat rock next to Leo to get him sizzling. He even built 2 little DIY stoves out of rocks. Nate whipped up 2 whole pots of fish soup with lake water. And you know it, that bomb smell of meat started pulling in all the girls nearby. They gathered around, peeping the Han tribe's wild way of grubbing and their unique drip. All the dudes had their hair tied up with some serious bling in it. The whole crew looked super clean and hyped. And some people were curiously checking out the Han tribe's gear, having never seen so many stone pots in their life. Then the guys chasing butterflies had a major aha moment. It looked like they didn't even need to catch butterflies anymore. The girls were already sliding into their DMs. Their campsite, so the whole thirsty crew came running back cheering like they'd won the lottery. But for real, what was reeling the girls in wasn't just the Han tribe's bomb food. That ox cart big as a whole house was a serious flex. Plus, they had over a dozen deer and cattle just chilling by the willow tree. You gotta get this. If a tribe can raise that many animals and not even eat them, it means they're crazy powerful and are never going hungry. Like, who wouldn't want to marry into a tribe that's that loaded? The girls were all huddled up, totally scoping out the Han tribe dudes' physiques and their weapons. Then this one girl from the T tribe looks around and just strolls right up to Big Mouth. She snips off a lock of her hair and ties it right onto his bronze spear. And Big Mouth, he just stands there grinning like a total doofus. His boys behind him literally had to give him a shove. And he immediately runs over to hug the girl, his face turning bright red, just completely frozen. But this girl was not shy at all. She gives Big Mouth a quick peck on the cheek and then zips back to her tribe's spot. The whole thing went down right in front of Leo. Big Mouth instantly short-circuited, like he had no idea what to do. Next to him, Mo was getting impatient like, "Dude, what are you spacing out for? Go propose already!" Big Mouth finally rebooted, but then he started bugging cause he didn't have a gift ready at all. But quick thinking Mo immediately was like, "You go hit up the boss man, he'll figure something out." Big Mouth thought that was a solid plan and just sprints over to Leo for help. Leo looks at his stressed out face, and with a total troll face picks up a little clay cup, fills it halfway with white salt, and hands it over. "Take this. I guarantee you're bringing that girl home." And Big Mouth, my dude, was so hyped when he heard that. He grabs that half cup of salt and just books it over to the T tribe's stall. First, he does the whole polite hand on the chest thing and gives a super respectful bow to the T tribe's chief. Then he presents the half cup of salt. The chief looks at the little cup, probably thinking to himself, isn't this just a cup kind of small, but A for effort, I guess. But when he saw the weird white grains inside, he was totally stumped. He had zero clue what it was. He takes the cup, gives it a good sniff, and gets nothing. Then he just points at the cup and asks, "Yo, what even is this stuff? What's it for?" Even though Big Mouth didn't understand a word, so the Snake Tribe chief is giving him this major side-eye, right? Total skeptic. So our guy just points at the bowl, drops a single bomb white salt, then dips a finger in and tastes it like it's no big deal. And you know the chief had to copy him. He pops a tiny bit in his mouth and boom, a literal flavor bomb of pure salt just goes off on his tongue. The Snake Tribe chief looked like he was about to pass out, his eyes were bugging out of his head. It was hilarious. Somehow my man chokes down the saltpocalypse. The second he can breathe, he's all up in his face like, yo, how much more of this magic dust y'all got, we trading or what? And Big Mouth is just standing there buffering like his brain just blue screened. Dude had zero clue what was happening. He sees the Snake Tribe chief looking all stressed and antsy and thinks, oh, Snappy's mad. So he just points at the girl like, this the problem, the Snake Tribe chief. Totally freezes for a sec like, oh yeah, that's why you're here. Then he gives this solid nod and just brings the girl over. Big Mouth is all smiles, grabbing her hand like he just won the lottery. He's literally giggling, then bounces with the girl and a couple of the kids. Meanwhile, the Snake Tribe chief spins around, hands that half bowl of precious salt to one of his dudes and is like, guard this with your life, bro. Okay, so scene change. Leo and Oak roll up to the Sun Tribe spot and get this. It's all set up super nice with a bunch of pottery and you guessed it, a big old pot of that fire white salt. The Timber Tribe chief is playing it cool, not walking right up. Nah, he's lurking in the crowd, scoping out the Sun Tribe. He's thinking, never seen these noobs around here before. But then as he's scanning the scene, he spots two guys he totally recognizes. One's got this gnarly scar slashing across his face and ear. The other is Fang rocking two tiger fangs. On a necklace. Like, you don't forget faces like that. But he's bugging cause their chief looks like he's barely old enough to vote. And you other chiefs in the crowd were stopping to peep the scene too. You got the Sinew Tribe, for example. These guys make soup, but instead of pots they use animal skins. For real, they make a little leather pouch dump in water and food. And then they just drop in hot rocks to boil it. Talk about old school, right? Anyway, the Sinew Tribe chief is totally mesmerized by the Sun Tribe's fish kebabs. But what really caught his eye was that pottery pot you could stick right on a fire. The Jade Tribe, who makes rock candy from grape juice, needed one of those bad boys too. Then you had the Mushroom Tribe, who were the experts on all things fungus and rock turtle shells on their backs for shields, which is kinda sick. The Burrow Tribe were pro diggers and all the Tooth Tribe warriors had these earrings. Made from animal teeth, obviously. And the Flying Stone Tribe don't mess with them. They had insane aim with rocks. Basically, all these chiefs were flocking to the Sun Tribe's setup. As for the other crews, like the Bear Tiger Mark Lotus Fire Song and Thorn Tribes, their bosses were still stuck at their own booths, but still a couple of their people crept over to see what was up. A whole squad was just watching the Sun Tribe warriors cook, and they were getting super curious seeing them sprinkle this weird-colored sand all over the food. They'd shake it on the fish and meat, and the little grains would just vanish. It was blowing their minds. They're all whispering to each other like, bro, what is that? After staring forever, someone finally cracked. The chief with the tooth earrings couldn't handle the suspense. He points right at the pot of white salt and asks, yo, what is that? Can you even eat it? Leo just grins and hands him a fresh-off-the-grill meat skewer. Then he points to the pot and just says, white salt. The chief grabs the meat, mumbling white salt to himself as he chomps down, and bam! That savory, salty goodness hits him with the smoky grill flavor, and his taste buds just went to heaven. He's like, whoa, this meat is fire. But he knew something was different. So he takes another bite, really trying to figure it out. Leo, smooth as ever, puts a little pinch of the white salt in the chief's hand, motioning for him to try it, then grabs another handful to pass around to the other chiefs who were watching. The first chief just tosses the salt in his mouth and his whole face scrunches up from how salty it is. But when he didn't like drop dead or anything, the other chiefs were like, bet, and tried it too. Whoa! The second it hits their tongues, it's just a pure, straight-up salt explosion. A few of them were just shook. They've had salty stuff before, but pure white salt like this was a total game changer. A couple of the chiefs are literally gulping, and they all ask at once, so what's the deal? What do you want for this white salt? Leo just side-eyes his bag and doesn't even mess around. He grabs a small clay bowl, fills that sucker to the top with white salt, and makes it clear this much for one young dude. A few of the chiefs just froze like, hold up, that's kind of pricey. But then they thought about it. For salt this pure, who even knows how the Sun Tribe is making this stuff? If it's that hard to get, then yeah, trading a guy for it actually starts to make sense. So Chief Horn decides to shoot his shot and haggle with Leo. He grabs a bigger bowl from nearby, fills it up, and is basically like, how about this much for one guy? Leo takes the big bowl and just pours the salt right back into his own little bowl. He piles it up super high like a little mountain and goes, this much for one boy, final offer. I'm already giving you more than what I first offered. LOL, this totally made Chief Horn feel like he was a master negotiator and didn't get played. He's staring at that pot of white salt thinking, oh yeah, I'm definitely buying more. His tribe had over 200 people, and this time he came with like 17 dudes trailing him. He's looking all serious, totally clenching his jaw, throws up both hands and is like, I bet I'll trade you 10 of my guys for that salt. Mason just gives him this chill nod and says, cool, but you gotta bring your own bags, dude. I ain't got anything for you to carry it in. So Chief Horn just whips around, mutters something to his boy, and this dude just bolts. And like bam, he's back in a flash with 10 fresh recruits rocking these sick beast tooth earrings and holding 2 empty sacks. So Mason, our boy, is personally scooping this stuff bowl by bowl and dumping it in their bags. The 10 new guys are all lined up behind him single file, and everyone's watching that pot of salt get lower and lower. All the other chiefs are like totally losing their minds, and they all start scrambling forward to get their trade in first. Some were offering up 20 people, and even the tiny tribes were throwing in 5. This whole scene was making Mason so freaking happy. He was probably thinking, LMAO, we are about to be so rich. But my dude Mason, he keeps his cool, just leans over and whispers some secret plan to Fang. Fang just nods like, I got you. Next thing you know, Fang is pointing out a few of the OG warriors, then has a couple guys roll out 2 huge wooden barrels of more salt. Then Oak rolls up with 10 of his boys, all strapped with bronze spears to run security for Mason and the stall. So like one year got his crew of 10 dudes to play bouncer for the ox cart and all the animals, while Beastly, Hairstone, and Steak were on welcome committee duty for the newbies. They were using ropes to give them all updos or something. Newbies right then and there, kind of like giving them the team jersey, so everyone knows who they're with now. When the chiefs saw the first pot was officially empty, they started tweaking out, yelling at their own people to hurry up. But right then they see these 2 massive wooden barrels get rolled out, and suddenly there's even more guards with spears flexing on them. Mason then pushed the half-full salt barrel right to the front of the stall, grabs a hammer, cracks open the wooden lid, and boom, more of the good stuff inside. All the chiefs are just gawking at this perfect round wooden barrel, completely shook. This was the first time any of them had ever seen a container this big and fancy, and it even had a lid that sealed up tight, high-tech for real. They were all thinking, yo, this thing is legit. So when they saw Mason pour out a whole basin of that pure white salt, everyone let out a huge sigh of relief. The line starts moving again, dude after dude getting their hair tied up behind Mason, and that half barrel was gone in like 2 seconds. So Mason just cracks open another full barrel and kept the deals coming. The crowd was getting insane. More and more people were mobbing Mason's stall, even the chiefs who were playing it too cool for school earlier. Before you knew it, his tribe's little booth was literally the main event of the whole festival. Even the girls who were there to find a boo were all crowding around because hello, Mason's tribe suddenly had all the guys. But then things got a little weird real fast. A totally ripped, shirtless dude with a crazy fire-shaped burn scar on his chest shows up. Turns out it's the chief of the fire tribe, and he walks right up to Mason, sizing him up. He's looking at Mason's crew, checking out their gear, and then get this, he brings out 30 of his young dudes to trade for the salt. 30. That was literally every single young guy the fire tribe brought with them this time. The only 10 dudes they had left were their main grown-up warriors. Mason's probably thinking, LOL, y'all really came to play and you're dropping major bank? But he didn't say no. I mean, come on, a deal that sweet just lands in your lap, you'd be a fool to turn that down. He hooked the fire tribe up with the same amount of salt as everybody else. And this whole trading frenzy kept going until there was literally no one left to make a deal with. So get the final numbers. There were 18 tribes at this whole party, and 17 of them, 17, made a deal with Mason's crew. On average, every tribe was giving up over 10 of their people, plus those 20 from the weaving tribe from before. Mason's tribe was now 215 people strong. That is a massive glow-up, and all it cost him was a few hundred pounds of salt. What a total steal that was. But okay, plot twist. Because Mason's tribe went on this insane recruiting spree, a ton of the girls from the other tribes were left with like 0 options. So in the end, they had no choice but to check out the guys in Mason's tribe. In particular, before all this went down, some of the guys and girls had already kind of paired up, found their match, but then their new boo got traded to Mason's tribe, awkward. So the girls who had already picked their guy just followed their partners and joined Mason's tribe. At this point, some of the other chiefs are getting super salty, arguing that Mason's tribe was getting way too big of a bonus. They're like, hold up, 1 bowl of salt gets you a dude, but also snags you 1 or 2 girls for free. That's a major L for us. So they all start demanding he pay up. But Mason wasn't cheap about it. He paid them back with either ceramic bowls or more white salt for each girl. The spirit tribe even managed to snag one of those big salt barrels, claiming they wanted it to hold grape juice. See. Mason let him have it for the price of 5 girls, though. Who knows if they're actually going to use that wooden barrel to make grape wine. LOL. So after that whole chaotic shopping spree, pretty much everything Mason's tribe brought was sold out, and their population had absolutely exploded. The number of young women who just straight up married into Mason's tribe hit 343. Can you even believe that? Which means on average every dude had like 1 or 2 ladies mostly, because Mason's tribe was flexing so hard with their wealth. The grand total number of people skyrocketed to 558, which is more than their entire original tribe. But for real, there were still some girls in other tribes who were like, nah, I'm good. You gotta remember that the guys Mason's tribe got were basically picked from the bottom of the barrel. Every tribe kept their best, most elite young dudes for themselves and the absolute strongest ones. Yeah, those were saved for the chief. So let's be real, the guys they got were the ones who were left over. But OMG, the ones who really got screwed over were the border tribe. They rolled up to the Springfest hoping to snag some husbands for their girls, but the Han tribe went on a total man-buying spree and they got left with like nothing. Chief Sam wanted to trade their burlap for some dudes, but the other tribes were like, nah, we're good. I mean, compared to that premium white salt, burlap was a joke. If anyone had a guy to trade, they were cashing him in for salt for real. So in the end, the border tribe got a big fat 0. Chief Sam was totally bummed realizing their burlap nets had like 0 clout next to the Han tribe's white salt. He hit up Lily like, Lily Spill. What's the vibe? You want to join the Han tribe and get with their chief? Lily kinda looked away, dodging the question. Mom, so many girls got hitched to the Han tribe today, so how come their chief didn't pick a single one? Is he like not into girls? I'm just getting a real he's not into me vibe. But for real though, today, a ton of girls were totally eyeing Leo. The Han tribe was rich. He was the boss of hundreds of people, and let's be real, he was a total smoke show, making him the #1 prize for all the single ladies. Some of the thirsty ones even tried to shoot their shot by tying a lock of their hair to his weapon, only to find out a chief like him wasn't even strapped. This left the girls completely shook. Like, is he playing asterisk that asterisk hard to get? Or wait, is he not on our team? In reality, Leo was 100% straight. It's just that none of those girls were his type. You know, at that moment he was busy measuring out salt when some girl from the bear tribe came up with her hair making his hand start shaking while holding the salt. He couldn't stop it. The chief buying the salt was about to lose his mind, yelling, "Yo, what's the deal? You trying to spill my salt on purpose?" Little did he know what Leo just saw, that bear tribe girl was built like a straight-up tank, even though her face was super pretty. She had the nerve to walk right up to Leo and flex her bicep on him, which freaked him out so much he almost yeeted the entire bowl of salt on her. At this point, Leo was kinda on the fence, maybe because he wasn't ready to lock it down, or maybe he just hadn't found his person yet. Lily asked all shy, "So like, do you think he's into me or not? He didn't even look at all those other girls today. Maybe you should just go for it." Lily thought about it for a sec, got all determined and whispered, "I'd bet. I'll give it a shot." Then, Lily took a piece of her long hair, wove it into a tiny braid, and sliced it off with a sharp rock. Holding it in her hand, she quietly crept up on Leo. Right then, Leo was just chilling by a food stall, chowing down on some grilled meat. Lily just popped up next to him, took her little braid and tied it super tight around his wrist. Leo was completely confused, turning his head to see the girl who was trying to claim him. One of the girls from his crew asked what was up. Lily answered all smug, "You don't need a weapon. Asterisk, Yuri asterisk the weapon." After saying that, she looked at him with total expectation, just waiting for the chief's reaction. Too bad they literally couldn't understand each other. Leo stared hard at Lily, thinking that after seeing those monsters from before compared to Lily, this girl was actually kinda cute. By Leo's standards, he'd give her a solid 70 out of 100. I mean, she was all natural, not like those girls from his old life who needed a full face of paint just to unlock their phones. Anyway, this was basically the Stone Age, so he couldn't be too picky. But while he could accept her, there was one major deal breaker for Leo. He wasn't feeling it. He shook his head and motioned to her. "Nah, I'm not bouncing to your tribe. It's a deal only if you roll with my crew." Lily totally got what Leo meant, and immediately started nodding her head so fast she looked like a bobblehead. She then sprinted back to spill the tea to her mom, carrying a jar of white salt Leo had given her. As night came, all the tribes started to crash in their camps. After a super long day of trading, everyone was wiped except for a few hype young people who were still looking for a place to, get their freak on. A little hide and seek in the bushes. The next morning after breakfast, Leo took Lily for a little shopping trip through the other market stalls. Ever since he got there, he'd been so slammed selling his own merch that he hadn't had a chance to scope out what everyone else was selling. The Serpent Tribe's stall was packed with snakeskins and herbs. He heard they had some medicine for cuts that could stop bleeding and swelling, made from some plant with a root like ginger. It was already dried and just needed to be crushed into a powder to put on. Leo was like, "Yo, this is the good stuff, some all-natural first aid powder." So he decided to cop some. He also snagged a sick golden python skin, trading 3 of his clay pots for it. The Beast Tribe's stall had wooden chopsticks and animal sinew. And while Leo didn't care about the chopsticks, he knew that animal sinew was the absolute best material for making some next-level bows. He dropped 2 clay pots and 4 big bowls to buy out their whole stock. Over at the Fish Tribe's stall, there was this totally epic turtle shell which he snagged for just 1 large clay bowl. Next up were the stalls from the Water Valley tribes, where Leo went on a total shopping spree with his pottery and white salt, grabbing some things that were super important, like medicine and some stuff that was just nice to have, like furs and snacks. Lily held Leo's hand while they walked. The two of them were spending like crazy, using up almost all the clay pots they had brought with them. Of course, this was also part of his master plan. When the other chiefs saw Leo just casually throwing his pottery around to buy their stuff, they were totally hyped. By now, pretty much every tribe had done business with him. People were thirsty for salt, but OMG, they were also obsessed with pottery. And there just weren't enough people to trade with anymore. So seeing all the Sun Clan's fire pottery, everyone was low-key salty. Now, get this, Leo rolls up with his own pottery, and even though it wasn't a ton, every single tribe got a little something. Instantly, all that jealousy just melted away, and their respect for this slick young chief totally skyrocketed. This whole vibe just boosted his rep like crazy. At this point, the Springfest was basically a wrap, and some tribes started dipping out, so it was time for the Sun Clan to bounce. Leo told everyone to get in formation and get ready to head home. The Serpent Tribe and the Border Tribe were going the same way, so they were like, "Bet we'll follow you guys." The 558 teens were split into 20 different squads, for now each one led by a kid from the Sun Clan. Finn and Arrow were up front, looking all cool on their stags, leading the pack. Oak was in the middle, pushing the ox cart like a champ. Viper and Bone were just kicking back on the cart. The Border and Serpent tribes trailed right behind them in the middle, and holding down the back, Leo and Axel, also riding stags. But wait, when Lily saw Leo was about to leave her, she was not having it. She stood right in front of his stag and snatched the reins. Seeing this, Leo just leans down and holds out his hand to her. What are you doing just standing there, Hop On? Let's go home together. Girl, when I tell you, Lily heard that, she happily grabbed his hand and let him pull her right up in front of him. So the two of them are riding on one stag at the very back of the whole crew. The spring breeze smelling all sweet like flowers was blowing past, making Lily's long hair whip right across Leo's face. And when he saw her smooth bare back, with her little crop top on Leo, a dude who's lived 2 whole lives felt his heart do a little backflip. To keep his mind off it, he started teaching Lily how to speak the common tongue like a total gentleman. He'd point out everything they saw on the road and say it in the common tongue, then have Lily say it back to learn. That night at the camp, Axel rolls up with a whole pig's leg. Nearby, Lily was busy pulling up some grass to feed the stag. Leo was getting a campfire going when he saw Axel and was like, "So, Spill, have the guys I told you to watch pulled any shady stuff yet?" Fang reported the tea. Chief, out of the 30 dudes from the Fire Clan, 6 of them are totally leaving markers along the trail. This was all going according to Leo's master plan. Just then, Fang came over to give Leo the full scoop. Those 30 boys from the Fire Clan they traded for on the way, they were all leaving little breadcrumbs. And yep, this was exactly what Leo thought would happen. He knew something was sus about the Fire Clan's chief from the jump. I mean, out of all the tribes, he was the only one who traded away all his tribe's kids. If that guy wanted to play dirty, Leo was so down to play along and teach him a lesson he wouldn't forget. Oak, all stressed out, asked, "Chief, so what's the move? Should we just destroy the markers and, get rid of the Fire Clan kids?" But Leo just flashed this wicked grin like, "And why would we get rid of them? Why waste some perfectly good free labor that just walked right into our laps? If they don't want to be cool with us, we'll just have them dig canals and move rocks for us." Savage. Axel chimed in, "So we're just gonna leave the markers? What if the Fire Clan catches up to us?" Leo just calmly explained, "Them leaving markers proves they're not gonna attack right now. They're just guiding their backup. They're definitely planning to go back, get more people, and then follow the trail. In their little minds, they're gonna hit us from the inside and the outside at the same time, thinking they'll take us out for sure. So for now, don't even sweat the markers. Just leave them. But we can't go straight back to the tribe. We gotta take a little detour through Whispering Ridge." Axel was so confused, like, "Why are we taking the long way?" Leo didn't even answer him. He just turned to Fang to pass on an order for Finn. "As for you, Axel, just keep your eyes on the 30 boys from the Fire Clan. When we get to Whispering Ridge, we're gonna split them off into their own squad. Stone will lead everyone for another 2 days more. After 2 days, he's gonna ride back to the tribe and call for backup. Have Rat lead the hunting party ahead of us. They'll set up camp at Whispering Ridge and wait. The second we get there, we immediately tie up the 30 dudes from the Fire Clan and set up an ambush everywhere. We'll just wait for them to walk right into our trap, and then we'll bag them all at once." Axel still looked doubtful. "Leo, how do you even know the Fire Clan will show up at Whispering Ridge? Why wouldn't they just go straight for our tribe?" Fang, who already caught the vibe, turned to explain to Axel. "Bro, you're so dense. Don't we have someone leaving markers for them? If we take the marker dropper to Whispering Ridge, then obviously the people following the markers will go there too." It was like a light bulb went off for Axel. "Oh, I get it. Your plan is actually brilliant." Leo kept giving orders. "All right, remember to keep this on the DL. Absolutely no loose lips. Only tell the squad leaders. And at night, nobody better be sleeping too hard. The squads need to set up a rotating watch." Everyone was like, "We got it." After all that, Leo just picked up a stone, sat back down by the fire, and went back to roasting meat with Lily like nothing happened. The next morning, the Sun Clan crew hit the road again. They traveled all chill like that for 2 days. The Serpent Tribe's crew was about to head their own way, so their shaman brought his people over to say goodbye to Leo. "Chief of the Sun Clan, we're heading out now. I hope that later. Catch you later." Alex had zero clue what was going on, but got the vibe. He slapped a hand on his chest and gave the shaman a respectful nod. After the Snake Tribe bounced, Stone rolled up on his deer, over to Sam. He was like, "Yo, head back to the tribe first, spill all the tea to the Elder Tree, and get him to rally the troops to build some thatched huts for the newbies." After that, Hunter was supposed to lead the hunting squad to set up camp at Solitude Ridge, and dude make sure to bring a boatload of throwing knives and a few barrels of fat. Stone got his orders and immediately pieced out on his deer. At the same exact time, the Fire Tribe had also rolled back to their home base and were gearing up to throw down with the Han Tribe. Okay, so get this. The Fire Tribe was huge with a population of almost 2,000, but their whole demographic situation was seriously jacked up. They had 300 adult dudes, around 500 adult women, only about 1 to 200 older kids, and over 700 kids under 5. But, and this is the crazy part, not a single girl among them. The reason for this totally bonkers situation was the Fire Tribe's current leader, Blaze. And OMG, he's only 19 this year. 6 years ago, the Fire Tribe was tiny, less than 300 people. And back then, Blaze was def, not the chief. Ever since he was a little kid, he was a total pyro. For real. His chest had gotten torched once, leaving this massive, nasty scar. So picture this, it's the summer Blaze was 11. His parents weren't home that day, so he starts a fire inside their hut just to mess around. This kid was completely obsessed with flames, especially loving to just stare at the orange and yellow fire and listen to the crackling wood. He thought, it was a legit vibe. So of course, while this little psycho is having the time of his life, a spark just goes wild and sets the entire house on fire. The super dry hut burned crazy fast. The fire was an absolute monster. Blaze just stared at the flames like he was hypnotized, probably seeing some fire god in there or something. So creepy. The tribe's shaman saw the smoke billowing, rushed over and totally braving the heat. Charged right in and yanked Blaze out. A huge part of his chest was fried, but he didn't even cry out in pain, just kept blankly staring at the fire. The shaman had just pulled him from that inferno. And before he could even yell at him, he heard this horrible scream from inside the house. It was Blaze's sister, who wasn't even 3 years old yet. The shaman was about to dive back in to save her, but a hut made from wood and straw. Yeah, it couldn't handle that heat. Before he could even take a step, there was this loud crash, and the whole hut just collapsed. That afternoon, Blaze's parents came back to find the house they lived in every single day was literally just a pile of ash. His little sister, not even 3, was now just a pile of black charcoal. It's so messed up. Blaze's mom held what was left of her, just sobbing her eyes out. His dad grabbed a whip and beat Blaze until he was half dead. Blaze got bullied by his friends every day. They'd call him a monster for burning his own sister to death. His parents treated him like garbage, only giving him a little food, but Blaze still didn't change at all. He was still just as obsessed with fire as before. Every time he got beat down, Blaze would sneak off to some corner to start a fire, as if only the flames could warm his cold, dead heart. Lacking clothes and food, he started to hunt for himself just to survive, but being so young he couldn't catch a thing. Then by some total fluke, he caught this huge rat with long brown fur and zero reflexes. The rat was pretty much blind, super fat, and a seriously slow runner. So Blaze tied it up, chucked it straight into the fire, and burned it alive. The rat was struggling like crazy in the fire, squealing like mad, and Blaze just sat nearby, totally satisfied, waiting for it to be cooked. But he waited for half the day, and the rat just kept on burning. Through a bunch of seriously cruel experiments, Blaze found out that its long fur was super hard to burn. A big rat could burn for a super long time, so he nicknamed it the fire rat. This discovery made Blaze go even more off the rails. He used stones to build a whole pit just to raise these fire rats, and each day he'd take out 2 of them, both for food and, for funsies. When he got older, Blaze straight up murked the old chief and crowned himself the new leader. Anyone who didn't vibe with it, he took care of them. Permanently. Having been bullied and dissed his whole childhood, Blaze became violent and totally ruthless. He led his tribe to attack other tribes, ending any men who fought back. The old women and kids under 6, he'd just get rid of them, and then snatch the women to use as baby-making machines. In the next attack, he'd make the captured guys lead the charge. Anyone who refused, he'd threaten them with their women or straight up burn their kids alive as a warning. The morale of the captives totally crumbled, forcing them to join his attack squad. After conquering a ton of tribes through this whole trial, by fire they saw all of the loot and the women. Their minds gradually got all twisted and messed up, and they started following Blaze on their own. The stubborn ones who wouldn't give in were all burned alive by him, which is why the fire tribe under Blaze blew up so fast. The warriors multiplied, and the captured women at one point numbered over 1,000, all locked up in this dark, gross cave. The women were forced to have kids. If they had a boy, they were let go. If they had a girl, she was immediately gone. His reasoning was that girls couldn't produce heirs for the tribe, so raising them was just a waste of food. How sick is that? Some were captured when they were really young and died because they just couldn't take the abuse. Some died from the disgusting conditions in the cave, or because they got super weak from having babies over and over and then just passed away. In this era, there was no medical care, and tons of them died from blood loss during tough births. The death rate for the women was insanely high, from over 1,000 now. Only about 500 were left. Of those 500, more than half were pregnant. They were given 0 breaks, and eventually they all died from being pushed to have way too many kids. Some who did give birth then tried to make a run for it. But if you got caught, OMG, it was game over. Leo would literally light them up in front of everyone as a warning. So yeah, the other girls were scared stiff, basically trapped as baby-making machines. So messed up. So get this, the fire tribe's whole population was seriously messed up. They had 700 boys under 5, all born in the last couple of years, and that's not even counting the hundreds of baby girls they, got rid of. So spring ends, and Leo rolls back to the fire tribe, with 10 of his boys plotting to grab more fighters and gear to go after the Han tribe. That spring festival apparently gave him some majorly bad ideas. Cause in Leo's head, he and Mason were the same kind of ruthless. But Mason used cool stuff like white salt and pottery to get people to join him. Leo, nah, he just used blood and violence to force them. He'd force captured dudes to be his soldiers and the women to pop out babies. Seeing Mason's whole vibe was like a light bulb moment for Leo. Turns out there's another way to take over. So back at the fire tribe camp, Evan asks Leo, "Yo, the Han tribe is huge and stacked for real. You think we can actually beat them?" And Leo, just totally chill, was like, "Yeah, they're big, but they mostly brought back women and kids. Those people have 0 fight in them. So the plan is I'm sending 200 dudes to go light their camp up. When it's a total inferno, we charge in during the chaos and snag all the women's stone pots, white salt, and animal horns." Somebody was like, but their territory is massive, the fire might not spread." Leo got all cocky, saying he'd already handled it. He sent 30 guys ahead, and the second he gives the signal, they're gonna start fires all over. The whole tribe. At that point, the Han tribe will be a total hot mess ripe for the taking. Then Leo starts clowning on them, making fun of how they acted at the spring festival. Like he seriously thought they were a bunch of idiots. His little minions, seeing a chance to suck up, started telling everyone to hustle and pack, especially a ton of fire rat skins because they're the best for starting fires, duh. He promised his crew that the women they'd snatch this time were super young, and once they got him, he'd let his boys have their fun. Ugh. After that, everyone in the fire tribe got busy prepping. They were making these janky weapons, basically tying rocks to clubs and wrapping them in fire rat skin. In a fight, they'd light him up and chuck him, causing injuries. And fires. But then get this, 2 guys are carrying a woman's body to the graveyard. As they're walking, all the pregnant women just stare at the corpse with faces totally blank like they were made of wood. But the dudes making weapons? They're laughing and joking, completely clueless. But as the 2 guys go to toss the body into the messy burial plot, some dark figure just darts out of the grass. One dude freezes, and a split second later he hears this asterisk, whoosh asterisk right by his head. They both whip around, but one of them barely turns when he hears another asterisk, whoosh asterisk, and a club as thick as your arm just smashes into his head. He probably felt his skull just crack open with gore flying everywhere. So gnarly. The last guy standing freaks out and starts running and screaming for help, but he doesn't even get 2 steps before he hears that same freaky whoosh. He goes down hard, and the shadow figure just grabs the club. It was a massive 6.5-foot long staff, and he just sticks it in the ground. Then super calmly he chops both their heads off, uses the staff to sling the heads over his shoulder, then grabs the woman's body for his other shoulder and just books it. Like the wind into the deep woods. Back at the fire tribe camp, a few guys making weapons pause, and one's like, "Yo, did you guys hear something?" Another one's like, "I don't know, maybe." "I think so. It sounded like someone was yelling for help." Then Evan realizes the 2 dudes who took the body never came back. Everyone just looks at each other totally stunned. "Aight, let's go check." So a few of them creep over to the burial site, and all they find are 2 headless bodies, and the woman's corpse is just gone. They all start freaking out. "Hurry, go tell the chief." When they dragged the 2 headless bodies back, Leo went ballistic, smashing a clay bowl and grinding his teeth. Damn it, it's him again. When I get my hands on him, I'm gonna carve him up and eat him while he watches. So, 4 days after the festival, the Bian tribe's chief comes over to say bye to the Han tribe. Their new home is nearby, so they can't travel together anymore. Mason's just standing off to the side holding his Keelan's reins, quietly watching Lily and the Bian chief have a big goodbye hug. Finally, the chief says bye to Mason and leads his tribe away. Lily walks over to Mason holding his hand and just watches her tribe fade into the distance with tears silently rolling down her face. Ah. Mason gives her hand a little squeeze and says, "Whenever you miss them, I'll take you back to the Bian tribe for a visit." Hearing that, Lily gets so excited, she wraps her arms around Mason's neck and gives him a sweet little kiss on the cheek. "You're so good to me." After that, the crew hits the road again, traveling till evening. They finally get to the bottom of the Thaco Hills. Titan and Radek ride their Kylans up to Mason. He just nods at them and is like, "Start from the rear." They both nod and ride off. Lily, who's sitting in front of Mason, thought the whole thing was kind of sus and had to ask, "Who are those guys in the silver helmets? What are they doing?" But he didn't. Answer just guided the Keelan over to the Beast King's tomb and stopped. Lily looked back at him like, "Hello," but right then she saw something that left her totally speechless. Radek, Titan, and the hunting squad were going down the line, calling out all the young guys from the fire tribe and taking their spears back. Then they made them carry these huge logs that had been just ditched by the roadside. And get this, the other kids on the team were low-key thrilled they didn't get stuck with the work. But OMG, they had no idea what was about to drop. A few of the teens lugging these logs finally show up to the spot where the team was supposed to be, only to find like 100 grown men and women just posted up with spears, bows, and ropes, giving them the ultimate death stare. Yeah, you better believe the fire tribe kids carrying the wood knew the vibe was seriously off. They straight up dropped the logs and tried to dip, but the hunting party had already boxed them in, just wailing on them with the butt ends of their spears. They wanted to throw hands, but their weapons were already jacked, and they had just been hauling those crazy heavy logs. For real, they were totally gassed. So how were they even supposed to fight? After getting properly rocked, they were slammed to the ground and tied up one by one. In all the chaos, this one beefy teen from the fire tribe almost bounced, but Brute just decks him right in the face. I'm talking 3 of his teeth went flying and his mouth was a whole mess. He got pinned down, roughed up some more, and then tied up. Lily covered her mouth, totally shook by the whole scene. She was in complete disbelief, girl. She turns and asks Mason, "Yo, why are we bagging these guys?" He didn't even answer, just pulled the reins and spun his ride around. On the path they just came down, Mason started pointing out all these spots for Lily to see. On the trees next to the road in the grass, all these little markings. And these weren't just random doodles, they all had one thing in common. They all pointed in the direction the Han tribe was marching. Lily's jaw literally hit the floor when she realized they were trail markers. Mason laid it all out. They were planning on leading their whole tribe to come wipe us out, snatch our women, and jack our pottery and salt. Lily was horrified, like you could see the color just drain from her face. She'd never seen or even heard of drama this intense before. A whole tribe coming to unalive people. Steal everything and maybe even snatch asterisk her asterisk? Kyle, totally bugging out, was like, so what's the move? Should we go get the main squad? The elder will totally know what to do. But Mason just shook his head. Nah. Don't need 'em. You head back to the tribe. I'm staying here to handle them. But Lily was not having it. She shook her head like, I'm not leaving. Wherever you are, that's where I'm at. I want to stay with you. So now, seeing that the fire tribe was about to roll up and attack, Lily was still dead set on not bouncing back to the Han tribe early. She was determined to stay right there with Mason and face whatever was coming. And when he saw that ride-or-die look in her eyes, he felt this major wave of emotion hit him. Mason couldn't help but see the girl in front of him in a whole new light. You know? He gave a little nod like he was thinking to himself. It might actually be good for her to see how this all goes down as long as she stays out of the fight. Just then, Brute rolls up with two women following him. They spread out an animal hide, and on it was a pile of these little black stones. Brute goes, Chief, these are the rocks we took off them. They used them to make fire. Mason picked one up, looked it over, and nodded, totally satisfied. Good looks. Now bring all those prisoners over here, and get a few more fires going. Grab a bucket of water, some of that good white salt, and a piece of meat. Brute was like, I'm on it, stat. So Mason was getting ready to grill the captured kids, while on the flip side, the main crew from the Han tribe didn't even stop at Stork Peak Ridge. They just kept it moving straight east, marching day and night to get back home. The teens in that group were completely wrecked. They'd been walking for over 5 days and still weren't even on Han tribe turf. Now they had to march all night, and the kids started to complain. All they did every single day was walk and more walking. So they all started bugging their squad leaders like, how much farther? The leaders just kept saying they were almost there, like half a day's trip left tops. That's why the chief decided we gotta push through the night. They also promised that the tribe had a whole feast waiting for them, and they'd get a massive late-night meal when they got there. To hype everyone up, the squad leaders started spilling all the tea about the Han tribe, how they raise tons of wild animals, they never run out of food, they're catching fish every single day, everyone gets their own pottery set, and as for salt, they could use as much of that fancy white salt as they wanted. Hearing all that, the teens were grinning from ear to ear, totally pumped for the Han tribe their leaders were talking about. It was like their exhaustion just vanished. Meanwhile, back at the Stork Peak Ridge camp, 30 Fire Tribe teens were forced to kneel in a line in front of Mason, hands tied behind their backs. Each one of them had a hunter standing right behind them, one hand holding their shoulder down, while the other was yanking their hair, forcing them to look up at Mason. Goliath had already set up everything he asked for, including a few bonfires. Next to them was a little wooden bucket full of salt water with a few gnarly thorny branches sticking out of it. A nearby fire was heating up a bronze shovel, for digging. Mason told Lily to look away. Then he started to interrogate the line of kneeling kids. Okay, so there are 30 of you in total, and among you, 6 of you left that trail markers. You were probably split into teams of 5, right? Who are the team leads? The kids got their hair yanked, making them look right at Mason. Some of them had no idea what he was saying, while others totally got it but stayed quiet. Their faces were pointed at him, but their eyes were darting around, too scared to actually meet his gaze. They just couldn't do it. Then Fang, who was standing nearby, spoke up. Chief, I know who the 6 of them are. Mason nodded. Perfect. Separate those 6 from the rest. Fang stepped right up and started pointing them out one by one. So boom, the warriors just shoved these 6 little traitors forward, the ones who were leaving breadcrumbs for their friends. The second their buddies got pointed out, they knew the gig was up. They were so busted, and even worse, they realized they'd been getting watched for a hot minute. With zero hope left, they just dropped their heads and knelt, wondering how Aiden was going to deal with them, but they were pretty sure they were about to get wrecked. Aiden's just staring down the 6 of them, and get this one is the clown who tried to make a run for it and got absolutely laid out by Beast. This dude's mouth is all bloody, and he's kneeling there looking like he's glued to the dirt. Aiden asks, Y'all brought all this, Flint, 'cause you were planning a little bonfire, weren't you, so Spill? What did your chief say? Start talking and you live, stay quiet, and well, you don't. But, surprise, surprise, total crickets. Not one of them opened their mouths, like they were all way too chicken to be the first one to snitch. Their fear of the Fire Tribe's chief was next level, 'cause betraying him meant getting a little too toasty, if you know what I mean. They had all seen their chief's idea of a fire punishment way too many times, and the agony was like legit. They'd seriously rather have Aiden just end it for them right then and there. Seeing this, Aiden didn't say much else. He just gave Fang the nod to drag out the kid with the busted-up face. 2 warriors gripped him up good, and then Aiden raises this red-hot bronze shovel right up to the guy's chest. The heat was so intense you could feel the drama. The kid's eyes went wide as dinner plates and sweat just started pouring down his face. Aiden leans in and says, Talk and I'll let you walk. Stay silent and I'm gonna cook you well done, but you'll be awake for the whole BBQ. He waved that spicy metal stick in front of the dude's chest, and a few little hairs that got too close just went asterisk poof asterisk into smoke, stinking up the place like burnt hair. The teenager started struggling like crazy, trying to get away from that glowing hot thing, but he was held tight. He looked at Aiden, shaking like a leaf in a hurricane, and Aiden just glared back, moving the shovel even closer. Then you hear it. Asterisk. Asterisk. A sound like someone throwing calamari on the grill filled the air, and the smell of a cookout got real personal. The teenager squeezed his eyes shut and just screamed, I'll talk. You're literally grilling me. Aiden pulls the shovel back and cusses, Damn it, why couldn't you have just said that 5 minutes ago? You always gotta make me do extra. The other 29 teenagers were just staring, totally shook. Sweat was pouring off them, and when the night wind blew, they all started shivering like crazy. Even Aiden's own warriors were stunned for a second. Then they just couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. Aiden shot them a death glare, and the whole crew immediately shut up, still shaking from trying not to laugh. They let the kid go, and he just collapses in a puddle of his own sweat, looking like he just got out of a pool. He looks down at his chest all confused like, why am I not a charcoal briquette? Then he turns and sees Aiden just casually chilling by the fire, holding a perfect golden brown piece of roasted meat, sprinkling some salt and chili on it. The absolute audacity. Aiden dangles the freshly grilled meat right in the kid's face. The teenager just stares at it, his brain totally short-circuiting for like 2 seconds before he completely caved. I'll talk for real. The chief told us to leave signs and wait for him to roll up with the squad. When he gets here, he's going to send up a smoke signal from way out. Once we see the smoke, we're supposed to torch the houses, and while you guys are freaking out, he'll lead his boys in for the final takedown. How many sunsets from your tribe to Dream Valley? It's 2 days. But to get all the way here, bro, I have no idea. The guy thought about it, but he seemed like he couldn't do the math since the path ain't exactly a straight line. Aiden just nodded. All right, bet. Take 'em away. Tie their hands and hang 'em from the trees, feet just dangling. 1 bowl of salt water a day and a real meal once every 3 days. Get a few guys on rotation to babysit. Fang and the crew were like, say less, and just hauled the whole sorry group into the forest. Aiden turned, holding that piece of grilled meat, and went to find Lily for dinner, already processing all the new tea he just got. So it takes the fire tribe 2 days to hike to Dream Valley, and since they don't even know which way Dream Valley is, and they don't have a map, there's no way they can go straight to Lone Falls Ridge. So to attack this place, they have to trek 2 days back to their base to grab their crew and supplies, then another 2 days just to get to Dream Valley, and only then can they follow the trail of breadcrumbs to find Lone Falls Ridge. This whole mission is going to take 5 days at the absolute minimum. All in all, they need at least 9 days to even show up. Tonight's the 5th day since the Spring Festival, which means the earliest the fire tribe can even think about attacking Lone Falls Ridge is in 4 days, probably in the late afternoon. At that point, they'll send up their little smoke signal, waiting for this side to go up in flames before they make their move. Knowing their entire game plan, Aiden was thinking, yo, if I somehow still lose this, I'm the biggest idiot on the planet. When they light their signal, I'll light my own fire and set up a little surprise party for them on the mountainside. Now that he had it all figured out, he was in a way better mood, and happily brought the grilled meat over to Lily. After everyone ate dinner, Beast led Aiden to a grass hut they'd set up. Looking at Aiden and Lily's backs as they walked away, he let out this sly, totally wicked laugh and said, Hey, Chief, you know how to make babies. Or nah, 'cause if you don't, I can totally teach you. I've got 5 kids already, I'm basically a pro. Aiden just yelled, Get lost! For that, you're on guard duty all night, no sleeping. Hearing Beast dare to school him on that. Aiden was so mad. He's thinking to himself, Bruh, I've literally lived 2 whole lives. You really think I need a tutorial from you? Beast just goes, You got it, Chief. I'll make sure no one comes anywhere near you. He said it all seriously, but his face still had this massive trollish grin as he ran off. Aiden was so heated he almost chucked a rock at him. He just turned and went into the hut, which was actually pretty clean inside with the floor all covered in everything. Dry grass, and on top of that were these 2 horse hides. And get this, Lily was just laying there totally blushing. The hut was pitch black like no fire, no lamps, nada. So Leo couldn't see a thing and just kind of plopped down. Right next to Lily. Then you hear this little rustle. OMG, Lily grabs his hand, rests her head on his arm, and snuggles right up to him. So there's Leo in this dark hut holding her with his eyes bugging out, just staring at the ceiling, his mind totally elsewhere. Then suddenly he realizes something is off. He's like, hold up, why are you in your birthday suit? And Lily all shy stammers, My mom said this is how we, make a baby. Her voice was so quiet like a mosquito, and her little hand starts tracing patterns on his chest. Leo was just shook thinking, damn, my future mother-in-law is the ultimate wing mom. So then he totally panics and is like, Whoa, pump the brakes, don't move, I'm basically still a kid. Lily just asks, Chief, you don't like me. And when he shut her down, her hand just froze. He was holding it so tight, and you could just tell she felt so rejected, her voice all choked up. In the dark, Leo could feel the poor girl trembling, and then boom, warm tears started streaming down his arm. He immediately leaned over and pulled her into a super tight hug, comforting her like, No, it's not that I don't like you, it's just, we're way too young for this. I don't want you having a baby so soon, it's not good. For your body. But even with that, Lily was still totally confused. So Leo literally had to give her the talk, explaining having a baby when you're this young is like super dangerous. It took a solid half hour before she finally stopped crying. Lily looks up at him and asks, So, Chief, When can I have a baby for you? Leo's like, okay, listen, it has to be at least 3 more winters. But she fires back, no way, 2 winters tops. Just 2 winters. Leo couldn't help but crack up. All right, fine, 2 winters it is. Lily let out a little huff, got comfy on his chest, and a minute later she starts mumbling to herself. My mom said that in the future. I'm gonna be the chief's wifey, so I gotta help you out. For the Han tribe, I'm gonna plant so many hemp trees and weave all the hemp cloth for you, for us, and for literally everyone in the tribe. I'm like a pro at weaving, my mom taught me everything. Lily just mumbled all that before passing out right on top of him while Leo's brain was still buzzing about his master plan for the tribe. The Han tribe now had 550 new members, and before the month was even over, the dude tribe was sending at least another 100. The Han tribe's population was about to hit 4 digits, and with their old, super chill management style, it was so not gonna cut it anymore. The Han tribe needed a major glow-up. I mean, they went from just over 300 people from 4 tribes to bam, suddenly over 1,000, with people coming from more than a dozen different tribes, making things way more complicated. What the Han tribe desperately needed was to lay down some law, like a rule against hooking up with your relatives, and a system for splitting up families. On top of that, they needed to give everyone job titles, create some kind of class system to keep things from being a total mess, and most importantly, build a legit army. All this thinking was giving our boy Leo a massive headache, but he just shook his head and was like, nope, future Leo's problem. Any big changes would have to wait until he got back. For now, he just had to win this battle. He cracked his neck, pulled up the animal hide, covering both of them up, and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, right as the sun was coming up, Lily, who was dead asleep on top of Leo, felt someone playing with her hair. The back of her neck felt all warm and wet like someone was kissing it, but Leo was obviously passed out next to her. So who the heck was it? Lily slowly turned around and was shocked to see a long, wet trunk just waving over her. Ah, Chief! There's a monster! Lily shrieked, yanking him up and hiding behind him, shaking him like a Polaroid picture. Leo rubbed his sleepy eyes and saw Chubby just standing at the hut's entrance, looking all innocent and licking its trunk. He turned to Lily and was like, chill, this is the Han tribe's elephant. He's a vegetarian, he doesn't bite. Lily peeked out from behind him, nodding but still totally sketched out. But just then, Leo felt something moving behind him. He whipped around and saw that the hut wall had been completely torn open, and a long trunk was ripping grass from the roof and stuffing it in its mouth. He slapped his forehead like, are you kidding me? You see grass and you just lose all self-control? Huh? You already ate my skirt and now you're eating the house. As he and Lily got outside, Chubby and Ash were already having his hut for breakfast. These two were eating more and more as they got bigger, and it was giving Leo a serious migraine. When Lily saw that they really only ate grass, she finally calmed down and started curiously walking around them. While she was checking out his 2 giant pets, Leo went to find Brutus, who was on guard duty. Brutus, listen up. Today, have our people build a ton more grass huts on the ridge by the waterfall. Make them look like shelters. We just need a whole bunch of them. They don't even have to be livable. When you light the fires, make sure it looks like a whole sea of, flames from the bottom of the mountain. Brutus just scratched his head, grunted like he got it, and took off to find people to get it done. Under Leo's command, everyone started setting up the ultimate decoy to absolutely destroy the enemy. Meanwhile, several dozen kilometers to the northeast, this dude Vulcan from the Fire Tribe was leading a squad of almost 100 guys on the move. The group was just under 100, with over 50 of them from the Dew tribe, and the other 30-something guys being a bunch of nomads they picked up from random places. They had also just taken in an old woman and 5 kids for a grand total of 6 females. Word is they'd all been kicked out of their own tribes. Then some guy named Darian asked, yo, big bro, you sure this is the right way to the Earth tribe's turf? Like, for real, didn't the Fire tribe totally smoke them? Vulcan shot back. Nah, bet. There are definitely survivors. I saw signs they were still around. There. So everyone kept trudging for like over an hour, and they finally hit the bottom of this cliff. The whole place was torched, and the ground was just littered with burial mounds. Looked like there were at least 40 or 50 of them. And get this, smack in the middle of all the graves, there's this fresh mound with 2 branches sticking out, showing off 2 super fresh human heads. The other mounds had the same kind of vibe, and if you really looked, there were 9 in total, though 7 of them were completely crusty and dried out. Who even knows how old those were? Duke just points at the graves like, see, I knew you were still kicking. Then he turns to a totally empty spot and just yells, Bloodbane, get out here, I know you're still kicking my dude! The words were barely out of his mouth when you hear this rustle in the trees, and this guy who was like 6'1" just drops to the ground. He was rocking a tiger skin loincloth, and his chest was all ripped with this insane scar that was several feet long. With long hair all in his face, he was giving off major psycho vibes, and the only thing that didn't fit his whole wild man look was the 7-foot wooden staff in his hand. That thing is the super special ancestral weapon of the Earth tribe's chief. He asks in this super raspy voice, yo, why are you looking for me? I'm solo now, I got nothing to trade with you. Duke was like, but you still got yourself, bro. There's this clan that's recruiting. You're young and all alone. Why not just join them? Bloodbane shot him down hard. Nah, I'm not going anywhere. My wife, my kid, and my whole crew are all laying here. I have to absolutely wreck the entire Fire tribe to make them pay. Duke didn't even flinch and kept trying to talk him into it. But you're just one guy. No matter how much of a beast you are, how many can you really take down? The clan I'm talking about has hundreds of people and some seriously lethal weapons. You could join them first. And if you can convince the whole squad to back your revenge plot, then you'll actually have a real shot at deleting the fire tribe. Bloodbane was totally stunned. Duke was spitting facts. By himself he was just a hitman, wiping out a whole tribe. That takes a whole army. He asks Duke, so where is this clan with hundreds of people, and how sick are their weapons? Can they even handle the fire tribe's fire kites? Duke just says, where are they? I'm not telling. If you want to go, you gotta roll with me. I'm still using you guys for a trade with them. He was brutally honest, but Bloodbane didn't even care. He knew Duke's people never did anything for free. So Duke kept going, gassing up the Han clan's bows, their long spears, their pottery, and their super white salt. Bloodbane was a little shook. He thought for a second and his whole vibe started to change. Even if I go, I have to bring my kinsmen back first. I can't just dip on them. Duke saw he wasn't budging and got so annoyed, probably thinking, then what was the point of my whole epic speech? But out loud, he just said, look, I'm only grabbing a few people. If you want to be quick about it. And just walked away. After a few steps, he turned back with this sly as heck grin. But hey, when you bring your people back, you could always just join my tribe. Find a new wifey, start over. It's way better than living like some savage out here. Watching Duke leave, Bloodbane stood there alone in the cemetery, his fists clenched so tight. As much as he wanted to join the clan, Duke was hyping up, he just couldn't abandon his people. He glanced at the two fresh heads, quietly lifted his staff, and set off on a new hunt. It wasn't long before he got to the spot the fire tribe had bailed from last time. He climbed up a tree to get a bird's eye view, and he immediately spotted something super sus. The fire tribe was gathering up like 260 warriors. Every single guy was carrying a bunch of fire rat skin bags packed with stone axes. The women and kids were being forced into a cave, and the entrance was being guarded by almost 50 dudes. Bloodbane knew exactly what the fire tribe was planning. Some other clan was about to get the same treatment his people did. After a quick thought, he decided to tail them. He had a two-part plan. One, find a chance to off a few of them for some sweet revenge. Two, figure out who their target was. Once they got close, he'd cut ahead and warn the clan they were about to attack. He was gonna totally ruin the fire tribe's party. Flame led his massive army on, completely clueless that his biggest hater was silently stalking them, getting ready to send him home with a big fat L. Driven by pure, unadulterated hatred, Bloodbane tailed the fire tribe for days. By the time they were a day's walk from Lonely Falls Ridge, he'd had enough. Damn it, who is the fire tribe even trying to run up on that they're traveling this far? Whatever revenge comes first. At midnight, Bloodbane hid out in the woods, lying in wait for his targets. His method was simple and brutal as always. Two guys taking a leak in the forest didn't even get a chance to scream before his staff caved their skulls in, splattering their brains everywhere. Job done, he bounced like he always did. Before long, the night guards found them, stumbling on two headless bodies. Flame was absolutely livid and roared, "That psycho dared to follow us this far, the absolute nerve." He immediately woke up the whole tribe in the middle of the night and they searched with torches, but Bloodbane was long gone. He was not about to get caught. The warriors came back with nothing, which just made Flame even more enraged. The unlucky dude who had to deliver the news got the full force of his anger. He was beaten to a pulp and then literally burned alive as a human torch. Usually Flame wouldn't get this crazy, even when he was mad. It's just that he never in a million years imagined the Han clan would be this far away. After traveling for so many days, they still weren't there and he was so over it. He bellowed, "How much farther?" A subordinate shaking was like, "Chief, not much farther, just one more day's trek. There's this mountain slope there. I was too chicken to go up, scared I'd get spotted." Flame just muttered through gritted teeth, "Just one more day." But get this, over at the Han clan, Lance was definitely not just chilling. So our boy Leo was just chilling with his crew at Lonely Falls Ridge, vibing and testing out their bows. He steps up to the line, pulls back his longbow like a total pro, and lets an arrow fly down the mountain. And this thing sailed asterisk. It landed like a whole 350 meters away, no cap. Lily's just standing there giving him the side eye like, "Bro, what are you even doing?" So he breaks it down for her. "Okay, so peep this when the bad guys run past that spot where the arrow landed. That's when they're in our playground and it's go time." Then my dude pops off a few more arrows, making this like a straight up "you shall not pass" line, a total kill zone. And then get this, the Beastfang clan rolls up with bronze shovels and these super creepy whitewashed scarecrows. They start planting them right where the arrows hit. Anyone else would just be like, "Oh, weird flex, but okay," thinking it's some random ritual, not a trap. By noon, all 117 of his homies on Lonely Falls Ridge were hyped and ready to throw down. Leo is playing it smart, no cavalry. He just had his archers mix in with the foot soldiers. Low-key, he was probably wishing they had some sick bows. For shooting from horseback like a crossbow or something. Then they'd be stacked with archers. But just then my man Bloodbane, who was totally stalking the fire tribe, spots something sus. See, the fire tribe normally only eats like 2 meals a day, right? Breakfast and dinner. But today they stopped for a lunch break. At noon, Bloodbane was like, "Oh, heck no." He knew they were there. The fire tribe was about to pop off. So he takes the long way around to get in front of the fire tribe, trying to give a heads up to whoever they were about to jump. Dude was on the move for like 4 hours straight, and then he finally sees that line of freaky white scarecrows. Meanwhile, up on the mountain, Leo and his crew are just casually munching on some food. Then out of nowhere, a lookout yells that someone's coming with the tea. Leo was shook like, wait, this ain't in the script? But he still rolled out with his squad to the edge to see who it was. And surprise, it's Bloodbane. So after a quick what's up, Leo lets him come up the mountain. He tells his people to stay frosty, and Bloodbane is straight up pleading, y'all gotta bounce, the fire tribe has you outnumbered like 3-1 for real, I don't want to see that sun tribe get wrecked like my people did. But Leo, our king, just hits him with, nah, we ain't running, just chill and watch this. And even though he looks like some kid, the absolute boss vibe, coming off Leo just made Bloodbane fold. So he's like, 8 bet, and stays put. Like an hour later, the sun goes down, and the fire tribe starts piling up wood at the bottom of the mountain to send up a smoke signal. And when Leo saw this, he wasn't even a little bit scared. Nah, my dude was hyped. He was like, it's showtime. This was the moment. So yeah, the fire tribe is down there stacking dry wood about to get a little bonfire going. And seeing them about to light it up, Leo was totally unbothered. He just calmly tells his own people, you know what to do, light 'em up. And bam, like a dozen of his guys with torches just set over 100 of their own little huts on fire. Wild. So time passes and the whole place is just a raging inferno. Down below, this dude Pyro sees the massive blaze and thinks he actually won. He gets all giddy and starts screaming for his boys to follow him. He's yelling for them to charge, screaming about how all the salt, the pottery, and the ladies were all theirs for the taking. Yikes. So next thing you know, the fire tribe warriors, all holding 2 spears like they're some big shots, just start booking it forward. They get super close, like within 50 meters of those weird white grass tufts. Pyro is still screaming, burn their markers, burn 'em. Bro, they were asterisk the markers. And of course the little tufts instantly catch fire from all the flaming stuff being thrown, which LOL just made them even easier for the archers to see. These clowns had absolutely no idea they just bought a one-way ticket to disaster. Leo sees the fire tribe charge to within like 10 meters of the burning grass, and he's like, now. He orders his crew to draw on fire. Get this, before the first wave of arrows even hit the ground, his squad had already let loose 3 whole rounds. So from 350 meters out, this absolute cloud of arrows just rains down on the fire tribe. It was insane. And a bunch of these enemy dudes were shirtless, not even carrying shields. Like, what, that first volley alone? With 115 arrows took out or messed up over 50 of them. Some guys got hit with 2 or 3 arrows, and it was just lights out instantly. Others who got tagged in the arm or leg were immediately out of the fight. Like their ability to do anything was just gone. They were totally stunned. Some of them were probably thinking the gods were smiting them for burning the grass tufts LMAO. Pyro's trying to get his boys to keep pushing. But anyone who even tried to stand up just got dropped again. And you know those guys who got hit in the arms before? And legs. Yeah, they caught another one. This time they were staying down for good. Even the dudes who dodged the first round got tagged while they were trying to help their injured friends. Oof. By the time that third wave of arrows came flying in, the fire tribe was in full-on panic mode. They were desperate to retreat. But our boy Leo wasn't having any of that. He wasn't about to let them get away, so he immediately ordered his crew to unleash 5 more rounds back to back. Hearing that his tribe went absolutely feral, just letting arrows fly with everything they had. The fire tribe, who rolled up with 260 guys, was now, after all that, down to less than 50 dudes who weren't hit and under 30 who were just wounded. They totally panicked and scrambled back behind the farther grass markers. And Pyro? Dude got an arrow straight to an artery in his leg. He's hobbling behind everyone else trying to run, but the arrow in his thigh is seriously slowing him down. He was a tough cookie, though, I'll give him that. He just straight up rips the arrow out. Total brute force. But big mistake, he didn't realize it had sliced his artery wide open. He didn't even make it that far before he just dropped. It was over for him. Meanwhile, our boy Leo led his crew on the chase, looking for any chance to keep popping off arrows while they ran. They basically didn't stop until most of the fire tribe runners were completely taken care of. Game over. OMG, so your boy Bloodsaber rolls up, sees all the bodies just asterisk everywhere, asterisk and arrows sticking out of like everything. Bro was completely shook. He had no idea those little arrows could be that lethal for real. So you got your crew on cleanup duty, right? Snatching back all the arrows and stacking up the bodies for a dirt nap tomorrow? Meanwhile, Bloodsaber yanks out a couple of arrows and slides over to you. He's all like, yo, let me join the Iron Tribe. But you're playing it cool, not giving him a straight up yes or no. And all that tea Bloodsaber was spilling about the fire tribe, Leo was low-key not buying it. He was like, nah, I gotta get the real story from those fire tribe dudes before I make a move. And when Bloodsaber found out you actually had asterisk some fire tribe survivors chilling with you, his whole vibe just lit up. He was probably thinking, yes, I'm so in. Then a bit later, Fang pulls up on Leo to give him the rundown on the cleanup sitch, and get this. There were like 248 bodies, and they were still short a few dozen arrows. Apparently it was way too dark to find him. So Leo just waved it off like, all right, y'all pack it in. We'll deal with this mess in the morning. Meanwhile, get this, Lily is up on a hill totally bugging out waiting for Leo. Cause when everyone went after them, Leo was like, stay put. So she didn't even breathe until she saw him leading his squad back safe and sound, and then she could finally chill. I mean, after that crazy fight and then having to clean up the whole mess, the crew was absolutely wrecked. For real. Leo gave the word and everyone bounced to go crash. Then Leo calls over a beast man and is like, yo, whip up some grub for the 30 new guys so they can get their eat on. 'Cause come morning, they were gonna be the ones digging the holes for their own people. Oof. So the next day, these dudes who hadn't had a good meal in forever were just totally shook. Seeing their own tribe try to throw down with the Iron Tribe, and then end up taking a dirt nap right here just blew their minds. At the same time, they were high-key regretting listening to their hard-headed leader and sneaking in as spies. So once the big pit was dug, Leo strolls up to them and just lays it all out. Aight, listen up. The Iron Tribe traded salt for every last one of you. On top of that, you were all supposed to get hooked up with your own ladies this spring. Your families could have been living the good life here. So now that the Fire Tribe is toast, you want to end up in this pit with the rest of your crew? Or do you want to roll with the Iron Tribe and live it up with your girls? Live large, have some kids, keep the line going. Ball's in your court. And OMG, the second he said that, those dudes didn't even wait. They just started bawling their eyes out begging to join the Iron Tribe. All right, if you want to live, I got some questions for you. Spill it. How many people are left in the Fire Tribe? Where's their spot? How many, women and kids they got? Dude, they all started talking at once, spilling all the tea, totally freaked that if they paused for even a sec, they'd be toast. So you find out the Fire Tribe was down to like 50 dudes, but the rest were all women and kids. We're talking over 1,000 people. And you were like, bet, we gotta go get them. Even though it was gonna be a huge pain, you just couldn't let all those kids starve, you know? So after that, the whole crew spent the morning getting their stuff together. The trip took like half a day, and they finally rolled back into the Iron Tribe spot that afternoon. And whoa, the place had a total glow up. The new peeps were living in these cone-shaped huts outside the main wall, which now had this basic fence around it. That night, the whole tribe had a big dinner together and Rowan gave you the 411. So things have been pretty chill lately with all the new members finding gigs that matched their vibe. The Wood Tribe and the Scribe Tribe, they hopped on the gathering squad. They found a bunch of new snacks out there, plus this one plant you can use to make a super deep red dye. You decided to call it Crimson Root. Dope, right? All the youngins were like, ooh, noted! Probably thinking about tie-dyeing some fits later, LOL. The River Tribe linked up with the fishing crew and their daily catch was insane. And the Artisan Tribe, they're the new carpenters. And get this, the leaders who designed all those new push carts, they're now officially the heads of the Leo fan club. Seriously. Then you got the Cave Tribe and the Scythe Tribe also found some cool stuff to do. The Cave Tribe is getting into pottery and making bricks while the Scythe Tribe is leveling up their skills learning how to work metal and smelt copper. The Root Tribe found a wild new way to get sugar from the roots of a meat-eating plant. So freaky, but you can turn it into brown sugar. Anyway, some of the young dudes from the other tribes had joined the hunting party. But you knew you couldn't just be hunting 24/7 forever. The Iron Tribe was getting so big you were going to run out of animals in the forest eventually. So the big brain move was to start catching plant eaters alive and raise them. Plus those rabbits they had. They were getting busy like for real and there were already over 500 of them. And their numbers were about to blow up this year, so they were totally set on the whole livestock front. After hearing Rowan's report, Leo was like, aight, meeting time, and got all the Iron Tribe OGs together for a meeting to figure out the tribe's next moves. And Ty was the first one to grab the mic. Okay, so get this. The tribe is literally bursting at the seams with new people, and now there's zero room left in the caves. You can't even light a fire in the dinky little huts. And if this keeps up, a ton of people are totally not going to make it through the winter. The old-timers were freaking out saying they needed to stack up on food and livestock for the winter like yesterday. Then Bloodbane chimes in that he was totally willing to lead the way and bring back that entire 1,000-person fire tribe like all of them. Hearing this, everyone just got a massive headache. The tribe's already a sardine can. And now they're talking about adding over 1,000 more people. At that rate, they'd be living on vibes and air. But Leo just cracks a smile explaining they're mostly kids. And even though they can't help out a ton, they don't eat much either, so as long as everyone grinds a little harder, they could totally feed them. Right after that, Leo dropped the master plan for what's next. First off, they had to upgrade the rabbit pens and get that breeding operation poppin'. He put more people on fishing duty and basically benched a bunch of dudes on the hunting team. They were gonna try hunting with traps, so only a few people would need to check them once a day. All that extra manpower was getting reassigned to chopping down trees, digging rivers, and firing up bricks to get ready for building actual houses soon. They also needed to dig way more irrigation canals for the rice paddies and plant a boatload more rice. The carpentry crew and the metalheads were basically on full-time tool-making duty. They had to forge a ton of new wood-chopping axes and bronze shovels for all the digging. The very next morning, Leo rounded up a squad of 100 people to go raid the donkey tribe. And to make sure the kids didn't put up too much of a fight, Leo made some special asterisk arrangements. 10 of the ladies who knew how to work a bow joined the team, led by Shrew with Fang as her number 2 Bloodbane was basically their GPS. And to top it off, they prepped 10 horned deer, so if things went sideways, they could ride the deer back and spill the tea. Everyone had to be back before the full moon, no excuses. A few people immediately started prepping, and it wasn't long before they were hopping on the deer and heading out. Meanwhile, Leo kept dishing out jobs to the rest of the tribe. The gathering team had to collect more vines to make baskets, and those sifter thingies for digging the river and building up walls. The young dudes from the river tribe went to the riverbank to dig some pits and build a fish pond. In the future, any live fish they couldn't eat could just chill in the pond as an emergency snack reserve. Right now, they only had one brick kiln, which was crazy inefficient, so they needed to build 2 more. He put Oak and Woody in charge of the metal and wood teams. The 2 of them were going to coordinate to crank out tools first, and after that, they'd build some hand-pushed carts. Leaf saw that everyone had a gig and rushed over to Leo, all like, "So what's my job?" Leo thought for a sec and told her to go plant some hemp. When the hemp plants sprout new little shoots, you can just propagate them from cuttings. Try to blow up the planting area this year. Leaf was dying to weave cloth, but since the hemp plants were still basically babies, she just had to roll with it. Once all the tasks were assigned, it was time for the main event. He pulled the elder and Shrew aside to talk to them about splitting up households and changing names. The 2 old-timers were completely lost with no clue what he was even talking about, so he had to patiently break it all down for them. Dividing households meant that each grown man, his woman, and their kids would be their own little family unit. From that point on, everyone had to have a family name and a given name. A family name reps your whole clan or family. People with the same family name would have to wait a whole 6 generations before they could get married. Right now, the tribe's population was a total hodgepodge from different tribes anyway, so people could totally find a boo within the tribe as long as they didn't share the same last name. He also stressed that this wasn't to make everyone live all separated, but to give each guy his own space. Living with his own family would make sure the clan's bloodline stayed, legit. And when his son came of age, he had to get independent, find a woman to start a family with, and look after his parents. Just like how parents looked after their kids, on top of that. He also dropped a new tribe law. Once people got married, neither the guy nor the girl was allowed to get messy with other people. Anyone who breaks that rule gets exiled and enslaved for life. The guys would get sent to the mines, and the women would be put on baby-making duty. That night, the 3 of them announced all this to the entire tribe. Even though the tribe members didn't totally get it, they just trusted that whatever he said was the right move. Next up, the whole task of splitting up the households would be handled by the elder. As for the names, he was going to handle that himself. He'd supply the family names, and their new full names would just be their old names, plus the new family name. Afterwards, Leo and Oak started prepping for the city's construction, surveying the land and marking it all out. As Leo worked, he explained the whole housing plan to Oak. Each house would get a 10 by 10 meter plot of land. The total the plan was to build this place in 3 sections, one for the adults, one for the kids, and the middle part was for cooking and staying warm. They were also going to throw up a little shed for firewood and tools. And get this, Mason literally dug an outhouse all by himself. To build a brick house, you gotta dig these trenches, pack the foundation down real solid, and then use bricks and mortar to put up the walls and the frame. Then you gotta cover the roof with grass, plaster the walls with mud, and finally lay the tiles. So during a lunch break, Lily comes running up to Mason with this little white string, all excited, chirping that it was made from rabbit fur. Hearing that, Mason was totally shook and was like, "Yo, where'd you even get rabbit fur?" And Lily just says the rabbit pulled it from its own belly. Mason heard this, and immediately had to school her like, "Girl, that's from a mama rabbit, she uses it to make a nest for her babies, but it's a good thing it's warm out." Then Lily started mumbling something about wanting to weave her own fabric. She'd even tried to yank some fur off the llama's back, but the llama just straight up spat on her. LOL, Mason couldn't help but crack up at this goofy girl promising he'd whip up a pair of shears so she could give the llama a fresh cut for her weaving project. So after that, Mason spent a solid 3 days making a super slick pair of shears. They had 2 blades, one was flat and the other was pointed. The pointy tip was like a raised triangle, and right in the middle was a hole for it to pivot. The handles were these long, skinny bronze bars. After he made them, he filed them down, smooth connected them with a bronze rivet, and sharpened the blades until they were insanely sharp. The second Lily got her hands on those shears, she was literally jumping for joy. She happily ran off to give the llama a haircut. Mason just grinned, turning to look at the 2 new brick kilns. This right here was the foundation for everything that was about to go down. To build houses, you need a non-stop flow of bricks. And all that dirt from digging out the river was the perfect stuff. They needed to make them. So to get the houses built fast, Mason had to keep a super close eye on how both these projects were going. Thankfully, in this world, everyone actually did their part. The 2 brand new brick kilns were finished. The whole river digging project was also going off without a hitch. The new tribe members had been living with the Han tribe for almost 2 weeks now. They saw the tribe getting a major glow up day by day, and all of it was happening because of their leader. They couldn't help but basically worship the guy, while also feeling super proud to be part of the Han tribe. You gotta get it no matter what tribe they were from before. Nobody owned even a single clay pot, let alone got to eat till they were stuffed every meal. And the most important part, here salt was basically on tap. This was something they wouldn't have even dared to dream about before. Meanwhile, Mason, trying to delegate all the little tasks, was gathering a few of the smarter tribe members, teaching them step by step. All about construction. As soon as they got the hang of it, Mason would have way more time for his other big brain projects. At the same time, Rat was leading a 100-man army sneaking up on that chaotic graveyard scoping out the fire tribe's whole situation from a distance. It was pitch black by now, and the 50 dudes from the fire tribe had no idea that their main squad had been totally wiped out, and the few warriors who actually escaped had just vanished. The fire tribe's women and kids were all packed into this natural cave in a passage so narrow. Only 2 people could stand side by side. Just 5 guys were on guard duty, and they were totally slacking. They had a campfire going at the cave entrance and were just huddled around it, roasting rat meat for a midnight snack. The other 45 dudes were busy getting it on in the huts and tents. You could hear all kinds of sus noises coming from inside those huts. After getting a good look, Rat and a few others started to make their move. Since Rat thought it was too dark to really use bows and arrows, he had his team split up. He would take 10 guys and 10 girls each with their weapons out and ready to party. He figured there were less than 10 people at the cave entrance, so 20 bows firing 3 times at once could take them out no problem, and then they'd lead the charge. Rat nodded like bet, while Blood followed right behind him with the rest of the crew. They were gonna go into the huts in pairs to take people out since, let's be real, bows were pretty much useless in there. They might as well just use the element of surprise and rush them. So Rat all sneaky-like slipped into a tent. Inside, some guy from the fire tribe was getting busy with a woman. Rat quietly pulled the bronze blade from his belt and just stood right behind the dude. The woman saw Rat and just froze, not even daring to make a sound. She was literally holding her breath. The guy must have felt the whole vibe shift because just as he turned his head, Rat's blade came down hard. He smashed the man's skull, sending blood and brains splattering all over the woman. But get this, the dude didn't even fall. His skull got caught on the axe handle. Caden tried to yank it free, but he just ended up dragging the body around with it. Finally, he had to literally stomp on the guy's face to pull the axe out, then he turned to check out the absolute chaos. And the rest of them. Yo Slayer inside the hut, dude was a straight savage, rushed in and just bonked some guy's lights out with a club. From the second he stepped into the moment a body hit the floor, it took less than 3 seconds for real. The chick inside was still buffering when Slayer was already ghost. But get this, in another hut. This teenager with his hair all tied up had just crept in when the dude inside totally juked his spear. The kid got straight up flipped and put in a sleeper hold. Luckily, a woman in the house jumped in to help, and the teen's homie rushed in right on time, yeeting a spear straight into the guy's chest, and boom, it was a total crimson splash zone. During the whole brawl, a few women were screaming their heads off. Some of the fire tribe dudes heard the noise and grabbed their weapons, and ran out to throw down with the Han clan boys. Both sides were taking L's, and one of our guys, cause the hut was so cramped his spear had no room to work with, and he ate a stone axe going down hard. Man, he was in bad shape. Good thing Brock came in clutch to save him. So a few guards posted up at the cave halfway up the mountain, heard all the racket, and were still gossiping about it. And that's when Ivory Fang rolled up with 20 archers about 100 meters away. He gave the hand signal for everyone to fan out, draw their bows, and get an arrow ready. Then he just screamed, "Light 'em up!" The twang of all those bowstrings and the whistle of arrows was insane. 21 arrows just took off, flying straight for the 5 dudes at the cave entrance. Lit up by the fire, those 5 guys were total sitting ducks with nowhere to hide. In a flash, 3 of them got hit with like a dozen arrows and were deleted on the spot. One guy caught an arrow in the arm, while another was saved because his buddy's body literally fell in front of him. The dude who got shot in the arm had just started screaming in pain when the second wave of arrows landed. The last 2 dudes were turned into human porcupines, but that wasn't enough for him. Ivory Fang ordered 2 more volleys, only after turning their bodies into Swiss cheese did he finally lead the charge. There was like 0 resistance. Ivory Fang took over the cave entrance like it was nothing. He even ran down the slope, waving a torch to give the all-clear signal. The fight down below wrapped up super quick. Brock had his crew drag out the bodies for a head count. All 45 dudes from the fire tribe were officially handled. On Brock's side, 1 guy was dead, 1 was in super bad shape, and 2 just had minor scrapes. The dude who was critically injured was actually a captive from the fire tribe who'd flipped sides. His collarbone was shattered and his skin was ripped wide open like he probably wasn't gonna make it. So in this whole battle, they lost 2 of their own, but they took out 50 enemies and scooped up thousands of women and kids. The women started creeping out of their huts, all huddling up. A teenager who used to be a prisoner of the fire tribe started talking to them like, "Yo, I was a captive here too. But I brought my new crew to get you all out. The fire tribe's chief who went to attack the Han clan got totally wrecked. They're all gone, so you can roll with us back to the Han clan." Hearing this, some of the girls who were paying attention were like, "Wait, I know that kid." A braver one asked, "Is that for real?" The teen kept going, saying 100% the fire tribe is fresh out of dudes, and we've taken over the cave so you can grab your kids and come on out. Hearing that they could bring their kids out, the women just bolted back to the cave. The Han clan members followed them, leaving only Cole and Brock behind. Brock told Cole's buddies to head into the cave, then he knelt down next to Cole and asked, "You need anything, man?" Cole was just bawling, saying he didn't want to die. He was saying his whole tribe got wiped out by the fire tribe, and he just barely survived to join the Han clan. He even had his own women now, and life was finally good. Brock just sighed and patted his shoulder, promising he'd take care of his women. Then he put him out of his misery, gave him a quick way out before turning and heading for the cave. Inside the cave up on the mountainside, Some women who were still up heard the chaos and were thinking, this is our chance to dip. But the moment they peeked out, they saw the guards had been shot to pieces, and those 2 volleys of arrows freaked them out so bad they just collapsed. One pregnant woman was about to flee. Another was holding her kid when this other woman with a small baby bump said there was no point in running. They were all pregnant with kids to feed, and as wildlings, they'd never survive out there on their own. The other women were totally stunned by her words, just squatting on the ground and sighing. They knew she was right, they needed men. A pregnant woman's body is super vulnerable and she can't really protect herself. The girl archers started making their way up the slope. They were a special squad Larson put together. They got to the cave entrance, gave the dead bodies a kick, and started yanking out their arrows to get them back, sticking them right up back into the quivers on the ground. Any broken arrows were gathered up to be reforged. The women inside the cave probably freaked when they saw the newcomers were also all women. OMG, they actually pulled it off! Everyone's jaws were on the floor. The warrior chicks cleaning up the battlefield just grinned at the ladies in the cave. That one look totally made the Prego squad in the cave feel like they were in good hands. So this one woman holding her kid stands up and asks the archer babe in this shaky voice, "Yo, what crew are you with? Can you, take me with you? I'm a pro at weaving ropes and skinning beasts. I can't really forage right now because you know I'm expecting, but once this little one pops out, I'm down for anything. Please, can you just take me with you?" She could just feel that a tribe with badass female warriors like that could totally handle any haters trying to start something. And on top of that, it was super obvious the ladies in this tribe weren't just sitting around. They were straight up warriors. Getting food wouldn't even be a problem. A tribe that stacked could totally protect her, which is why she was so ready to dip. The archer chick collecting her arrows had moved out of the way so they could leave the cave. The mom-to-be was all, "OMG, thank you," holding her belly as she stepped out. And then boom, all the other women followed her lead. Dozens of women came booking it up from the bottom of the mountain with the Han tribe warriors right behind them. One super hyped up lady started yelling, "Girls, we're finally free. The boys brought the cavalry to save us." The Han tribe totally iced the Fire tribe's chief, and all the dudes downhill are toast. The Fire tribe is officially a sausage-free fest, so we can roll with the Han tribe now. Titus turned to this kid who the Fire tribe had snatched before and was like, "Ike, go tell these ladies we're taking them to the Han tribe, and there are no strings attached, no lockdown vibes. There's gonna be plenty of grub, they'll have jobs just like our own women, and we're not gonna mess with their kids. Let them know we're bouncing tomorrow." The kid nodded like his life depended on it, and immediately took off to find his own family. All the other kids were scrambling to find their people too. It was a total tear fest when they finally reconnected. Then they started working the crowd, spilling all the tea and hyping up the Han tribe. The women were grilling them with all kinds of questions like, "So how many dudes y'all got? Is there enough food? What's the daily grind like? Do they treat the women like dirt or what?" But when they found out the Han tribe could whip up tons of water pots, had more white salt than they knew what to do with, raised their own animals, and even tamed wild beasts too, do their chores, and get this. The women weren't just baby-making machines locked away. Everyone had their own hustle. They were instantly sold, even knowing it was a whole 7-day trek. They were like, "Sign us up." So Fang goes up to Titus and asks, "Chief, how in the world are we gonna move this massive crowd?" Titus just looked over at all the pregnant ladies and the sea of kids, totally stressing. "Okay, first things first, let's raid this joint and see what's useful. Find any animals' food and any baskets we can use. If we have to, we'll literally wear baskets to help them carry the little ones. Man, a few ox carts right now would be an absolute game changer." Fang just nodded, because what else could they do? And just like that, everyone started looting the place. They snagged all the decent animal hides and dried meat, and for good measure, they torched all the gross fire rats the Fire tribe was raising for snacks. The next morning, Titus used a busted-up hut to give the 2 teens who didn't make it a proper send-off, and then he led the massive crew of more than 1,200 women and kids on the long road home. Out of those 1,200 plus people, there were over 470 grown women. And get this, nearly 300 of them were pregnant and all the rest were kids. People were wrapping the little tykes in animal skins, strapping them to their backs with ropes and vines, or just straight up carrying them in their arms. Even the big tough Han tribe warriors were playing babysitter and helping carry the kids. They loaded up a deer with a huge basket of dried meat and hides, which at least made things a little easier. This absolute unit of a group started marching toward the Han tribe's turf. Behind them, the Fire tribe's old crib was just a giant bonfire. Meanwhile, as the sun was coming up back at the Han tribe village, Oak was leading the 20 dudes Logan gave him, and they bounced. 10 of them paddled these little wooden boats upstream, while Oak led the other 10 on deerback, guiding an ox cart over the bridge to hit the road. The ox cart was totally loaded down with mining gear, a big old ceramic roller for paving roads and wooden barrels for water. That little 3-meter wide bridge was built different, so the fully loaded ox cart cruising over it was no biggie at all. Oak's master plan was to have his crew find a nice wide and flat path, marking it up as they went, so the ox could just drag that ceramic roller over it a billion times. If they hit any bumpy spots, they'd just dig up some rocks and dirt to patch them up and then roll it flat. The only downside a dirt road like that was going to be a total pain to keep up. The next time it rained hard, it'd probably just turn into a giant mudslide. They followed the east side of the little river heading north, totally swerving the direction of the rat tribe's old spot, since it was basically a ghost town now. But plot twist, the rat tribe's old neighbors, the Z tribe, were actually planning to roll up to the rat tribe's place that very day. See, the Z tribe had scored some clay pots from the rat tribe last winter, and ever since they figured out how to cook with them, they were totally obsessed. But now their stash was getting low, so their chief Mori was leading a hunting party and a few of the newly legal girls to go trade for more pots. They walked for a whole freaking day. By the afternoon, they finally rolled up to the rat tribe's home. And just then, the Z tribe's chief Mori brought his hunting crew and the young ladies to what used to be the Black Z tribe's settlement. He was just trying to cop some new clay pots, but he had no idea what was coming. But OMG, what he saw next made him break out in a full-on cold sweat. Like, what in the actual heck went down here? All he could see was black charcoal everywhere, mixed in with, yikes, a few human bones. Everything was charred completely black. Maurice picked up a bone, just spacing out for the longest time. He was thinking, like, even if they got jumped by enemies, no way everyone died, otherwise there'd be nobody left to handle the bodies, you know? So Maurice basically decided the Black Rat tribe must have gotten attacked and then bounced, thinking that he immediately got his crew moving to go hunt for their new spot. After a ton of work, Maurice finally found signs of the Han tribe, north of the Black Rat tribe's old stomping grounds. That day, right at sunset, the super bright red sun was painting the whole sky just west of where the Black Rat tribe used to be. And get this, 3 super obvious plumes of smoke were rising up, coming from the Han tribe's 3 brick kilns, built right on the bank of a little river. Suddenly, Maurice remembered something an old chief once said: travel for 1 day from the Black Rat camp toward the setting sun, and you'll hit a little river. The Black Rat tribe had to have moved. Somewhere not too far, probably just on the other side of the river. So he decided to crash there for the night. The next morning, he'd send a warrior back to tell the shaman that the Black Rat tribe totally ghosted. So next morning, Maurice sent one of his warriors back to their camp. Meanwhile, Leo was leading the rest of the squad west to track down the Wanderer tribe. Ash, on the other hand, had stashed a small boat by the riverbank. After that, Ash led his boys. But hold up, Damon was leading a whole army of over 1,000 dudes on a super rough march toward the Han tribe. At that very moment in the Han camp, Leo was busy playing builder, telling his people to build a massive 8-foot-high wall. So Maurice led his party to the riverbank, and right when they showed up, they saw the Han tribe's fishing team packing it in on the other side of the river. The second they saw them, the Han tribe women thought it was an ambush and immediately grabbed their bronze spears to block the bridge. They were just screaming their heads off, enemies. Hearing them freak out, the guys who were digging the river immediately grabbed their bronze shovels and sprinted for the bridge. In like less than 2 minutes, more than 500 people had swarmed the place. Seeing that giant mob, Maurice freaked out and just turned to run. I mean, right then, saving his own skin was way more important than some clay pots. But just then, someone from the Han tribe recognized him and quickly yelled out to the chief in the Li tribe's dialect. Maurice totally froze when he heard that voice. He recognized the dude as someone he'd given to Damon a few months back, but he was still super skeptical. Like, could this be the Wanderer tribe? How did they suddenly get so many people? A young guy ran over to Maurice, spilling all the tea, explaining that Damon had handed him over to the Han tribe, and also revealed that the clay pots were actually made by the Han tribe this whole time. He said earlier this spring the Wanderer tribe got attacked, and they ended up just joining the Han tribe, so now the Wanderer tribe is basically cancelled. After hearing all this, it finally clicked for Maurice. Turns out he'd been scammed big time. That Damon guy was a total snake, but this time he had come to trade for pottery. Now that he knew the stuff actually came from the Han tribe, he decided to cut out the middleman and deal directly with them. He had the young dude lead the way for his group to meet the Han tribe's chief. When they got to the bridge, they ran smack into Leo, who was rushing over after hearing the report. The young guy introduced him to Leo as the chief of the Li tribe, who was there to trade for some pottery. Leo's face immediately lit up. You don't say, my 50-meter-long blade has just been sharpened, and I was worried I'd have no one to trade with. He turned and led the whole group into the village, with Ash's crew following right behind. When they saw the shelters all around them literally overflowing with pots and pans, Maurice completely lost it. You guys seriously have this much? Leo just waved his hand, had his people bring out the pottery and some white salt, and asked what he had to trade. Maurice looked at the barrel of white salt and was all curious. Whoa, what's this? You can trade for this stuff too. Leo took a little pinch, put it in the guy's palm, and said, This is called white salt, and eating it will give you way more energy to work. After hearing that, Maurice immediately shoved the whole handful of salt into his mouth. In that split second, his eyebrows shot up to his hairline, but this was a flavor he had never ever tasted before. Once he got over the salty shock, he was all excited. So how do you trade for this salt? Leo picked up a small ceramic bowl and filled it up with a mountain of salt. This much for one boy, a little less for a girl. Maurice was floored. He thought the price was insane, but this white salt was undeniably incredible stuff. For a second, he was in a real pickle. He wanted both the white salt and the pottery, but he didn't have that many people to trade. So he asked super carefully, "A chief of the Han tribe, can I trade?" "With something else. If it's something I can get, I will totally find a way to get it." Leo thought for a second and was like, "You know that's not impossible. Things like live plant eaters or delicious fruits. Roots and different kinds of nuts would work too." Maurice got hyped instantly. "What about chestnuts? Do they count? They're super delicious and they last for a long time." Before Leo could even... Hold up. This dude just jumps in. "Yo, Chief, our Han tribe's got chestnuts too, and low-key they're way more fire than whatever the Lee tribe was peddling. And OMG, you should have seen Maurice's face, it totally just deflated. Looking all sad and saggy like a popped balloon or something. Wait, they got chestnuts too, so they're just out here trading actual people." Leon's face scrunched up like he was totally sussing out Miles's crew. And then bam, the weapons they were holding totally caught his eye. For real, every single one of them was rocking 2 short spears with these gnarly bone tips and super straight handles. Leon snagged one to get a better look, and dude, the short spear felt crazy light and was smooth as heck. Even with no bark, it had this deep dark brown vibe. Suddenly, Leon was totally shook and hit Miles with a question like ASAP. "Yo, this tree, did it used to have like a light-colored bark? And did it pop out a bunch of green fruits with round seeds and have like 3 big pointy leaves?" Bro Miles was absolutely floored hearing this. Leon literally just described it to a T. But then he hit him with a warning. "Don't even think about eating that fruit. It's a one-way ticket to the afterlife. We had a guy from our tribe kick the bucket from it." The second Leon heard that, he knew. He just knew this was the one. "The tongue tree for real." Without missing a beat, he told Miles, "I bet. I want that tree. I'll trade you 1 whole tree for a fat bowl of that good white salt." Miles was like, "Huh, what do you even want with this poison tree? Is it seriously worth more than actual people?" And you could just see the gears turning in his head low-key, wondering if his tribe could get rich like the Han tribe if they figured out the secret. But Leon saw right through his shady vibe and just clapped back. "Listen up in this whole world. I'm the only one who knows the cheat code for this tree. In the hands of some rando who doesn't know what's up, it's basically just firewood." OMG Miles got called out so hard he just had to laugh it off all awkwardly. "So, how are we supposed to get it to you? Just chop it down or what?" Leon was like, "Nah, fam." He shook his head. "I need the little ones and they gotta be alive. You're gonna dig them up by the roots, keep some dirt on them, and then wrap them up in some animal hides. To get them to me. Oh, and I want those poison fruits from the trees too. Like, bring me as many as you can possibly carry." Wait, what? He wants the poison berries too. Miles was bugging. So he's thinking, "Oh, so you only want the trees for the poison fruit?" And he's like, "What are you even gonna do with that stuff?" Leon just laughed in his face. "Haha, don't you worry your pretty little head about it. Let's just say I want the fruit. You can totally choose not to bring them. But if you do that well, I'm just gonna have to roll up with my crew and let's just say we'll be collecting the fruit ourselves. So think real hard, dude. You wanna face my squad or you wanna bring me the fruit and get some sweet gear in return?" Miles backpedaled so fast it was hilarious. Of course, we'll bring the fruit for a trade for sure. But those trees are kinda a pain to move. Plus, I brought these 8 woe men with me. And I kinda need to trade them for something first, you know? And, okay, that was a legit problem. So Leon, quick on his feet, had someone bring out 2 long-handled bronze axes and 2 bronze shovels, and he even got another bowl of that white salt ready. Miles, who'd never seen tools this bougie before, was just staring and frowning. Chief Leon, what even are these things? Can't you just give me some pottery?" Instead, Leon just grabs the bronze shovel and axe and gives him a full-on live demo. "Check this out. With these 2 bad boys, you'll be digging up tons of those little trees like it's nothing. After that, you really think you'll still be worried about not having enough pottery and salt?" Miles was watching, totally freaking out on the inside. He could not believe the Han tribe was making gear this advanced. Dude did not waste a single second. He left the 8 girls there, grabbed the bronze shovel and axe, and bounced with his warriors. As soon as Miles and his crew were gone, Stuart was the first one to be like, "Aight, Chief Spill. What's the master plan with those trees and those poison fruits?" Leon just kinda chuckled and was like, "My dude, that's a tongue oil tree. You can't eat the fruit, it's nasty, but you can squeeze it and get oil. And this tongue oil is basically a super varnish for wood. It makes it waterproof, humidity-proof, and stops it from rotting. We can slap it on every wooden thing in the tribe. Every single house is gonna need a coat. Plus the tongue tree itself. Looks super pretty so we can plant them along the main road for some shade. But get this, tongue oil is also super flammable. We can use it as fire oil for offense and defense, you feel me? It's a major key strategic resource." So cut to the east side of the river. In this little clearing in the woods, Miles's crew decided not to jet back that night and just set up camp. Everyone was grabbing dry branches, getting a fire going, and roasting up some dried meat they had on them. And there's Miles just holding that new bronze axe that he just copped. Like, okay, Miles's tribe can't make stuff this sick, but they can trade some basically useless trees and fruits for it. Then he's thinking they could pull a Stuart and use the sweet gear they get to trade for people from other tribes. And before you know it, bam, wouldn't Miles's tribe be just as stacked as the Han tribe? The warriors around him didn't say a word, just nodded like a bunch of bobbleheads. Yeah, the chief's got a point. But plot twist. They had no idea Miles was playing 4D chess with a secret plan. For now, sure, they'd be the Han tribe's little helpers. But the second his tribe got strong enough to go toe-to-toe with them, he was gonna lead his people to completely take them over and jack all the secrets to making their awesome stuff. Then Miles's tribe would be the new top dogs. Anyway, fast forward to the next morning, Big Tree's squad was already getting close to 8 Treasures Mountain. The Han tribe was on a mission for quicklime, so they had to keep it moving. And the 4 dudes Big Tree left to watch the boat weren't just chilling either. They were out by the little river hunting wild rabbits to bring back some fresh genes for the Han tribe's bunny farm. Meanwhile, somewhere else, that massive crew led by Stuart was still on their super tough trek. The whole squad, like over 1,000 people, was finally getting out of the forest. They'd just made it through the Dream Valley area. All the little kids under 5 years old had to be carried. And get this, most of the pregnant women in the group didn't even have shoes on. It was rough out there for real. OMG, these poor people were rocking grass shoes. Can you even imagine? Their feet were a total mess, like actually bleeding. And not to be a downer, but some of the weaker folks didn't even make it. So tragic. But everyone else was pushing through, you know. They were all just dreaming of a place to crash and finally chill. Okay, so while all that drama was going down back at the Han tribe, our boy Logan was in total boss mode, leading the construction crew to build some new cribs. And get this, after just 1 day of practice, the 14 stoneworkers were already like total pros. In just 2 days, and bam, they had a wall that was 2.5 meters high. That's insane. They were thinking, okay, 1 more day and the roof is on. But the inside stuff was a whole other story due to that complicated stove design especially. The round stove, which was a total nightmare to build seriously. The whole project was crawling. So anyway, fast forward to like midnight. Logan is totally passed out in his hut snuggling with Lily, so cute, right? When all of a sudden the night watch guy starts screaming, "Chief, get up, dude! There's like 200 people out here and their leader is literally riding a rhino." Logan's brain went asterisk ding asterisk. It had to be Fabian and his crew. He jumped up and bolted outside for real. The second he hits the main square, he sees this massive sea of glowing torches. So epic. And of course his furry sidekicks Meatball and Ash were right on his tail. For the last few days, those 2 goofballs had been helping dig the new river channel. And with Logan being Mr. Busy Builder, he hadn't really kicked it with them lately. So back in the square, Stone and Fabian are front and center with Fabian's pet rhino just chilling next to them. Like what, and behind? Then were a couple of moms with little kids, and then this massive crowd of like way more than 200 people. About 50 of them were from Fabian's original squad. Fabian gives Logan this super respectful, "What's up?" "Han, Chief, my dude, I brought the peeps just like I said." Logan's squinting at this huge shadowy crowd, probably thinking, "Why are y'all showing up at my door in the middle of the night?" Fabian just laughs and goes, "So funny story." "And we were super close, and everyone was so hyped to get here, they literally skipped dinner just to keep going." Logan totally saw through that, like, yeah, right, you just wanted a free meal, but he played it cool and didn't call him out on it. He just set them up in the caves for now, and told Stone to whip up some grub. The second the group walks into the fenced courtyard, they're hit with the sight of these massive blazing bonfires. And OMG, the spread. They had bison camels, some freaky-looking long-nosed things on 4 legs, and just piles of stone bowls and clay pots. Seeing all this loot, the new people started whispering to each other. But honestly, they weren't even that shook. 'Cause Fabian had already spilled all the tea about the Han tribe. So by the fire, warriors are bringing out pots and bowls, filling them with water, throwing more wood on the fire, and getting some salted meat ready. Some of the women Fabian brought from back near the cliffs were there too. One of the older girls gets all excited and whispers to this woman, "OMG, they're actually feeding us meat. Does this mean we get to stay, like, for real?" The woman was like, "Listen, we hit the jackpot here, so tell the little ones to be on their best behavior. We can't be messing this up and ticking off the chief." The girl was like, "Got it," nodding her head obediently. But her eyes were totally locked on that pot of food, and she was literally drooling. Meanwhile, Logan and Fabian are having their own little bonfire sesh, chowing down on some spicy grilled meat. Fabian's looking around, and then he's like, "Yo, Chief Han, where's that ox cart thingy?" And Logan's just like, "Oh, that we sent it out on a job. We've only got one, my dude couldn't have it just sitting here collecting dust waiting for you. If you're desperate, it'll be back in like 3 or 4 days. But if you can chill for a bit, I'll get my crew to build you a brand new one. It'll for sure be ready before next month." Fabian thinks about it for a hot second and is like, "You know what, I'll take a new one. But it has to be a perfect copy, okay?" Logan just nods, "Bet. So for the next couple of days, you just gonna hang out here or what?" Fabian was totally planning to just vibe and rest, but then he remembered his tribe still had a few dozen people left at the old camp. So he quickly blurts out, "Oh, and they'll handle their own food, don't worry." So yeah, the night ends, new day, who dis. And thanks to the insane effort of hundreds of people and their animals, the river digging crew had dug out almost 750 meters of the river channel about a meter deep. Sheesh, construction was popping off too. They were planning to get the walls high enough for the roof throw in the beams and start on the tiles like today. Once this group of builders totally got the hang of it, they could make the construction team even bigger. So first thing the next morning, Fabian rolls up on Logan. Yo, Chief, so while I'm waiting on that cart, I was thinking I could do some work, maybe trade for some of that sick pottery and that fancy white salt you guys have. Logan thinks for a sec and is like, you're back on farm duty. Go help Lily plant some hemp. Then he took Fabian to go check out the newbies who showed up last night. After that little tour, Logan had someone escort Fabian to the fields. So picture this: by the wall near the caves, 153 of the new folks are just standing there looking like a total mess. And just super grimy. Logan gives the whole crowd this intense, sharp look. Nobody, and I mean nobody, dared to look him in the eye. A couple of scared little kids were even hiding behind their parents. But there was this one teen, whose arm was kind of swollen and red, and he totally caught Logan's attention. This kid was staring right back at Logan like zero fear in his eyes. Just this low-key, fiery vibe. Intense. So Logan points him out and asks Fabian, "Okay, Spill, who's that kid? And what's the deal with his arm?" Fabian just sighs like he's so over it. That one. He's a real piece of work. Name's G. He jacked up his shoulder last spring, picking a fight with his own chief. When Logan heard that, he got this little smirk on his face. He's thinking, okay, this kid has some spice. Yo, a young guy with a busted-up red arm was just locking eyes with him, not even flinching. You could see he had this secret fire, this burning passion inside. He pointed right at the kid and was like, all right, who's this guy and what happened to his arm? Fabian lets out this massive sigh like he's exhausted just thinking about it. That one, he's a total pain in my butt. They call him G. So get this, his arm got wrecked last spring, because he tried to throw down with his own chief. And after that, boom, kicked out of his own tribe. Leo's just listening to this, smirking like this kid's got some drama. Seemed like he had a story, you know? The new guy was totally checking Leo out, trying to figure out his deal. He was like, how is this massive tribe run by some kid? If his arm wasn't so jacked up, he 100% would have challenged him for the spot. So Leo just strolls up and grabs his shoulder like right on the ouchie spot. It looked dislocated for sure, but not totally useless. Kai literally yelped from the pain and tried to back up. But Leo hit him with the, if you don't want to get unalived, then you better stand still. He gave him this major death glare, which totally made Kai jump out of his skin. He was probably thinking, wait, does this kid know some kind of freaky healing magic? But after that, he didn't move a muscle. With his arm all messed up, he was desperate enough to try anything to get it fixed. So Leo uses his left hand to grip the guy's wrist and gives it a hard yank while his other hand grabs his elbow. Then bam, the hand on his arm shoves it upward. Bruh, he was in so much pain his eyes were practically bugging out, but he just clenched his jaw and didn't make a peep. Total badass. But then you hear this gnarly asterisk pop asterisk as the joint slides back in, and all of a sudden the pain in his shoulder just like vanished. Immediately he starts trying to wiggle his right arm. I mean, it still hurt like heck, but the arm that was basically a dead fish a second ago could actually twitch. He was so shook he slapped his right hand over his chest and gave Leo this super deep respectful bow. The whole vibe changed to like major respect. Leo just pats his shoulder all chill and is like, hey, don't go crazy with that arm for a few days. Then finds a rope to hook him up with a sling. So his arm is all set. But the second everyone else sees that Leo is basically a doctor, the whole crowd starts buzzing. All the people with old problems were like, OMG me next. And this little girl is screaming, leader, you gotta check my grandma's eyes. She can't see anything at all. This sweet little girl with the most innocent face raises her tiny hand, just shouting over and over. The grandma immediately slaps a hand over the kid's mouth, telling her to shut it before the chief gets ticked off and gives them the boot. Leo's just watching this whole soap opera unfold like for real and slowly walks over to them. The grandma still had her creepy, milky white eyes wide open, just staring into space. He didn't even have to check to know what was up total cataracts. And from the looks of it, she'd had him for a hot minute. Yeah, this was a problem Leo definitely couldn't fix. The only medical tea Leo had was the basic first aid stuff he learned back in the special forces in his past life. Meanwhile, the little girl who's still being muffled by her grandma is just staring at Leo with these big teary eyes. Her look was just pure hope. Leo pats the kid's head, then turns and tells Darius to be the bearer of bad news. Look, tell her it's been way too long, it's a lost cause, but I'm not gonna kick them out. All the women who'd heard this were like, oh, thank you, thank you. The little girl, though, just started bawling. Watching that, even Leo felt a little weird inside. So he went and checked on everyone else, one by one. So out of these 150 people, over 100 of them were dudes. The rest were all old folks. Their tribes ditched women who couldn't have babies and also a few little girls. And of the guys, over 70 were injured or disabled. The rest were all healthy young dudes. Next up, his way of assigning chores was also super simple. All the women, you're on rice field expansion. The kids stay in the village and don't get into trouble. And the disabled guys who couldn't really get around, you guys are making bricks. The brick-making gig was a sit-down job, so as long as their hands worked, they were good. The guys with messed up limbs got put on cattle duty, in charge of hauling bricks between the kiln and the town. All the uninjured dudes were used to beef up the construction team. After all the jobs were handed out, every single person had something to do. Even the little girls started picking grass to feed the rabbits without being asked. The grandma with the cataracts went to help Willow holding the camels steady, and at the same time she could watch her granddaughter near the animal pens. After getting all the newbies settled, Darius was ready to lead a few of his boys out to go hunting. But they were way too scared to sneak onto the Han clan's hunting grounds to poach their dinner. With literally no other choice, Darius had to go bother Leo again. At this point, Leo was busy organizing the rice team, and also messing around with building some four-wheeled ox carts. He totally read the room and told Darius to go try his luck on the other side of the territory. That spot wasn't the official hunting ground of the Han clan, so he could go nuts over there. Honestly, Leo had his own secret plan. In his mind, Darius's crew was like a bunch of explorers always running off to weird new places. Leo also kind of wanted him to scout out the situation on the other side for him. And sure enough, Darius was all over it. He heard Leo and immediately rounded up a few guys super hyped to go. As for the other women and kids from Darius's clan, they all stayed with the Han clan to help clear out the jute fields. They were working their butts off in exchange for some of that good white salt. The Han clan folks also, the whole squad was on their grind for real. It was crunch time the last day to get these walls up, and OMG, the roofing had to be done. But like Leo was on it a total boss. And get this, they actually finished all 4 roofs just as the sun was like directly overhead. But the new roofs were still wet, so they couldn't throw the thatch on yet. So Leo totally switched it up. He split the 20-person construction crew into 4 teams. Then he threw in 7 of the new native peeps with each team. The OGs were basically showing the newbies the ropes starting from the ground up, and they were literally building 4 houses at the same time. It was wild, and anyone not on that just kept digging more foundations. Oh, and they still had to get all that thatch and grass ready. So Leo grabs like 10 squads of the ladies for the harvest. He gives them the quick how-to, and then he's like, "Aight, you got this," and just bounced. By the time all that was handled, it was already late afternoon. He finally got a sec to dip out and check on the rice fields. And girl, it had been almost 50 days since they planted, and the whole place was just this crazy vibrant green. It was a whole vibe. He was probably thinking, soon this is going to be a whole ocean of gold, and they were going to have so much rice they wouldn't even know what to do with it. Just the thought had my boy Leo hyped AF. And then out of nowhere, he hears someone yelling from back at the settlement, and it's Lily. So Leo books it over to her like, "Yo, what's the tea?" And Lily is just buzzing, telling Leo all about it. So apparently she'd spent the last few days shearing alpacas and had a whole mountain of wool enough to make a big piece of fabric. She was like ready to go asterisk right now asterisk. But Leo remembered how they used to weave. And it was no cap terrible. Super slow, and the cloth came out so wholly it looked like a fishing net. I'm not even kidding. And with the Han tribe being so massive now, if they kept doing it that way, everyone would be running around in their birthday suits forever. So Leo's like, "Chill, Lily. Grab your girls and go wash the alpaca wool first." He just dropped this bomb that in a few days he'd show her a totally new way to weave cloth. Lily's looking at him like he's grown a second head, because she's never heard of anything so magical. She totally gave him the side eye like, "Yeah, right," before she bounced to get ready for her big weaving project. Meanwhile, Leo's over here digging deep in his brain, trying to remember the structure of those spinning wheels and looms he saw in some history museum back in his old life. Next thing you know, it's nighttime campfires are popping up all over the place. And you could smell that amazing fish soup wafting from the pots. Then Falk and his crew roll back in from their hunt, and they brought a musk deer. It's like this deer-looking thing, but with 2 long fangs. It's wild. Not huge, but definitely enough food for the whole tribe for the night. So Falk strolls up to Leo all smiles. He sits down and is like, "Chief, that bridge y'all built is straight fire. I'm hoping we can use it to cross the river like all the time. What do you say?" "Bet. Y'all can cross over to the east side whenever you want now. And hey, if you run into any new tribes, you can trade for some cool stuff, and when you get back, you can trade with me too. That's lit. As soon as this ox cart is done, we'll dip over to the east side and see what's up." After that, he was all cheerful and bounced. The night got darker and most of the tribe was passed out dreaming, but my boy Leo's mind was still racing. He was totally obsessing over how to spin yarn. He's over there sketching on some animal skin with a charcoal pencil. The next morning, he hands the blueprint to Woody, and then Leo breaks it all down for them, like all the important deets for building it. All the parts and designs were right there. They just had to follow the drawing. Even Timber, who's usually super quiet, had to ask like, "Elder, what even is this thing, another cart?" And Leo just laughs. "Haha, nah, this ain't a cart. It's a tool for twisting. Thread. You can use it for wool and hemp. And with this bad boy, you won't have to use your hands to twist it anymore." Bro, the guys were totally shook when they heard that. Without using your hands, you could still twist it automatically. They were thinking this thing was basically a cheat code. The carpenters started whispering to each other, all hyped, and their respect for the elder just went through the roof. The carpentry team was grinding all morning long. Since it was their first time building one, it wasn't going super fast. You know, they only got the main frame done by noon. Then at midday, everyone just took a quick break. But get this, because the Han tribe blew up so much nobody even eats lunch anymore. It's crazy. They're probably gonna have to wait till the second harvest in the fall when the rice is ready for things to get better. But the amount of rice they can even plant for that depends on how fast they can make new patties. And that canal digging squad of a few hundred people had been going hard for over a week straight. The canal was already like 8 feet deep. Compared to the first one they dug, they were moving at lightning speed. It was mostly 'cause of all the new people. Plus, they had dozens of those wild oxen helping out. So after that quick break, some of the carpenters got right back on the grind. And just as Leo was tweaking the last set of gears, some dude from the pottery team comes sprinting over, totally freaking out with excitement. He's like, "Elder, our wooden boat is..." "Right, I'm back, and get this. They hauled back a whole boat of limestone and more than 10 rabbits. So what's the plan?" Leo just pops up, strolls over to the river, and starts bossing everyone around. "First off, get someone to toss the rabbits in the pen. The boat got tugged into the water channel. Bet I'll find someone to get on that right now." So this one dude just takes off running, no questions asked. 2 minutes later, Leo's at the ice channel to meet the boat. The 4 young dudes steering it immediately hop onto the shore to say what's up to Leo. Leo gives them all a friendly pat on the shoulder like, "Y'all went hard for real, and you still gotta bounce after unloading. Check if you're missing anything. Just go hit up the elder and grab whatever you need." "Thanks, Chief. We're gonna go get our stuff." Leo just nods and tells some other guy to go get Lou and to bring a crew to unload the boat. "Chief, what's the deal with this lime powder?" Lou comes sprinting over, all curious. "Oh, this is for building houses. You mix this stuff with water.
And boom, you got mortar. The houses are gonna be way tougher than with that basic clay, and they'll be waterproof too."
Then Leo, like a magician, finds 2 ox carts and a little hand cart. "Haul all this limestone over to the stone wall. Once it's all moved, I'll teach you how to build a sick new kiln." "Say less, Chief." Lou took the orders and dipped. The whole tribe was back on their grind, and Leo bounced back to the carpenters. It was crunch time, the final assembly of the carting machine. Once all the shafts and spinny parts were locked in, Leo plopped down to test out the pedals. Okay, so it was a little loud, but whatever, no biggie. A little grease would totally fix that. And just like that, the carting machine was done. And somehow it was already 5 in the afternoon. But hey, it wasn't dark yet, so Leo immediately hits 2 people with the new mission: make another one of these chairs. After a super quick rundown, the carpenters were already on it. Then Leo drops this knowledge bomb that if you make it bigger, it's called a table. And in the future, every single house is gonna need tables and chairs. Woody was kinda shook, for real, we gotta make that many? Yep. Every single person in our tribe needs at least 1 chair, and each house needs at least 1 dinner table. And 2 tables that are a little lower. When it gets freezing in the winter, you can just chill on the heated bed to eat or write, and the ladies can sit on the bed for sewing. They're super versatile for real. We can just whip them up little by little once the city's built. After dropping that knowledge bomb, Leo just grabs the chair and gave a nod for 2 tribesmen to carry the machine and follow him right to the front door of his and Lily's cottage. He stopped there, leaving the machine outside for a hot second. Tomorrow, they could build a little shed for it and find it a forever home. So Lily had just finished washing Bluebell's fleece, right? And she sees Leo dragging this weird-looking contraption back and totally runs over to see what in the world it was. Leo puts the chair right in front of the machine, pulls Lily down to sit, and tells her to put her feet on the 2 pedals and just start pumping. And Lily immediately lets out this huge gasp "Whoa, why is this thing spinning? It's going so fast." Leo, all hyped up, bolts to the drying area and brings back a massive basket of dried goat wool for Lily. And get this, Leo was even more buzzing than Lily was. This was the machine's big debut. If this thing worked, it wouldn't be long before my man would finally have some underwear to wear. So Leo's patiently standing behind her, walking her through it step by step. And when Lily sees this messy fluff ball of wool turn into perfect finger-thick yarn after just a couple of pumps, girl, you gotta understand, doing that much wool before would have taken legit ages. Even pretend to be calm. She just straight up planted a kiss right on your face. At this point, she had absolutely 0 doubts about what you'd said, that you could actually make cloth without using your hands. But you knew this was just level 1. Tomorrow, you still had to whip up a spinning wheel. The very next morning, the sun's barely up and Lily's already awake and ready to grind. Ever since trying that carding machine last night, she was literally counting the seconds for the sun to come up. When you finally rolled out of bed, Lily was already making that carding machine sing. She had a rattan basket under the chute, and it was already half full of yarn. Seeing how stoked she was and so dead set on making cloth, you just had to shake your head and laugh as you headed to the carpenters. Looked like you were stuck playing carpenter for the next few days. On top of the spinning wheel, you also had to build a loom. The spinning wheel wasn't even that hard, to be honest. In your past life, tons of old-timers in the country could make one. All you really needed was an old bike wheel, and you could totally MacGyver one. Using what you learned from making the carding machine yesterday, this time you designed a single spindle spinning wheel that was also pedal-powered. Just like last time, you sketched out the blueprints on a piece of animal hide and handed it over to Woody. You just stood there calling the shots, ready to lead the final assembly. And while you guys were busy cooking, OMG, not even a second to breathe, and this chick from the river comes sprinting over with the hot goss. She's like, "The Lee tribe's pulling up again. They're dragging 2 whole trees, and a squad of their ladies are carrying baskets. So do we let them in or what?" And Leo's just like, "Yeah, let them pass, but have a crew of warriors shadow them straight to the other side of town." "Bet, Chief." And boom, the fisher lady was on it and dipped. Leo, of course, drops everything he's doing and jets back to the city. You know he's got to handle this trade personally. So on his way, Leo tells his boys to grab a bunch of huge wooden barrels for the pine nuts. He'd already hashed out the deal with the Lee tribe's head honcho, one full barrel of pine nuts for a big old bowl of that good white salt. Mason Lee was already posted up in the city, and the second he spots Leo, he runs over to say what's up. As Leo gives him the nod back, he strolls over to the Lee tribe peeps to check out their haul. Okay, so get this, 2 little trees maybe as thick as a dude's arm and around 13 to 16 feet tall, with these super straight trunks covered in this smooth, gray bark. Their tops were all oval-shaped and looked totally wild, like no one even touched them. The branches had 3 big pointy leaves each, so it was super obvious they were pine trees. Duh. The baskets the women plop on the ground were stuffed to the brim with shelled pine nuts. Each little nut was about the size of 2 soybeans. Everything looks legit. All right, let's make this trade happen. At Leo's word, Mason Lee immediately gets his people to start dumping the pine nuts into the big wooden barrels. As they emptied out all their pine nuts, all 20 of them only managed to fill up 7.5 barrels, and the 8th one was barely over halfway full. Leo gives it a quick look. You know his brain is already running the numbers. Aight, so you brought 2 trees and a little less than 8 barrels of nuts. That'll get you 9.5 bowls of salt. So what's the move? You want it all in white salt, or are you trying to trade for some pottery too? For the pottery, 1 full barrel of nuts gets you 1 clay pot or 2 clay bowls. Mason Lee is like full-on concentration mode, counting on his fingers. Bro, it was simple math, like up to 10. He's got his brow all scrunched up, mumbling, okay, we need 4 bowls of white salt, 5 clay pots, and 2 of the smaller bowls too. Can we swing that? As he says this, he whips out this long snakeskin pouch from his belt and hands it to Leo. Dude totally had it ready to go. Leo just nods, like, indicating it was no problem, and right away gets one of his guys to measure out the salt right there in front of Mason Lee. Chief Leo, you still gonna need more of these nuts and trees? For real, we need both the nuts and the trees. We'll take as many as you can bring. Hearing that, Mason Lee lets out this huge sigh of relief. That's clutch. In a few days, we'll slide through with another drop. And with that, he and his whole crew bounced. Leo immediately dipped over to the main road they were planning out in the settlement, found 2 spots for the trees, and ordered his dudes to dig holes and plant them. The 7+ barrels of nuts got tossed into storage for now, cause Homeboy did not have time to press them for oil. It was way more important to finish that spinning machine he was working on. But literally the second he gets back to the carpentry team, a tribesman runs up with some major news. Ryder was about to arrive. So at that exact moment, Leo had just gotten back to the workshop, all set to finally put the finishing touches on the spinning machine. Then out of nowhere, this dude comes running in with some insane news. Ryder's leading the Han tribe's war party back, and get this, they're only like half a day's journey away. This was a message from a scout who booked it ahead of the group. A minute later, they bring in this warrior Tyson to see Leo. He drops to one knee, does the whole warrior salute thing, and then starts spilling the tea on what went down with the Fire Tribe raid. He explained that on the trip back out of the more than 1,200 women and kids they snagged, about 40 to 50 of them didn't make it, and most of them were pregnant women. Oof! Leo's face gets all serious when he hears that. After thinking for a sec, he tells Tyson to run back with a message for the main crew. He was like, tell them not to rush, just get back to the settlement before the sun dips. After Tyson took off, Leo summoned the elder and the shaman to tell the gathering team to get ready for all the new peeps with a standard of 10 people per hut. That meant they had to throw up 120 new grass huts around the old neighborhood. The women on that job got to work immediately. If they ran low on supplies, they were told to just use whatever else they could find. In like no time at all, the entire area was buzzing like a beehive. Meanwhile, Leo rushed back to the carpentry team to keep grinding on the spinning machine. The guys had their jobs all laid out and everyone was working non-stop. Once the spinning machine was finally put together, Leo told Woody and a couple other dudes to crank out some more stools and as many spindles as they possibly could. Then he dragged the finished spinning machine over to where Lily was. Lily was totally in the zone, using the carding machine to process a massive pile of wool. When she saw Leo hauling over the new spinning machine, her eyes totally lit up. He just smiled, set the machine down, and like a total pro got it started just by twisting a little bit of fiber. So Logan, being a total sweetheart, was super patient, showing her the ropes, like how to thread the needle and get all the threads connected. And get this, Lily's a freaking genius, and nailed it on her first try just watching the spinning machine come to life. She was so hyped, she literally started dancing around dying to weave some wool, but she had no clue when Logan was going to finish the actual loom. He just patted her head with a grin and was like, yo, the loom's going to take a few more days, but I promise it'll be done before those 30+ skinny camels get their fresh fades. Right on cue, Caden and his squad rolled up to the tribe. Caden, Fang, and Blade stepped up to Logan to give him the rundown. Logan looked super stoked to see them and walked right over. He helped the guys up, told them to go chill out, then hollered for Fang and told him to get a massive feast going for that night. Oh yeah, they were about to throw a huge rager for sure. So when night hit, the Sun Tribe's camp was lit literally by all the campfires. The OGs and the newbies were all hanging out laughing and spilling the tea while chowing down. I'm talking fish and some bomb meat soup on the table. Seeing all this, the newcomers to the Sun Tribe just started bawling, totally hit with that "we survived" feeling. They knew like deep down that they'd picked the right crew this time. Just then, Flynn gets back from his hunt and is like, "Whoa, why is it so lit in here?" The whole place seemed way more packed. He was totally buggin', so he pulled some dude aside to get the scoop. That's when he found out the whole fire tribe had joined them. While he was still processing that, he suddenly saw Blade was right there in the mix and his eyes got huge like, "Bro, what are you even doing here? I thought you said you were gonna flake?" Then Blade just puts down his bowl, wipes his mouth, and hits him with this massive grin. I was kinda just following the fire tribe peeps when I ran into them. The Sun Tribe chief helped me get my payback, so now I'm rolling with them. Never would have guessed, right? The tribe you were talking about was the Sun Tribe bro. If I'd known, I would have said yes ages ago. Flynn was just stunned, like totally speechless for a hot minute before he finally snapped out of it and walked over to Logan. "Yo, congrats, man. The Sun Tribe is seriously blowing up." Logan just smiled and nodded, then started chopping it up with Flynn. They started talking about the ox carts. "So the carts are all good to go, but you guys gotta figure out the canopies yourselves. Animal hides, thatched roofs, whatever works." Flynn quickly waved his hand like, "No problem as long as the carts are as sick as the last one who even cares about a roof." Then Logan's whole vibe changed as he gave Flynn a new mission. "I know there are a ton of those horned plant eaters east of the river. If you can lock down their location, report back to me. Also, if it's possible, I want to get my hands on some of their horns and sinew. Bring back the hides too. Oh, and find some edible plants like vine fruit stuff with big leaves on the ground, or any of those edible root things. That'd be clutch. Best case scenario, you bring back the whole living plant, like dig up all the roots, or at least snag the seeds." Flynn looked stressed after hearing all that. "The plants are easy, but those horned beasts? Even if I find them, I can't drag them back. I guess I can only find out where they are and let you know." Logan just patted his shoulder and was like, "Not necessarily. What if you run into a tribe that raises wild animals? You could try to trade with them. Isn't that the nomad tribe's whole deal?" Hearing this was like a total mind-blown moment for Flynn. "That's a thought, but I'm low-key scared they won't want our stuff." Logan just smirked. "Don't even sweat that. When you head out, I'm gonna give you a bag of white salt. Consider it payment for helping me with the fields. You can use the rest for trading, but for real if you dare to take the salt. And bounce, I will 100% send all my warriors to mess up your entire nomad tribe. And you know I've got that kind of power." Flynn was shook like, "No way, dude. How could I? Our two tribes are gonna be besties forever, you can bet on that. With this white salt, I'll def trade for some dope stuff for you. We're rolling out tomorrow morning." Logan nodded, totally satisfied. The next morning at the crack of dawn, Flynn led his crew toward the east bank of the little river. And get this, Flynn was riding a frickin' horned deer. He was at the front of the line, followed by ox carts loaded with a bunch of clay pots and bowls, plus 2 huge wooden barrels full of water and that precious white salt. By noon, the sun was absolutely scorching. The rice paddies were in their full-on growth spurt, and you could see the rice plants getting bigger every single day. They went from being about 1 foot tall to knee-high and in like 2 or 3 weeks. Those plants were going to be taller than a person. I mean, this OG wild rice grows to like 6.5 feet tall, which is wild. Meanwhile, Logan was geeking out with a charcoal pencil drawing the whole structure and all the parts of the loom onto an animal hide. His big idea was to make the loom a standard household item, so it couldn't be some giant monstrosity. In the end, he decided on a high-legged loom design. The blueprint on the hide got passed to the carpenters to make the parts. Finally, Leo led the crew through putting it all together. And Lily? So get this, Lily's just chilling in the shade of the pavilion, kicking off her daily spinning grind. And in her little workshop, she's got those 2 pregnant ladies they brought back from the fire tribe. They're officially Lily's new apprentices, now learning the ropes right beside her. But honestly, you gotta pour one out for the more than 30 llamas in the pen, who are getting a full-on buzz cut one by one in exchange. All for these super fancy rolls of brown wool yarn. So anyway, today was a whole other thing. After literally hundreds of people put in the work, the return river was almost ready to go. Today was the day they were gonna smash that final barrier and let the water just flood into the return river. This time, though, Leo totally kept his hands clean, letting the young guns from the Wolf Clan and the Jackal Clan finish the job. With dozens of people tag-teaming it, they just kept chipping away at that wall between the river channel and the little stream. When there was only about 16 inches left, the loose dirt on top just couldn't handle the pressure and straight up caved. The return river finally has water, and the first thing Leo does is drop a new rule from now on: all bathing and laundry has to be done in the return river. That northern channel is now for drinking water only, period. Anyone who breaks the rule gets their food rations cut for a day. The clan was kind of like, huh, but nobody dared to argue. They just have this blind faith that their chief is never wrong. So now that the river's done, the brick-making saga is still going. All the clay they dug up has been molded into a mountain of unbaked bricks and tiles. They're all stacked up perfectly under these little thatched roofs, just waiting to hit the kiln. But here's the tea: firing bricks doesn't take a huge crew. So the hundreds of people who were just digging the river were suddenly out of a job, all just staring at Leo, waiting for the next big quest. Leo thinks for a hot sec and realizes the most clutch thing to do now is build houses, like enough cribs for all 3 districts, which is about 300 households. Gotta get homes for the more than 2,000 people in the Han clan. You know, as he's mulling it over, a whole blueprint starts forming in his head about how to build up the central district. Originally, he was gonna make the whole middle area a giant plaza, but paving all that just felt like a major waste. A huge square spot, 120 yards on each side. Basically the size of 2 whole soccer fields could totally spare a little corner for public buildings. Like, for instance, a school. And his own private pad. Leo's thinking of building his house right on the school grounds, cause space is tight, and he's gotta be a little savvy with it. And speaking of saving space, modern architecture, with all its different floors, gave him a major light bulb moment. His own house has to be at least a little 3-story building. It's the only way to match his chief vibe. The plan was super simple, the area of that 120-yard square would be split right down the middle north-south style. The north part is the school, the south part is the plaza, and right where they meet in the middle, they'll stick a flagpole for what's now the clan flag, but later is gonna be the national flag. Ooh, the drama. At the very top edge of the central district dead center, that's where Leo's house will be. It's planned to be over 3 stories tall, and no way in heck can it be shorter than the classroom buildings. LOL. With his house as the centerpiece, there'll be classroom buildings flanking it, 2 on the east and 2 on the west. These 4 buildings are set to hold 3,600 students, which is enough for the population cap of this whole district. The district can hold about 5,000 people max, so these 4 buildings are way more than enough for all the kids to go to school at the same time. In the near future, they probably won't even have enough students to fill them, maybe even leaving a few floors totally empty. And those empty floors, they could be a library to store all the big brain knowledge Leo's gonna leave for them. Once the planning was a done deal, he started dishing out new jobs to the crew that just finished the river. Every single one of them got assigned to the home construction team. The original construction crew, which Leo had personally trained, was just 20 people split into 4 groups of 5. After Jude sent over a few new recruits, each group was rocking over a dozen people. Back then, they could build 4 houses at once, but now those 4 groups got split into 20 smaller crews. The OG members of the construction team got an instant promotion to group leaders. Each new squad was built around a leader, plus the new guys who had already helped build one house. The clansmen who were fresh off the river project got thrown into these groups as extra muscle. I mean, they had 0 experience building houses, so they had to start with the basic stuff like laying foundations and putting up walls. The construction team, after this whole reorganization, had leveled up to a massive scale of 20 groups, with each group having no less than 20 people. They had everyone from masons to mortar mixers, brick carriers, and even master bricklayers for doing tiles and corners. Even though some of them were still a bit clumsy, they were learning crazy fast, cause you only get good by actually doing it. From that day on, the Han clan went into a major building boom with residential areas popping up at a rate of 20 houses at a time. The whole tribe was a wild, busy scene with everyone grinding for the glow-up. A week went by, in the blink of an eye, and the rice in the fields was already chest-high. From a distance, it looked like a literal sea of green. The peanuts next to the rice paddies were also popping off, and even though you couldn't see them underground, the leaves on top were looking ridiculously lush. The chili peppers were already covered in these pure white flowers, which means they could probably be eating fresh peppers in just a few more weeks. At the same time, the crew over at Gemstone Mountain was not playing around. This week they shipped back like 2 whole boatloads of limestone plus dozens of rabbits. And get this, the lime crew totally crushed it and fired up a fresh batch of lime. So when Leo saw all this, he was straight up ecstatic. He knew that with a little water, this quicklime would turn into the perfect stuff for building, and once you slapped it on the cracks, it would lock those bricks together totally waterproof. And once they had a bunch of it, they could even paint the inside walls with it, making them super white, which would make the rooms way brighter. So in the last couple of days, the Lat tribe from across the river rolled through to trade 2 more times and to make things easier. Leo had told him before to just chop the tops off the tung oil trees, and this time, they actually listened. The Lat tribe brought way more trees, like 4 or 5 each time they came. But check it this time, they weren't just after a boatload of white salt. Nah, they were eyeing up the useful stuff like pottery bowls and even those big old water jugs. So after Mark got a taste of how awesome that bronze axe was, he was fiending for more bronze tools. Like seriously obsessed. So he hit up Leo all hopeful and stuff, and asked to trade for one. But Leo had to shut him down. I mean, come on, having those tools is what kept his tribe on top of their game. Like the kings of the jungle, you know? That stuff was their secret sauce. So when Leo said no, Mark just dropped it and bounced with his crew. Anyway, while all that was happening, back with the tribe's projects, they hit a wall trying to process that tung oil. Leo knew this oil was a huge deal. It was perfect for protecting all their wooden stuff and even down the line. It was going to be a key ingredient for some next-level tech. But to get the oil out, you had to cook it super hot. And the tribe's big problem right now was they didn't have a pot massive enough to do it in bulk. Leo was so bummed he just sighed and put the whole tung oil thing on the back burner, thinking he'd for sure have to make a bunch of custom bronze pots later. But then out of nowhere, Woody runs up all hyped and tells Leo, "The loom is done. We just need you to put it together." Leo was so pumped. He totally booked it over to the carpentry crew. Following the plans he'd already sketched out on some animal hide, It took him less than 2 hours to build the first ever loom in history. Like ever. After that, he got a few of the buff dudes to help him carefully haul the machine up to the windy hill where Lily always works. And girl, this was a whole parade. It totally caught everyone's attention. Like all the kids and the women working nearby were staring. Lily saw all the commotion and couldn't just sit there. She was like, no way did you actually make that magic weaving machine. Leo was dying to test it out and show Lily how it works at the same time. So once it was all ready, he grabbed the stool that Lily normally uses, plopped down in front of the loom, put his feet on the pedals, and gave him a little push. The ropes pulled on this frame thingy, and it made the two different sets of threads. Like the odd and even ones totally split apart. That sudden move had Lily completely hooked. She was like, whoa, so you don't have to lift the threads by hand anymore. But Leo didn't even answer. He was totally in the zone with the loom. The two pedals under his feet were going back and forth, making the frame guide the two sets of threads up and down like they were dancing or something. They were opening, closing, and opening again super fast. The rhythm was like some old school beat. He gave this other part a smooth push and pull, and then he grabbed this wooden shuttle thing from the side. It was about 1 foot long and 2 fingers wide, stuck it in the gap between the threads and just yeeted it to the left. That waxed shuttle just flew right through the threads smooth as butter. His left hand caught it perfectly on the other side. Then bam, his right hand yanked the beater back. And the cross thread got smashed tight, locking in perfectly with the other threads. He switched pedals, odd threads down, even threads up, changing layers like a boss, and his left hand chucked the shuttle to the right. His right hand snatched it. His left hand pulled the beater. And just like that, a whole weaving loop was done, easy peasy. All the women around were just staring at this insane machine. Like their eyes were bugging out, totally amazed. But for most of them, it was just like, ooh, neat. But Lily, oh my god, Lily, who had actually woven that rough cloth by hand, was literally shook to her core. She knew what a total grind weaving used to be for the tribe. Those 2 steps Leo just did back in the day, just the part where you lift the threads up and down, would have taken like 100 breaths. We're talking several minutes, but Leo just did it in less than 3. The speed difference was absolutely bonkers. And get this, that wasn't even the best part. Just like Leo promised, this loom wasn't just fast, it could also make way wider cloth and could just keep on cranking out these super long sheets of fabric. Lily looked at the loom, which was over 3 feet wide, then looked up at this huge roll with dozens of meters of thread, and you could just see this fire light up in her eyes. A literal fire. She was just like shook, wondering what her mom would even do if she saw this absolute unit. Right then, Lily was just staring at this loom, which was like over 3 feet wide. A fire was seriously blazing in her heart, and she was completely hooked. If her mom saw this machine, what would she even do? All around them, the whole tribe gathered to watch, totally buzzing with curiosity. They were all just in awe of the chief who built this thing. Their hearts were bursting with respect and major gratitude. Then all of a sudden, Lily looks up at Leo and was like, super softly, Chief, after I finish weaving this wool, can you like take me back to the Weaver tribe to see my mom? OMG, Lily's eyes were sparkling with so much hope. Leo didn't even hesitate for a sec. He was like, of course, whenever you want to go back, just say the word. So then Lily asks, so can I bring a piece of wool cloth to give to my mom? Then Leo just broke into this huge grin. Not a problem. You're gonna be the one weaving the wool from now on. And besides, our Camelot is basically a wool factory, so you can weave as much as you want. Lily paused, her voice a little quieter. So, can we give one of our spinning wheels to my mom? We already have 2 of them, you know? And get this, a super weird glint appeared in Leo's eyes. He said all slow and dramatic, we can't just give one away. Our tribe barely has enough, but we could like invite her to our tribe to use it. Lily tilted her head so naively, doing the math in her head. But it would take her mom a whole day to get here, use the loom for a day, and then another entire day to go back. The journey is just way too long. Leo patiently suggested she could just crash here. Our tribe has tons of space. Lily looked all troubled again. But Mom is the chief of her tribe. She can't just ghost them for that long. Hearing this, Leo just waved his hand like, whatever. All right, just focus on weaving for now. We'll figure it out when we go see your mom. A little while later, the Elder and Victor came rushing over to find Leo. Chief, the wind is going absolutely crazy this afternoon, and there's no moon in the east. We're freaking out that tonight. There's gonna be a massive storm. Victor jumped in. And lightning, too. The moon is probably too scared of the lightning to even show up. Hearing this, Leo immediately started bossing everyone around, telling them to move. All the pregnant ladies and little kids into the mountain cave for the night. Everyone else stays in the grass huts. Pass out all the animal hides, prioritize the kids and women, and lock up the livestock so they don't get spooked and run for it. Gather all the metal tools in one spot with 0 wood or dry stuff around it, and make sure people stay far, far away. The bronze stuff will attract lightning, so bring all the cookware into the cave tonight. The wind is way too strong out there. One little spark could hit the grass huts and we'd be totally screwed. The 2 elders were like, we'll get on it right away, they said, and just bolted. Lily, who was standing right there, heard Leo say that bronze attracts lightning, and girl, she immediately snatched the bronze hairpin and the bronze ceremonial cap right off his head. Leo just froze when he saw the stuff in her hand, thinking to himself, oh crap, he had almost completely forgotten about that. The thought made Leo start worrying about the giant tree on Gemstone Peak, which was loaded with metal ore. He quickly yelled for Fang, telling him to get to Gemstone Peak first thing in the morning to warn the great tree to be careful. The entire tribe was a chaotic mess, with people moving supplies and getting food ready. In less than a few minutes, dark clouds completely blacked out the sky, plunging everything into darkness. The wind howled like a monster, hitting about a level 7 or 8 on the scale, and way up in the clouds, the first thunder of the year just cracked. Rumble. The distant thunder sounded like a heavy growl from the sky. Just as the first raindrops started to fall, a blinding flash of lightning ripped the sky in half, followed by a deafening clap of thunder that echoed everywhere. A few of the kids started screaming their heads off in terror, while some of the adults pulled animal hides over their heads and huddled shaking in the corners of the grass huts. They were terrified by the raw power of nature for real. As the night went on, the rain just kept pouring down. Lily was all curled up in Leo's arms, breathing steady, muttering "Mom" in her sleep. Oh, the poor girl was dreaming of home. Maybe she was remembering some other thunderstorm from way back when she'd curled up in her own mother's arms just like this. It was a feeling of complete dependence. Now Leo was the one she was clinging to. Early the next morning, the rain had stopped, and a sick rainbow stretched across the sky. Leo rushed out to check the crops, and thankfully there was zero damage. He breathed this huge sigh of relief. At the same time, south of the river's eastern bank, Flynn's nomadic tribe came out of their shelter and started chasing wild birds in the forest. All of a sudden, they ran smack into the second tribe on their big eastern journey. The Sparrow tribe they had just met was now completely surrounded. Yikes. The chief of the Sparrow tribe was about the same age as Flynn. Both of them just young dudes, not even 20 years old. More than 40 guys were holding bows and arrows, but their weapons looked like something a kid would make in arts and crafts. The bows and arrows were pathetically lame. Still, they had the numbers, and Flynn's people were shook, but thank God Flynn kept his cool. Seeing that the other side had only surrounded them without actually attacking, he figured there was still a chance to talk it out. Flynn bowed and thumped his chest in a super formal greeting, silently waiting for the Sparrow tribe's chief to make the first move. "Hand over the sparrows you caught yesterday and get the hell off our land, or we'll literally end every last one of you," the Sparrow tribe's chief roared. "So get this, an archer just lets one fly, and an arrow lands like right at Felix's feet. The arrowhead just digs deep into the ground. And he's like, 'Whoa, don't shoot. This is a huge misunderstanding for real. We'll hand it over.' Felix, not trying to start anything, he just whips out all the pheasants he caught yesterday." The Sparrow tribe chief was totally shook, like he did not expect them to fold that easy. The chief tries to play it cool, telling his guys to grab the stuff and send them packing, but Felix was like, "Nah, we're not leaving yet." No way was he gonna miss a chance to do some business. "Yo, honorable chief, we can totally bounce, but this food is like super important to us. We were hoping to trade you for it with something else." The Sparrow tribe chief was all curious, like, "Trade with what? This white salt is food too, my guy." As he's saying this, Felix, smooth as ever, pulls this little snakeskin pouch off his belt and opens it for the chief to see. He takes a pinch and offers it up. The chief was totally sketching out at first, not daring to try it, but he was hella curious about the pure white stuff. So Felix popped some in his own mouth to prove it's safe, and only then did the chief cautiously give it a taste. And just as he thought, it was a total game changer. The Han tribe's white salt was straight up fire. The Sparrow tribe chief was immediately down to trade, but plot twist, Felix only managed to snag a tiny bit of food, not the special stuff Leo needed. Still, he promised he'd be back later, with even more precious loot. After dipping from the Sparrow tribe, Felix's crew headed southeast, where they were more likely to run into other tribes to find what Leo needed, like ASAP. Meanwhile, back at the Han tribe, a scout from 8 Treasures Mountain rolls up with the tea on Big Tree over at Ping An. Apparently, they even built a whole house. The place was crawling with wild animals, so getting food was a total non-issue. Leo was so confused. Like, wait, weren't they supposed to be mining? How'd they have the energy for a full-on construction project? After grilling the scout, he found out that the dozen or so dudes were mining ore, getting about 2 or 3 cartloads a day. But the ox cart took a whole 2 days for a round trip. The transportation was way too slow for how fast they were mining, so they had all this free time to upgrade their living situation. Big Tree basically told Leo that if the limestone shipments seemed kinda weak, he could just get the carpenters to build more ox carts. The mining output was definitely high enough to keep up. And just like that, the carpenter squad, who had been laser-focused on making looms, started building oxacarts instead. This time they were making these beastly 4-wheeled carts all about max capacity to save on pulling power. They made the wheels wider, and the cart bed was basically a giant deep trough. Over the last few days, the carpenter's glow-up was insane. Over 20 people were just grinding on the machinery, and with the super-skilled master carpenter leading them, they were working crazy fast. In just 6 days, they cranked out 12 spinning machines and 2 super intricate carding machines. That first-gen vertical loom Leo designed was also coming along great. One was totally assembled, and they just put the frame up for another one. Lily was so hyped seeing more and more looms. She got crazy good at operating them, going from 1 meter of fabric a day to 2 meters, then 3 meters, and even 10 feet, and she was still getting better. Like before, it would have taken the Mulberry tribe 2 or 3 months to make what she was doing now, and the quality would have been total garbage in comparison. But Leo wasn't that excited, TBH. He was still obsessing over the flying shuttle loom. With that thing, the weaving speed would increase by at least 3 times. A flying shuttle loom means you don't have to pass the shuttle back and forth with your hands. You just install springs on both sides of the shuttle, pull a cord, and the shuttle literally shoots across to weave. Sucks for him, though, he had zero idea where to find springs, which was a major roadblock. 2 weeks later, after over 10 days of straight-up grinding, Lily hit a speed of 10 meters of fabric a day, finishing her first 50 meters every 3 days. The 30 alpacas in the pen had all been sheared, their wool washed, cleaned, carded, and spun, piling up into this huge mountain of yarn enough to weave several hundred meters of fabric. But once that was all woven, what were they going to use next? This was giving Leo a massive headache. He couldn't just let the loom sit there collecting dust. He had to find a new source of materials. That night, Lily came up to him all hesitant and was like, "Can I go back to the weaving tribe tomorrow to visit my mom?" She wanted to bring 2 meters of fabric as a gift, since there wasn't anything super urgent going on. Leo just nodded. "Duh, of course. And I'll give your mother-in-law another 20 meters of fabric, too." The next morning, after giving his instructions to Violet and the elders, Leo and Lily bounced riding Ash Mountain and Meat Bun. They were just taking it easy all morning, and by noon they could see the hemp fields of the weaving tribe. The women of the tribe were out there harvesting the first hemp fibers of the season. The second the 2 of them showed up near the fields, this piercing alarm horn went off. Hearing it, everyone whipped their heads around at the same time, only to see 2 giant figures rolling up, and their faces just dropped. They literally dropped their tools and started running back to the village in a total panic. The whole field was pure chaos. Seeing this, Lily shot up and screamed, "Mom!" Her call literally stopped the fleeing crowd dead in their tracks. They looked back and saw Lily waving like a maniac from the back of the beast, her face just beaming with joy. Frost was the first one to snap out of it, her eyes sparkling with happiness as she just sprinted towards her daughter. Lily quickly slid off Ash Mountain's back and ran toward her mother. The 2 of them had this huge crying hug right in the middle of the field, talking about how much they missed each other this whole time. After a minute, Lily grabbed the roll of woolen cloth from Ash Mountain's back and gave it to Frost. "Mom, this is fabric I wove from alpaca wool. It's for you." Frost took it, just stroking it gently, her eyes filled with total amazement. "It's so beautiful." Lily smiled and said, "I wove this on a Han tribe loom. Our tribe has so many more machines now. And get this, another one of his crazy magic contraptions. Now it only takes like 6 days to whip up a bolt of fabric this big." All the ladies from the Weaver tribe were just swarming it, their eyes practically popping out with jealousy. Ivy was like, "Leo, for real, is this loom actually that legit?" And Leo, smooth as ever, just grins and says, "Oh yeah, this thing is a total game changer for weaving. If the Weaver tribe had these babies, your weaving speed would go through the roof, no cap. By the way, I actually came to talk to you about something, Major Matriarch Ivy." And you could just see the look on Ivy's face like, "Uh-oh, what's coming?" "Spill it, Chief Leo." So Leo takes this big dramatic breath and drops the bomb. "Matriarch Ivy, I want to invite the Weaver tribe to merge with the Han tribe. I can teach you all how to make way better pottery, and not only will I hook you up with looms, but I'll throw in that good white salt so your people can live the high life." Lily's jaw just hit the floor like she could not believe he was pulling this move right now. The elders of the Weaver tribe looked totally shook and were kinda hesitating. But get this, the hunting captain. He was secretly so hyped he'd heard all the legends about the powerhouse Han tribe and knew linking up would be a massive glow-up. Ivy, though, was feeling all kinds of ways, like relieved but also super stressed about losing her tribe's whole identity. You know, after mulling it over, she's like, "Chief Leo, this is a huge deal. I gotta chop it up with my elders. I'll hit you up with an answer tomorrow." Leo was cool about it, just nodded, and then he starts laying out all the Weaver tribe's struggles. Their lack of land and food, basically saying they could tackle all that drama together. And as Ivy was listening, to Leo, her brain was doing total gymnastics. She glances at Lily, then at her peeps around her and goes, "All right, Han tribe chief. I gotta see your setup for myself before I make any promises." Leo just smiled and was like, "I was hoping you'd say that." So boom, next day, Ivy and the elders are trailing Leo back to the Han tribe. The whole way there, he's hyping up his tribe like crazy, getting them all curious and amped up. As they're getting close to Han territory, they bump into a hunting party, and these dudes are all smiles lugging several wild boars. When they saw the crew, the hunters gave a little bow. "Chief, we scored big time today, caught a few seriously chonky wild boars." Leo just nodded and grinned. "Nice. Take 'em back to the village. The whole squad's eating good tonight." So then they walk into the Han tribe, and OMG, Ivy and her elders were completely floored by the scene. A ginormous plaza, half-built brick houses. I'm talking stuff they had never ever seen, not even in their wildest dreams. Leo leads them to a construction zone and is like, "Matriarch Ivy, check it, this is where the Han tribe lives. They're not done yet, but they're gonna have stoves and heated beds, so in the winter, it's gonna be so toasty." Ivy steps into one of the unfinished houses, just vibing with how roomy it was, and the sick design, and she was seriously impressed. "This house is insane, way better than what the Weaver tribe has." Then Leo takes them to this temporary hut that's just packed with rows and rows of looms. Lily totally freaks out with excitement and runs over to a loom to show it off to the matriarch and elders. This is it, the loom I told you about. It's ridiculously easy to use. And she starts working it like a total pro, giving everyone a little demo. An elder from the Weaver tribe steps up, squinting at all the moving parts. And his eyes are just sparkling, he's so blown away. He reaches out and touches the loom like it's a sacred artifact or something. Dude, this thing is a legit treasure. If the Weaver tribe had these, our weaving game would be on another level. Then Lily chimes in. Elder, if the Weaver tribe joins the Han tribe, we can all use these looms together. Hearing what Lily said, the Weaver tribe elder, he totally felt something, you know? He whips his head around to look at Ivy and his eyes were literally sparkling with hope. But then plot twist, Elder Jax, who was just like vibing with a loom nearby, turns to look at Ivy. He's got this major please, please, please look on his face, but Ivy's still overthinking everything, totally stuck. I mean, she's the boss of the whole Weaver tribe, so she's got a lot on her plate. But Elder Jax, he was so overweighting. He gives this super serious nod like, I'm in, we'll join the Han tribe. But on one condition, they had to get looms exactly like these for the Weaver tribe. And then you guys, he straight up hugs the loom and starts bawling his eyes out, yelling about how his whole life was a waste. Like if only in his youth he'd had a loom this awesome, he could have woven so much more fabric. He's just standing there having a total meltdown. Seeing Elder Jax making a whole scene, Ivy was kind of backed into a corner and couldn't really object. But she still wasn't 100% sold. Chief Leo, I can agree to join the Han tribe, but there's something that's still bugging me. Most tribes have small populations, right? Even with a few hundred people, you gotta spread out or you'll run out of animals to hunt. But the Han tribe is huge. So if our whole Weaver tribe moves in, how is this one spot gonna feed everybody? Leo didn't answer right away. Instead, he just led them over to the livestock pens behind the walls, letting them see for themselves instead of just listening to him talk. A classic show don't tell move. The buffalo pen was absolutely enormous, though it was kind of quiet because it was daytime. The herd was out putting in work, but the alpacas in the next pen over were still there, just chilling. The thousands of rabbits in the bunny enclosure were also all there, and get this, more than half of them were baby bunnies less than a month old. This four-legged fluffball is called an alpaca, Leo said. They're super chill and only eat grass. In the winter, So check this out. These guys grow this super fluffy fur, right? We just gave them a haircut and boom, that's what we're using for our threads. Having these alpacas is clutch for real. First off, they ain't trying to steal our snacks. Second, they're basically a non-stop fur factory. Third, they even make more little alpacas like for free. And get this, when they're past their prime, they can even end up on the dinner plate. But like, that's not our main grub, you feel me? Peep this over here, we've got all these rabbits. I'm sure you've seen them, probably even had them for dinner once or twice. For the Han tribe, these little guys are the main course right now. Dude, rabbits are insane. They grow up wicked fast and they multiply like you wouldn't believe. In just 2 months, one rabbit pops out like 5 or 6 little ones. And those baby bunnies, they're ready to have their own babies in just 4 months. And just keep the cycle going. Get this, last winter, the Han tribe snagged like 10 of them. And now we're rolling with over 1,000. All they chow down on is grass, so all we gotta do is get a crew of kids to go grab them a salad every day. It's so much safer and more legit than hunting. And you should have seen Frost and Weaver's faces, they were totally shook. Like they'd seen the Han tribe with deer and wild cattle before, but they just figured it was for like manual labor or whatever. They had no clue the Han tribe was basically running a whole zoo with all these different animals, even having specific squads just for food and for making clothes. Plus the whole game plan Leo dropped about farming animals instead of hunting. It completely blew their old school hunter brains. So Weaver's like, yo Han chieftain, for real. You can just vibe with any animal and make it part of the crew. Nah, not quite. We only mess with the chill ones, you know, the plant eaters that don't try to throw hands and actually help us out like with heavy lifting or becoming dinner or new outfits. We can't be raising carnivores. Bro, we barely have enough food for us, and besides, most of those things are straight up savage and would totally mess someone up. Leo broke it down for them real patient. Then Weaver's like, okay, but what's the deal with those 2 elephants we saw? What do you even do with them? It just clicked for him and he had to ask, his mind was spinning. Oh, them? They just rolled up on their own, I didn't even catch them. Right now, they're our main construction crew for digging rivers. You can ride them too, and what's crazy is, they're super smart and are total tanks in a throwdown. They're like the tribe's official bodyguards. Leo was just pulling this out of thin air, lol. And Frost and the old dude were just nodding along like, pretending they got it, but they were totally lost. Guardian beasts, huh? That name goes hard, not gonna lie. Aight, come on, let's go peep the rice paddies. That's another major key, Leo said, leading them out past the city walls. The 2 old-timers were clueless, so they just scurried after him, super curious. East of the wall, there were these 2 rivers we totally dug ourselves, all sparkly with water flowing, and on both sides were fields of hemp and rice. Okay, so you probably recognize the hemp field over there. That's a new strain we planted this year. The first time I ever rolled up to your tribe, it was low-key to figure out how to grow this stuff. Leo pointed to the hemp field north of the canal. Frost, who was right next to him, got all awkward when he said that. LMAO, she was probably remembering how they literally tied him up and kidnapped him the first time they met. Anyway, over asterisk there, asterisk is the rice we're growing. And asterisk this asterisk is the stuff that you can actually eat. Leo took them over to the rice paddy and pointed at a stalk to break it down. See these little grains they grow up here? When the rice is ready, we collect the seeds. That's our food right there. The grains from just one of these stalks can totally fill up a grown-up. We call it white rice. And once it's all dried out, you can keep it for years. But you can't just munch on it raw, the grains are hard as a rock. You gotta cook them with water. A ton of water makes it like a soupy porridge, and a little water gets you that good fluffy rice. Like, people can literally live off just rice. It's our main thing. And OMG, Frost and Weaver were just speechless. Mind blown. It was the first time they'd ever heard you could actually grow food. Wait a minute, Frost said. So if one stalk of rice can feed a whole person, isn't that like way more of a sure thing than hunting? Hun Chieftain, if this rice stuff is so fire, why don't we just plant a butt-ton of it? Like, why are we even bothering with all those other animals? Kinda seems like doing extra work, Frost asked. And OMG, she totally said we, without even realizing it. Listen, rice is the goat, but you can't just live on rice alone. Plus, it's not just for us to eat. You can feed it to the animals too. We eat the good part, the animals eat the stocky part, total waste to just burn it. Then the animals, asterisk leave presents asterisk in the fields, which makes the rice grow even bigger and better. It's a whole vibe. But about planting a ton of it, it's actually super hard. You can't just plant rice wherever. It needs these special flooded fields, these paddies. The rice fields gotta stay underwater all the time like these right here. Our whole tribe had to team up to dig these rivers and make these fields. Yeah, we dug this river and that one over there with our bare hands. And all the dirt we dug up, we used that to make the bricks for our houses. Bro Frost and the elders' jaws were on the floor. Wait, people can dig asterisk rivers asterisk? If Leo hadn't said it himself, they would have thought he was capping. I was so sure those two rivers were all natural. Yeah, no wonder you thought it was sus how straight that river was. We literally just finished digging that other one a few days ago. And I'm planning to blow up the rice fields next month. Lance said, pointing to the brand new river. For real, there's still time to plant rice now. How long does this stuff even take to grow? The weaving elder asked. So from when you plant the seeds till they're like popping off with fruit, it takes over 3 months. In the spring, when the ice is gone, you can plant one crop, and by early summer, it's harvest time, baby. Then you can pop in a second crop, and if you hustle, you can snag another harvest before summer's over. And like in theory, you could even try for another one in the fall, but I'm not totally sure if we could pull it off. Grab it before winter hits. Yeah, going for 3 crops this year seems kinda wild. But if we totally master the seasonal vibes and temps and just go beast mode on plowing and replanting after each harvest, then theoretically 3 crops might actually be a thing. This was like the first time Frost and the Weaving Elder had ever even dealt with rice plants. Listening to Lance's whole spiel, they were doing some serious mental math. A year has 14 months, with 4 months of being a total ice block, which leaves 10 months to grow rice. If 1 stalk of rice is enough for a meal, each person would need over 800 stalks a year, and that's just for 2 meals a day. For 3 meals a day, it would be something like 1,300 stalks. Split into 3 harvests, that means planting 400 or 500 stalks each time would be plenty. This food source was looking super promising. No wonder it was considered a staple food. But low-key, only Lance knew that pulling off 3 harvests a year was a total pipe dream. Even though 10 months sounds like a ton of time, it was basically impossible unless you could start planting the second you finished harvesting at the turn of each season and get the new seeds in the ground immediately. That was just way too much work. Harvesting takes time, and so does plowing and fertilizing. The turnaround time alone would eat up 10 days, and that's if you were being crazy fast. 2 turnarounds would burn through almost a whole month. You could plant the 3rd crop, but it would 100% not be right before winter. This whole situation was honestly a little stressful. Still, where there's a will, there's a way. If they studied it super hard and shortened the rotation time as much as possible, maybe they could still make it happen. The tour for the 2 big shots from the Weaving Tribe came to a super successful end. They now had a totally clear picture of what the Han Tribe was all about. Both sides easily agreed to the Weaving Tribe merging with the Han Tribe. The Weaving Tribe wasn't moving over just yet, but as of today, they were officially part of the squad. Lance was going to hook them up with production tools just like any other member of the tribe. In return, the Weaving Tribe had to hand over their entire harvest of hemp fiber. The initial supply plan involved Lance sending 5 ox carts over to the Weaving Tribe. These were just basic single-ox flatbed carts, the kind they usually used for lugging bricks around the village. The 5 carts were packed with pottery, white salt wooden barrels, bronze axes, bronze shovels, bronze spears, and other household tools. Along with all that, there were 10 spinning wheels, the tribe's only 2 super high-quality carding machines, and a loom. Right now, all the wool they had was already carded. During this downtime, Lance figured he'd just ship everything over to the Weaving Tribe to process the hemp fiber. Later on, he was going to give them the new style looms, the kind made specifically for weaving burlap sacks. The rice harvest was coming up, and the Han Tribe needed a crazy amount of sacks to store the grain. This was also going to be the first production task Lance assigned them. After they got back, the weaving tribe would have to switch over to weaving sacks full-time. Lance would send over the specs, the how-to guide, and the machinery later. For now, all they needed to do was focus on spinning as much hemp fiber as possible. This was also the reason Lance was sending 10 spinning wheels to the weaving tribe all at once. After they had seen everything, the afternoon started to chill out. Frost and the weaving elder along with Butterfly then toured the carpentry workshop and the kiln. To say it was an eye-opening experience would be a massive understatement. The Han tribe was on a whole other level of civilized compared to their old tribe, but now they were also members of the Han tribe, which meant they were going to get to enjoy all these amazing perks in the future. At that thought, this indescribable sense of pride just swelled up inside them, a feeling of belonging and becoming one with the Han tribe. That evening, Frost and the weaving elder were treated to an unbelievably flavorful meal. Salt and peppers were used like crazy. Back in the weaving tribe, they had to be extremely stingy with their white salt. It was a super precious thing, sometimes traded for people's lives, so they'd never dare use it so freely. Each person would only take a tiny pinch to taste. Sprinkling it on food was an unthinkable luxury. The next morning, Lance got busy organizing everything, telling his people to get the supplies ready for the weaving tribe. Meanwhile, Frost and the weaving elder were totally focused on learning how to use the carding and spinning machines. This was the first job Lance had given them, and they were determined to absolutely crush it. It took a full day to prepare all the supplies, and the two of them spent that whole day grinding, learning how to operate the new tools. At dawn on the third day, the group set off on their trip back, rolling deep with 8 ox carts, and an escort of 10 tribespeople, 8 of whom were the cart drivers. The other 2 were women sent by Lance. They were original members of the Han tribe, tasked with teaching the weaving tribe how to use the new supplies, and also teaching them the Han language. It was also a way to remind the weaving tribe not to forget their promise. Plus, it was a subtle warning not to even think about taking Lance's stuff and bailing, because that would absolutely never fly. Tagging along was the deer-riding hunting party. So the moose riders played bodyguard for the convoy all the way to the weaving tribe's valley entrance, then bounced back to the Han tribe. The second the weaving tribe was gone, Leo literally sprinted to the workshop and went straight into mad scientist mode, trying to cook up a new loom. He was laser-focused on a simpler design, with a frame you could snap together and take apart super fast. I mean, duh, the tribe needed to make a gazillion burlap sacks, and a slicker loom would totally level up their efficiency game, helping them get ready for the upcoming harvest season. Okay, so switch scenes. Meanwhile, the U tribe is cruising north on the east bank. After a bit, they bump into this other tribe, and get this, their women are herding a whole flock of these tiny painted pigs that were shaped all weird, heading to their village. The pig's fur was this wild mix of colors, all short and shiny like they'd used hair gel, with bellies like little round drums. They looked super chunky and healthy, and you could tell they were spoiled rotten. So of course Yudin from the U tribe wasn't watching where he was going, and straight up fell into a trap the locals set. Cue the dramatic scream. Felix bolts over to check on him, then steps up and yells to the other tribe, "Yo, chill! We're the U tribe! We're just passing through, we're not trying to start anything." So the local chief, this dude Gus, hears all the noise and strolls over with some of his crew. The second he clocks the U tribe's ox and deer-drawn carts stacked with pottery, and that good white salt, his eyes literally lit up like a Christmas tree. Felix, seeing his chance, jumps right in to explain this whole trading thing and offers some of the white salt to Gus, like, "Hey, chief, you gotta try some of this white salt. It's like super pure, you can't find this stuff anywhere around here." So Gus he was instantly like, "Okay, bet, I'll trade you animal skins, whatever you want for this salt." Hearing that, Felix was low-key freaking out with joy. He pretends to think for a sec and goes, "Chief, I'm kinda digging these painted pigs you guys have. They're pretty cool. Any chance we could trade some of this white salt for a few of them?" And Gus was super chill about it. Just laughs and invites them into his village as guests to hash out the details. Once they get there, Gus gives them the grand tour, all excited, and starts spilling the tea on his painted beasts, saying, "So the painted beasts are obsessed with eating cat flowers and cabbage. We've got tons of that stuff around here. Plus, I can hook you up with some seeds and vines. Just take them back, plant them, and you'll be all set to raise your own painted beasts." Felix and his crew were like, score. This was a crazy good deal. So the two sides sit down to talk numbers, and after a little back and forth, the U tribe ended up trading their salt for 2 boy pigs, 4 girl pigs, and a whopping 50 piglets. But wait, there's more. Gus's tribe also threw in 10 super smart young women to help them get started, plus some cabbage seeds, flower vines, and a whole bunch of animal hides. The U tribe peeps were ecstatic, just cheesing as they led their new pig squad and hauled all their new swag back to the Han tribe. Meanwhile, back at the Han tribe, it was total chaos in a good way. Everyone was scrambling to build looms for the sacks, and the weaving tribe was also cranking out that linen like they promised. The U tribe was herding their pigs, rushing back to the Han tribe, and being crazy careful the whole time, totally paranoid about something going wrong. The mining zone was also going hard 24/7, with a whole parade of ox carts hauling ore back and forth. Everything was going so well, like the future was looking super bright. But dun, they had no idea that some serious danger was creeping up on them. So that day at sunset, Cade's aunt comes tearing back to the tribe with like over 20 random people. And these guys looked totally freaked out, dead tired, and their bodies were covered in all kinds of wounds. They ask what's up, and it turns out they're refugees from some other tribe. Apparently their home got hit with some nightmare-level attack. Leo immediately runs over to get the scoop. The refugees are totally shaking, and they're like, "We were attacked by a whole mob of, people who eat people and this crazy huge psycho beast." They all looked absolutely terrified, like scared out of their minds. They rushed to tell Leo that the attackers were a crew of flesh-eaters, and they had this freaky huge savage beast with them. This thing was shaped like a person, and just one slap from it could literally launch someone into the air. Their whole tribe got basically wiped off the map, and only this tiny group managed to get away. Okay, so the second he heard that, Leo's heart started hammering like crazy legit, flashing back to that nightmare fuel scene with those man-eating apes. Dude did not even flinch, and immediately called up all the tribe's top dogs. With a super serious face, he started barking orders. "Fang, you gotta hit up the Tang tribe like right now. Tell them to shut down all the supply drops. And get this, pull every single miner from Treasure Mountain and all the ore carts from the East River back to base stat. The boat patrol, yeah, bring them back too. I want everyone back here to beef up our defenses. The logging and gathering crews can keep doing their thing for now. Fishing team, you guys are good too, but you better post some lookouts to keep an eye on things. If you see anything even a little sus, you report back instantly." So after laying all that down, Leo was originally going to set up a panic harvest. Night. But then he was like, hold up, everyone's been grinding all day and they're totally beat. Making them work more would be a hot mess and just cause drama. So he had to let his crew chill. But low-key, just in case, Leo still put 100 warriors on night watch while he was posted up in his room, totally big-braining it, trying to figure out how to handle these haters. He knew deep down that out of the 200-plus enemies, the real nightmare fuel was the man-eating apes. He had to find a huge open spot to throw down so his squad could totally own them with their skills. Plus, he needed a way to slow those apes down. He was thinking nets or some heavy-duty ropes would definitely be the move. Oh, snap! And then it hit him. They could totally use quicklime to mess with their eyes, blind them for a bit, and basically take them out of the fight. So he sent out 3 cavalry squads, each yeeting off to a different spot to spread the tea. He hit up the nearby allied tribes like, "Yo, suit up, it's about to go down," while his own people held down the fort. The ladies were split into 2 groups. One was on chili pepper duty, 'cause duh, those are a major key, and the other group went to get that rice. The guys got sorted into training groups based on their skills. The best archers bounced to the river to play bodyguard for the fishing team while they worked. And they were also hunting on the side to stack up on food. 100 of the most jacked warriors got together to practice with meteor hammers, which were basically just big rocks tied to long ropes, lol. I mean, if they could actually use those to tie up the man-eating apes, it would be a massive game changer. The rest of the dudes practiced yeeting these short-weighted ropes, but hold up, these weren't just any ropes. These were for slinging little cloth bombs filled with quicklime to nail the enemy. And Leo wasn't just kicking back either. He was personally testing out the quicklime packets, always tweaking the way they were tied to get the best pop. After a few failed attempts, he finally figured out the perfect knot. He had the women of the tribe use this secret technique to make 300 quicklime bombs, and they also whipped up some protective hoods and head wraps to keep their own people from getting a face full of it in the chaos. The messenger cavalry squad started rolling back in, one by one. The team from the spirit tribe came through with 30 huge nets, which was so clutch. The crew from the dark forest hauled back a ton of limestone and even caught a bunch of rabbits on the way. So that was a pretty sweet score. Only the team sent to 8 Treasures Mountain didn't make it back that day because it was super far. But looking at all the gear they'd stacked up, Leo felt his hype level go through the roof. He decided to hit him first, to shut down the threat before it even started. He absolutely could not let the enemy get to their village or the fallout would be catastrophic. So, bright and early on the 3rd day, an army of 411 warriors marched out looking absolutely fierce. The crew was stacked with pro archers, a meteor hammer squad ready to get tangled, a whole team just for captures, a long spear unit, and the super quick deer cavalry. Even the refugees jumped in, acting as guides and pulling the ox carts for the army. The whole posse marched north for a minute and randomly ran into a pack of wild wolves. But for real, what could they do against these elite warriors? Nothing. Everyone snapped into formation perfectly, and they surrounded the wolf pack in 2 seconds. After a super short fight, they easily wiped the whole pack, scoring some sweet loot and boosting the entire army's vibe. Everyone was so pumped, feeling crazy confident about the big fight coming up. As the sun went down, the army rolled up to a valley. Fang took a few of his boys to scout ahead. And when he got back, get this, he brought some refugees from the mountain tribe. Turns out their tribe got wrecked by those people-eater freaks too. Their whole community was scattered, and they were the only ones who got away. Hearing their story, Leo felt so bad for them. He had the mountain tribe's women and kids help cook and prep food for the soldiers. The guys got hooked up with weapons to join the fight. And check this out, among the mountain tribe refugees, one dude was wearing this sick lacquer leather armor. It totally caught Leo's eye, and he took it to check it out up close, discovering that this lacquer leather armor was not only crazy tough, but also super light. He was immediately obsessed with the material called lacquer grass, and was thinking to himself, okay, after this battle is over, I am so finding this awesome grass. Like if they could harvest a ton and make this armor for all his warriors, the tribe's power level would go off the charts. The next day, Leo set up his formation outside the valley super early, telling his warriors to get sneaky and hide behind these little hills of dirt. He passed out the quicklime packets to everybody. After all the prep was done, Leo led the cavalry toward where the enemy was probably going to show up. By noon, they finally spotted some action at the edge of the forest. They saw a whole mob of cannibal warriors holding shiny weapons with these savage psycho eyes. And with them were over a dozen of those man-eating apes that were huge and looked absolutely terrifying, and they were holding a bunch of prisoners. Seeing this, Leo didn't even blink. He just pulled his bow and let it rip. Whoosh! The arrow flew straight and true like a laser beam. So boom, Ronan just yeets an arrow straight through this flesh-eater's chest. But wait, he immediately fires a second one at the apes, and let me tell you, they were not happy. They went totally berserk, roaring and charging right at him. The cannibal crew was right behind him, shields up, swarming in like they wanted all the smoke. Ronan, seeing his epic plan was working, just led the cavalry on a mad dash for the valley, literally trolling the apes the whole time, keeping them super mad and right on their heels. This went on all afternoon, and they were finally getting close to the valley. He told the cavalry to get ready for a throwdown while he quickly geared up himself. And just as 17 of those gnarly cannibal apes caught up, Ronan screamed, "Now!" His warriors all at once just started chucking these little packets of lime powder at the apes. In a flash, this white powder went poof, making this thick blinding fog. The apes got it in their eyes and immediately started screaming like crazy, running around all chaotic and confused. And at that exact moment, the Meteor Hammer Squad slid in, using the long chains on their weapons to expertly mess up the apes' whole formation, picking them off one by one. The Capture Squad and the Long Spear crew jumped in right after, coordinating perfectly to corner the apes. They hit him with that pincer move and took him out one after another. The tribesmen watching this whole show just went wild, cheering, "Yes, payback is ours." But Ronan didn't let the W get to his head. He immediately shouted a reminder. "You don't get sloppy. We still got over 200 of these clowns waiting for us. We have to keep this energy up and wipe every last one of them out." Hearing that everyone was like BET and started chanting together, they gripped their weapons tighter, totally hyped for the next round, feeling like they could stomp any enemy that came their way. But since it was already late, Ronan had no choice but to lead his troops back to camp in the valley. First things first, they hit up a clear stream, washing off all the battle grime, and then they started making dinner. The whole tribe was vibing around the fire, prepping food and gossiping excitedly about the insane fight. Everyone was totally in awe of their leader's big brain moves, especially that sneaky lime powder attack. They were just bummed they didn't bring more of it, lol. Just then, Kai, the guide from their allied tribe, rolls up to Ronan looking super stressed. He said, all worried, "Chief, my dude, we can't use that same trick on the rest of them. I just got a good look. For real, they have some of our captured people mixed in with them. If we keep fighting like this, I'm scared our own people ain't gonna make it out alive." Ronan just gave a little nod like he already knew. He replied, "Super chill. I'm already on it. Besides, we're fresh out of lime powder and low-key. I never planned on taking all of them out anyway." The guide was shook. Like, wait, what, not kill them? Ronan had to explain. "That's right. We're not. Our tribe has way too much work that needs to get done. Killing them would be a total waste. I'm planning to capture them alive and put them to work as, our new interns for the tribe." The guide was still so confused. "Why make them work? Can't our own people do it? Plus, we'd have to waste food on them." Ronan let out a little sigh and patiently explained, "Bruh, there's so much work. It doesn't matter how many people we have, it's never enough. Compared to all the work they can do, a little bit of food is nothing. And it's not like I'm gonna be feeding them 5-star meals every day, you feel me?" Listening to Ronan break it down, the guide nodded, even though he didn't totally get the picture. He knew Ronan's tribe was massive, but he was still skeptical. Like, besides hunting and gathering, what else was there to even do? So he couldn't help but ask, "Chief, for real, what kind of work does your tribe even do?" Ronan answered super casually, "Hunting, that barely needs any people. Right now, our main hustle is building solid houses for everyone. And these places need to do more than just block the summer sun. They gotta be tough enough for the freezing winter winds. On top of that, we gotta dig water canals, plant all kinds of crops, and send people to the mountains to chop wood and gather enough firewood and supplies. The to-do list is just endless. For real." The more the guide heard, the more confused he got, thinking he'd just have to see it to believe it when he got to Ronan's village. For now, he was just worried about his own crew. After dinner, Ronan called a quick meeting with Beast Fang Bloodblade and the other elders to spill the tea on his decision to capture the enemies for a new career in hard labor. Everyone was down with the plan, but the idea of capturing over 200 enemies made them all look super worried, like, how are we even gonna do that? Seeing their stressed out faces, Ronan said with total confidence, "You don't even worry, I've got a solid plan. Those cannibals are on foot, so they're slow, especially dragging along a bunch of prisoners. There is no way they'll make it to this valley tonight, so they'll have to camp out somewhere. We can crash their party with a surprise raid in the middle of the night. The battle plan is locked in." Okay, so boom, after that, the whole squad got into formation like super quick. The crew was still thinking about that ambush from earlier, even though they'd basically been just chilling all day on the battlefield. You know, just resting up besides that little scuffle at sunset. Plus, they were fresh off a win, so the vibe was like through the roof. So when they heard their boy Leo say they were about to go on the offensive and snatch up the enemy for some forced labor, everyone was so hyped. But then get this, the very first order Leo dropped had all his homies looking at him sideways. It was so weird, it was hilarious for real. Leo deadass told everyone to dig a massive pit by the stream and then flood it to make this giant, nasty mud puddle. And next he made them all jump in and roll around till their whole bodies were caked in mud, even their weapons. No exceptions, everything got a thick coat of gunk. Leo was like, chill, the whole point is to blend in with the night. That way, when we slide at midnight, the enemy is going to be blind as a bat. So when it got pitch black, hundreds of Leo's warriors looking like walking mud statues split up into a few teams all neat. The vanguard was 30 dudes all fanned out and creeping north, staying about 40 feet apart. And Leo's one big rule was that if they saw any sign of the enemy up ahead, they were absolutely not supposed to throw down. They had to dip immediately, report back, and regroup. Sticking to the game plan, the second unit of 70 guys rolled out in 7 spaced-out lines, keeping a cool 220 yards away from the front squad. This was so they could provide backup ASAP if the first team got into it. The third team of 100 warriors split into 10 lines, also stayed 220 yards behind the second. The other 200-plus warriors with the cavalry and 2 ox carts were holding down the rear. Leo set it up like this because he knew that if the whole army rolled up together, they'd make way too much noise. He was scared they'd get spotted by enemy lookouts before the party even started. The crew was power walking through the night for like 3 or 4 hours, and just as the 5th watch was rolling around, one of the guys up front with eagle eyes suddenly spotted a little flicker of light way up ahead. He didn't even hesitate, just galloped back to spill the tea to the main group. When Leo got the news, he was squinting hard in that direction, trying to see what was up. He personally snuck up there for a closer look, and confirmed it was the camp of those cannibal weirdos they were hunting. Leo zipped back and got all his boys together, telling everyone to chill in a spot where they couldn't be seen. Then he handpicked 10 of his best archers to go creep on the enemy camp. But then he had a total aha moment and realized it was a terrible time to attack. So he immediately told the first and second lines to fall back, link up with the main force, and get everyone together to just wait. Because Leo knew for a fact they had to wait for the 3rd watch, that was the golden hour, when the night is darkest and the enemy is totally exhausted. The tribe's hangout spot was not far from the cannibal camp, at least a mile away, like the perfect distance. As long as they whispered, the enemy would be totally clueless. And as long as they didn't light a campfire, they were basically invisible. Hearing that, everyone finally relaxed, chugged a ton of water from the barrels on the carts, and then just crashed around the carts sitting or lying down. But nobody was letting go of their weapons. They were straight up spooning their swords while they slept. Leo put Titus in charge for a minute, while he himself grabbed Blade and that guide from the nomad tribe. The 3 of them went back toward the enemy camp for another peek. So these 3 dudes, totally covered in grime and mud, looked like actual ghosts in the dark, all hunched over and tiptoeing the whole time, sneaking super carefully to a spot about 200 yards from the enemy camp. Then, like leopards hunting, they dropped to the ground and started crawling forward, slinking closer and closer. It took them over 10 minutes just to crawl those 200 yards. Finally, they got a clear view of the enemy. They saw that most of the cannibals were already passed out cold, using their rattan shields as janky little sleeping mats on the ground and just snoozing right on them. Not far from them were their sharp, long spears with a dozen or so just propped up in a pile. In their hands, they were only clutching rocks in case they needed to fight. These guys were sleeping like they were dead, probably thinking that with a dozen of their crazy man-eating monsters leading the charge, their opponents wouldn't even stand a chance. They never in a million years expected Leo to pull up for a rematch, so their security was a complete and total joke. They didn't even have patrols, and the few guard posts they had were manned by only 5 or 6 guys who were nodding off the entire time. There were over 200 people in this camp, but the prisoners they'd captured weren't even in the same area. They were stashed a little bit north, with the 2 groups separated by less than 30 feet. A few of their totem warriors were on guard duty there, looking kinda alert, probably because they were scared the prisoners would try to make a run for it. The captives were a mix of both men and women. And their kids. He'd clocked like 60 or 70 people this morning, but a quick head count now showed just a little over 50. Leo was low-key bugging about where everyone went. So that night, Leo gets his A-team together, and they're creeping through the shadows total ninja mode, inching toward the cannibal tribe's whole setup. He was trying to get a solid count of the prisoners' campfires. He was dead sure he saw 60 people this morning, but now it was barely over 50. And right when Leo was getting super sus, this low growl just erupts next to him, followed by the sound of a serious throwdown. He whips his head around and it's Blade, totally manhandling their guide. He's got his hand clamped over the dude's mouth, pinning him to the dirt, and the guide's eyes are wide as dinner plates with pure terror. Tears were just streaming down this guy's face, but his eyes were locked on this one totem warrior guard with so much hate. And get this, in the warrior's hands was this long roasted thing he was chowing down on. His mouth was making these loud, gross smacking noises. And when they got a closer look, OMG, it had 5 human fingers at the end. The dude was gnawing on a whole human arm. Leo had to choke back some serious bile and rage, and he shot the guide this ice-cold glare, basically saying, "Don't you dare do anything stupid," after carefully scoping out the enemy's defenses. The 3 of them dipped out silent as ghosts. The second they were in the clear, Leo rounded up his people and started dishing out the game plan. He handpicked 50 of his best archers and was like, "Y'all are on sniper duty. Focus all your fire on those dozen or so guard posts. You gotta take them all out instantly and keep it quiet. Can't be waking up the whole slumber party on the ground. Next, he sent in 50 of his strongest warriors to sneak into the camp after the sentries were down and yoink everything. All the long spears just stuck in the ground, leaving them with 0 long-range game. The other 300 dudes were ordered to set up an ambush on all 4 sides ready to storm in. They were rolling in with 30 huge nets to just trap the enemy. Any warriors without nets were on direct attack duty with the main goal of snatching their stone axes, leaving them totally helpless to even fight back. The rest would be easy peasy, just a good old-fashioned beatdown would do the trick. I mean, come on. Leo's crew outnumbered them almost 2 to 1 and were actually armed. Controlling this whole mess shouldn't be a problem. The super detailed recon mission and the briefing took him till like 2 in the morning. Fully kitted out the main force. Kicked off the super tense night raid. Just like the practice run, everyone sprinted until they were about 200 yards out, then dropped flat and started the army crawl. The archers led the charge. This time, though, everyone was moving way slower and way more carefully. Their numbers were a huge plus, but even the smallest sound from the group could blow their cover. After more than 20 minutes of crawling, the hundreds of warriors finally got close to the enemy like 40 yards away. But they weren't about to risk getting any closer now, only the archers kept creeping forward. The distance was now a tight 20 yards. The archers had their longbows gripped tight, and after a few freaking minutes, and the enemy lookouts were still totally clueless, and those sleeping cannibals were dead to the world. Seeing his shot, Leo was like, "It's go time," and gave the signal. Leo did this cuckoo bird call, letting out 2 super clear tweets. The sentries heard the weird noise and flinched, their brains filled with pure confusion. Like, what kind of bird was that? Why had they never heard a call like that before? But LOL, they weren't going to get the chance to figure it out. The second that signal dropped, 50 of Leo's warriors materialized out of the tall grass around the dozen enemy guard posts. Like actual ghosts. They were gripping these mud-caked longbows, arrows already locked and loaded. A second later, a whole flurry of asterisk whooshes asterisk just ripped through the night, followed by a series of sickening asterisk thuds asterisk. That was the sound of arrows finding their new homes. Over a dozen enemies dropped in an instant, each one looking like a pincushion with 3 or 4 arrows sticking out of them, all in vital spots. Seeing the guards were totally wiped, Leo immediately shot to his feet and waved his arm, signaling toward the enemy camp. 50 warriors charged forward like lightning, running low into the camp and snatching up all the spears that were just stuck in the ground. They grabbed whole armfuls, tossed them over their shoulders, and bounced. The rest of the warriors surged forward like a silent tide without a single war cry. They rushed in, throwing these massive nets over the enemy's heads, aiming for the biggest clumps of 5 or 6 dudes. Any smaller groups of 3 or 4 were left for the warriors who didn't have nets to deal with. As the first net came down, the enemies jolted awake, but they'd barely even opened their eyes before they were all tangled up. Instantly, a squad of elite warriors just swarmed them, kicking and punching the absolute daylights out of them, making them cry out like crazy. Trapped in the nets, they couldn't break free or even swing their little stone axes. And the 60 or 70 cannibals who weren't caught in the nets, they scrambled to their feet to fight back. They reached for their spears, only to find they had completely vanished into thin air. Left with no choice, they had to fight with their stone axes, but Leo's warriors, who had them surrounded, were all packing long-range weapons. For real, how were the totem warriors supposed to hit them with their shorty stone axes? They didn't dare throw them either, because losing your only weapon was a straight-up death sentence the moment you threw it. They were totally caught with their pants down with no way out but to get clapped. So you had these little pockets of the camp in a total standoff. One dude heard the noise and jumped up, saw a whole squad of strangers, and immediately was like, "Aight, I'm out!" They didn't even try to fight, just turned and booked it. But they didn't get far before a warrior snatched him back with a freaking meteor hammer. Yep, and then you had the real tryhards, about 5 or 6 guys, who ganged up, grabbing their janky stone axes to throw down with the Sky Clan to the bitter end. But like pretty quick, they were completely boxed in by bronze spears and basically turned into human shish kebabs right where they stood. Some of them immediately yeeted their stone axes, and while they managed to ding up a few of the Sky Clan warriors, they were now fresh out of weapons. Outnumbered like crazy, they got swarmed and just absolutely pummeled. But the real MVP of this whole brawl was the assassin Bloodshed. He didn't even mess with the Sky Clan's bronze spears. Nah, he stuck with his trusty longstaff, swinging that thing like it was part of his own arm as he charged straight into the enemy mob. Dude was like a fish in water, and that staff in his hands was a literal hurricane of pain, whipping and cracking with some serious power. Every single time he connected, an enemy went down, but get this, he was holding back, just knocking them out instead of sending them to the forever box. The whole chaotic throwdown was over in a flash. The enemy was totally shut down, slammed to the ground, and got the beatdown of a lifetime. Once they had everyone under control, the clansmen brought out ropes to tie up their new guests of war. So Leo laid down the law, collect all the captured spears, chop the pointy tips off with an axe, leaving just the smooth wooden poles. Then they laid the poles across the prisoners' backs and strapped their hands down super tight to the wood. They looped another rope around their necks, tying them up in this messed up cross position. This made it like impossible for them to escape, since even the slightest twitch would just choke them out. About 20 minutes later, all the prisoners were tied up good and proper and forced to eat dirt. They couldn't get up on their own and could only lie there screaming, but any attempt to make a scene earned them a beatdown that left them seeing stars. After a while, none of the prisoners dared to even breathe too loud. So the final score was a grand total of 237 enemies. 29 of them got permanently deleted by arrows or spears, and 208 were captured alive. This was going to be the first batch of lifetime interns. For the Sky Clan under a system of forever slavery. Yeah, they were never ever getting a membership card to the Sky Clan. As for the Sky Clan warriors, not a single one bit the dust, with only like 5 or 6 dudes getting a few minor scratches. The 57 people they rescued were from the 2 tribes that got wrecked before. After hearing the whole crazy story from their own people, they were totally down to join the Sky Clan. I mean, on their own. They knew they couldn't hang and protect themselves. After this battle, the Sky Clan got even more stacked. But Leo thought the biggest W from this whole northern trip wasn't just the new squad members and more land. It was that the Sky Clan got its first real taste of action, smoking more than a dozen of those flesh-eating weirdos and cooking up a sick strategy for any big brawls in the future. This was a total game changer for the tribe's long-term glow-up. On top of that, snagging 2 back-to-back wins in one day. That was like a massive hype boost for the entire crew. Thanks to Leo's genius plan, the clansman had basically 0 serious injuries. In the eyes of his warriors, his rep was shining brighter than a supernova. But hold up, there was one other major prize. He was eyeing the Bai tribe's Bai grass, some miracle plant that produced a natural lacquer. The potential for that stuff was insane, like totally immeasurable for building up the Sky Clan, and he absolutely had to get his hands on it. The warriors just crashed right there for most of the night. At the crack of dawn, Leo called Sid over. He told him to lead the main squad back to the tribe and to keep a super tight leash on the prisoners on the way. For now, they were getting 0 food, just salt water. Yuck. The idea was to starve them for a few days until they were too weak to even think about fighting back. Once they got back to the tribe, the prisoners would only get 1 meal a day, just enough to keep them breathing. For now, they couldn't let their guard down for a second. He said he'd sort out the rest when he got back. Wait, Chief, you're not rolling back with us, Sid asked, totally confused. I gotta take a small crew to the Bai tribe's old turf. There's this special plant there that's super clutch for us, and I gotta bring some back no matter what. I want to see if we can get it to grow at our own spot. You take everyone else and head back first. All I need are 5 riders and a guide. We won't be long, we'll probably even catch up to you before you get back to the village. I'll be right on your tail. Bet, Chief. Be safe out there, Sid said, giving him a serious farewell nod. I'll keep a close watch on the new guys. Leo just gave a little nod. He then picked out 5 riders and hopped on his own prized horse, Grey Mountain. The guide was riding a horse named Meatbun Lull Meatbun, and the 7 of them just galloped north. Before long, Leo and his crew rolled up to the old Bai tribe territory. It was this crazy huge flat stretch of land with only a few random clumps of trees and bushes scattered around. The ground was covered in tons of different animal tracks. Anyone could tell at a glance that this place was absolutely loaded with resources. There was tons of dry wood for fires and so much game for hunting. And the land was super wide and open, though the downside was it was kinda weak on defense. If you could build a fortress here, though, it would be a primo spot. The homes of the Bai tribe were these insane, dome-shaped huts that were like semi-underground. If you weren't right up on them, you could barely even spot them. The big grass the guide was talking about was growing right in between in the bushes. And bam, there was this wild sunflower-looking plant, all vibrant green and about 1.5 meters tall. On top it had this flower like the size of your hand. But hold up, this was not your average sunflower. The middle was packed with like 200 tiny sealed-up holes full of seeds, each one the size of a soybean. On the outside, it was totally giving lotus seed pod vibes. This tat grass had a super straight stem, about 2 centimeters thick, a little fatter than your finger, and was covered in this fine velvety fuzz. JK, that fuzz was actually a bunch of tiny short thorns that were hella prickly. So of course, the first time Leo touched it, he got poked. And not only that, his finger immediately swelled up, but plot twist, it wasn't poison. It was an allergic reaction to the plant's sap. The Tat tribe guide was all chill, like, oh yeah, our people get used to it, so it's whatever. Leo just sighed, totally defeated. Damn, sounds like your people gotta go through it just to get this stuff. Anyway, these huge oval leaves were growing on the stem a sick, deep jade green, and each leaf was over 1 meter long. The back was all bumpy like a toad's skin, kinda gross, but that's where the good stuff was. So Leo, being nosy, whips out a knife, makes a little cut, and right away this thick, white sap starts oozing out. It was super slow, but it added up. Each plant coughed up about 300 grams of sap, which is a pretty solid haul. But the tea got even hotter when the guide got all excited, like, after you drain it, the plant is fully reloaded in just 7 days. So when do you guys start harvesting every year? And how many times can you hit it up? Leo was practically bouncing his eyes, sparkling. He was just firing off questions. You can start as soon as it blooms. When the bumps on the back of the leaves get all puffy. That's the signal. Tat grass blooms for 2 whole months at the start of summer, and the whole time it's just pumping out that liquid gold. The flowers peace out midsummer in about a month. Later, the seeds are ripe. The little holes on the flower just pop open and shoot the seeds out and boom, new plants. Then you can harvest it again in the fall. The seeds are edible, but they taste kind of funky, not gonna lie. Most of our people don't mess with them, but big birds and mice, they go absolutely feral for them. In the winter, we use these seeds as bait in our traps and catch a ton of game. The guide was spilling all the deets on the tat grass. Leo was literally on cloud 9. 2 seasons a year, 4 months of blooms, and 300 grams of sap every 7 days. 1 year with 2 seasons meant 120 days of harvest time. That's 17 harvests. A quick mental calculation told him 2 plants could crank out about 5 kilograms of sap. That's seriously insane. But wait, it gets even crazier. The seeds are edible, and even if they taste whack, they're perfect for feeding livestock, a total game changer. I mean, we raise those red-tailed black chickens, so wouldn't these seeds be perfect? Let the seeds become chicken, then the chicken ends up in our bellies. It's the circle of life, baby. Yo, you guys got any tat grass seeds on you right now? Leo asked, full of hope. We do, but not a lot. They're in those dirt huts over there. No idea if they're still good, but I'll go check. And the guide just took off running. Into the huts to find the seeds. So quick backstory, the Tat tribe got raided by some flesh-eating tribe before, so a few of the huts were all messed up. Leo immediately got everyone to start digging, following the guide's lead and careful directions. The whole crew teamed up and they ended up finding a good amount of black round seeds, kinda like big black beans. After a while of grinding, all the seeds were gathered up, weighing about 50 to 60 pounds. By the time they were done, the sun was going down. Seeing it was getting dark, Leo was like, "Aight, we're camping here tonight." And the group got busy again. Some went to get firewood, while others grabbed their bows to hunt. They came back with a few wild chickens and rabbits, enough food for 2 days. When it was chow time, Leo, as usual, started sprinkling some white salt on the food. The guide saw it and was shook like, "My dude, I've seen this stuff before." Leo was floored, thinking to himself, no way. Could there be... Where did you see it? It's like a 5-day journey east of here. You gotta swim across a river, and on the other side there's this magical lake. You can find it on the rocks by the shore. But the white salt over there isn't as bougie as yours. The lake water is also crazy salty. The guide laid it all out. A salt lake for real. There's one of those nearby. What? Is it just the salt that's the big deal? Leo pressed. His curiosity about this new mystery spot was cranked up to 100. Not only that, but around... There are a ton of gnarly beasts guarding it, even some vegetarian spirit beasts. Oh, and there's a small mountain just floating above the lake. Leo was processing it all like, fierce beasts on guard. Okay, that makes sense. Tons of animals would go there for salt, gotta get those minerals. As for the floating island, salt water is super dense, so a light bowl-shaped rock could totally float on it. That's a solid theory, but spill the tea on that floating island. Leo then asked for more deets about the island, and what the guide said next absolutely blew his mind. That little island wasn't just floating asterisk on asterisk the water, it was straight up levitating in midair, just chilling above the lake, and all around the lake grew countless... Get this right. A bunch of crazy strong vines were just shooting straight up to this floating island, holding it down so it couldn't just peace out. The old heads of the tribe were saying that if those vines weren't clinging on for dear life, the fairy island would have just yeeted into space forever. Lasung's brain was just like, are you for real right now? Trying to process all the physics he ever learned. He figured there had to be some insane magnetic vein down there strong enough to literally lift a giant hunk of iron ore off the ground from all the geological drama. The ore deposit below was just shoving it up. You know, like when you try to push 2 of the same magnet ends together, making it float. Good thing those vines were there to hold it back, so it just hovered there. And if his theory was on point, then this wasn't just a mine. It was a freaking super-grade magnetic jackpot beyond anyone's wildest dreams. The iron in that ore could be like 72%, which is nuts. You could make steel directly from it. It could probably lift a whole small city. So like, how massive does that ore vein have to be? Thinking about it got Lasung so hyped he just froze on the spot, totally lost in a beautiful daydream. Jack, seeing him completely zoned out, was like, Chief, you good, bro? Oh, I want to go check out that fairy lake. I bet that place has what we need. Like, a stupid amount of it, for real. Lasung snapped back to reality, wiping some drool from his mouth real quick, and said, we need that pure white salt, but hold up, doesn't our tribe already have some? So why do we gotta go all the way to the far sands for white salt? Jax asked, totally confused. Lasung just smirked, a massive grin spreading on his face. Isn't the white salt the stuff that can make a whole island fly? He looked as smug as someone who just hit the jackpot. Make an island fly. The cavalry guy's jaws literally hit the floor. The guide next to them didn't really catch that, so he was waiting for Jax to spill the tea. And when he got the lowdown, he was also just staring at Lasung with these huge, skeptical eyes. I mean, this guide had only been with the Han tribe for like 2 days, so he had no clue about the miracles Lasung was known for. But now hearing him explain the whole floating island thing, he was starting to think this dude was a legit god walking on Earth. Chief, are you talking about the vines under the fairy island? Or are those vines like pushing the island up instead of holding it down? But what are we gonna do with vines? It's not the vines, it's the little island itself that's floating, duh. That island is probably one massive chunk of rock, and I bet it's the exact type of ore we're desperate for. If that's the case, we are 100% grabbing it. Lasung said, no hesitation. The crew around him got a little nervous seeing how intense he was. Like, was it really that deep? He looked like he was about to risk it all. Chief, what kind of ore is this? Is it even more important than our whole copper mine? It's way out in the far sands, and we're still going for it no matter what. Jax looked like he was not catching the vibe at all. Yep, if it's what I think it is, we get it. At all costs. That ore is called iron ore. It's another metal. It's way harder to work with than copper, but it's lighter and like a bajillion times stronger. If you used an iron weapon to smack a bronze one, the bronze weapon would just shatter into a million pieces, Lasung said, dropping a quick science lesson. Wait, something that OP exists. I always thought bronze was the best of the best. You can make some crazy sharp spears with it, but this iron stuff is even more powerful than bronze. Jax's eyes were bugging out of his head. For sure, iron's not just tougher, you can make tons of stuff with it. The only catch is making it is a total pain, not like bronze where you just melt it down and pour it in a mold. And you're good to go. Getting iron to a liquid state is basically impossible. You just have to hammer it again and again. But we have to master it. It's the only way. Our tribe is gonna level up. That night, after a quick brainstorm session, Lasung decided to send one rider back to the tribe with over 50 pounds of vitality grass seeds. He was supposed to plant all of them the second he got back. It was only early summer, so if they got on it fast, they could still get a harvest this year. They picked a spot just to the west of New City. It wasn't a crazy amount of seeds, so planting should be a breeze. The next morning, Lasung led his remaining 5 dudes straight for Fairy Lake. This time, they had a tiny crew, so they couldn't really do much. This was just a scouting mission to check out the area and prep for the main event later. Heading east from the Shin tribe's territory, the land was still super flat, but the dinky forest got even thinner. You could go for a whole mile and only spot a few big trees here and there. Instead, it was just massive grasslands with some bushes. The whole local ecosystem was totally different, too, with all the most common critters showing up. Little golden-furred prairie dogs were posted up in groups guarding the grasslands with their twitchy, watchful eyes. The second a blade of grass moved, they'd instantly dive into their holes. There were also these gray-furred jackrabbits that were fast as heck. They were just nibbling on grass, always on the lookout for predators like the old hawks up in the sky. Weirdly enough, even though the sky was packed with hawks, they didn't seem to care about the snacks below. Just as Lasung was thinking about it, a giant eagle suddenly swooped down. The prey it was after wasn't some rabbit or a prairie dog, but a whole-ass full-grown antelope. After it dove, it used a single claw to snatch its meal clean and just soared back up. So savage, along with the blood-curdling shriek of some poor antelope. Then the thing just turned and flew east, poof, gone. Holy crap, that was absolutely not a normal eagle, like not even in the same league. It was a freaking giant condor. With that insane strength, it just yoinked a whole antelope like it was a snack. Totally OP, but Logan had to chill for a sec, because after all, this was a straight-up primitive world, so seeing wild stuff like that was just another Tuesday. The crew kept pushing on till dusk, finding a little stream to crash at for the night. All around them was still just a massive empty plain, with just a couple of faint hills way out on the horizon where they were headed. Then, as the moon started to rise, Logan suddenly spotted a little black dot against it, and he was like, yo, that's gotta be the floating island. On the lake, he could already make out its silhouette. So next morning, the squad of 6 keeps heading toward the sun. Around noon, they stumble on something that totally gets Logan's attention. A massive, dried-up pile of poop mixed with grass. No joke, he stops the whole group and uses a little branch to poke it apart for a closer look. He saw some undigested grass fibers, and the whole thing had to weigh nearly a pound. This was definitely from some huge plant eater. A minute later, checking out the tracks nearby, Logan figured that if it wasn't a horse, it was 100% some kind of medium-sized cow thing. But honestly, who cares? Cattle or horses, he wanted to wrangle up a whole herd. The Han tribe was seriously hurting for livestock, and the plains around them only had lame stuff like rabbits, moles, and a few tiny antelopes with zero signs of any cows or horses. But Logan wasn't even tripping, because these animals for sure need their salt fix too, so they would most likely be hanging out near the salt lake. This lined up perfectly with where he was going, so all they had to do was keep it moving. Around 4 in the afternoon, the group gets stopped dead in their tracks by a river. Yep, this was the river the guide had been talking about. If they had walked from the Bai tribe, it would have taken about 3 whole days. This time with their rides, it only took a little over a day. The river was about 55 to 60 feet wide. Logan was trying to figure out if this was a branch of the river back by the Han tribe. If it was, that would be so clutch, because if there was iron ore here, they could just float it back to the Han tribe super fast. Looks like on the way back, they should totally follow the riverbank and scout it out. Atlas, looking at the churning water, asks Logan, Chief, this river's hella wide. How are we supposed to cross? And Logan's just like, shouldn't you be asking our guide that question? Like, duh. The Bai tribe has been to the Salt Lake to get salt, so they must have crossed this river before, right? Logan says, nudging Atlas before turning to ask the guide. Oh yeah, we used to just swim across this thing, he says. It's not too deep, you can swim it. I just don't know if these big old mounts of yours can swim. Oh, right, Chief, you guys all know how to swim, right? The guide asks Logan. And Logan's like, of course, man. Our tribe has a river too, we practically live in it. Don't even worry about these stags and giant beasts, they can all swim and get across just fine. But hold up, you said you guys used asterisk to swim across here. Does your tribe hit up the Salt Lake often? Logan asked. Not really. The guide says, just once every summer, and we only dare to go again when autumn shows up. Each time we have to get more than 10 of our strongest warriors together before we even try to get salt, and one trip has to last us for half a year because the journey is so crazy long. Besides, there are these gnarly, long-fanged beasts all around the sacred lake. It's super dangerous to go with just a few people. Even with 10 of us, sometimes people still get got out there, the guide answered. And Atlas hears this and looks at the 4 or 5 people around him looking totally shook. Chief, are we still crossing, or maybe we should wait and bring more warriors next time? And Logan's like, what's wrong, you scared? Next time we'll definitely roll deeper, but this time we're still crossing. And as soon as he said that, Logan just leads Ash straight into the water. He pushed hard, swimming for the other side. I mean, it was early summer and the weather was getting all hot and humid, so jumping in the water felt incredible. Logan felt totally refreshed and so comfortable. The river water was crystal clear, and Logan immediately dove to the bottom. He used his hands to feel out the depth at about 16 to 20 feet, basically like the deep end of a swimming pool. Meanwhile, Bao and Ash, who always loved playing in the water, were having the time of their lives in the river. They didn't even want to get out, just sticking their snouts underwater to blow bubbles and spraying water everywhere like a fire hose. Atlas just gritted his teeth, led his stag into the water, and held onto its neck for dear life. He looked a little freaked out by the water as they crossed. The others all swam to the other side, just chilling for a bit while they waited for Bao and Ash to finish their little pool party. Then they got back on their journey east. The terrain on the eastern bank had a totally different vibe with way more trees popping up. Overall, though, it was still a plain that was mostly just grasslands. But the land in the distance gradually started to slope up with a few low hills appearing, and then bam, the shadow of that giant eagle showed up in the sky again, flying east. It seemed like these eagles lived somewhere near the salt lake up ahead. The floating island was now just this hazy blur in the distance. According to the guide, it was still less than a 2-day walk. Logan figured with their speed, they'd be there in no time. On foot, a 2-day hike would get you like 50 to 60 miles tops. If the ground's not a total mess, maybe a little more. And bam, just like that, the sun started dipping. But get this, just as everyone's trying to find a decent spot to crash, this ear-splitting animal scream just rips through the air so nasty and loud. The second Leo heard that racket, he was so over it. He was totally hoping for some wild cows or horses, not a crew of screaming donkeys. But plot twist, when he finally saw the creature. Making that freaky noise, Leo and his boys were all just frozen like jaw on the floor. It was definitely a horse built like a dream for riding. But was Leo happy? Not even a little bit. In fact, the corner of his mouth was twitching like crazy, because right in front of them was a whole squad of zebras. One of his guys is like, Chief, what even is that? Kinda looks like that blue antelope you snagged once. Yo, should we grab a few for rides? And Leo just gives him this look like, are your tastes that out there? You actually want to ride a zebra. But then he's like, hold up, our tribe is seriously desperate for animals to do the heavy lifting. Finding any horse-like thing is a total win. With that, Leo's mind was made up. We were absolutely catching them. Our tribe can never have enough livestock for real. The more we get, the better. That way I can at least plant way more rice, but not right now. We'll hit 'em up next time. When we roll up with the bigger crew, we're gonna try and snatch this entire zebra herd. For now, just finish setting up camp and get a fire going. I've got a bad feeling those zebras were running from something. There's 100% a predator around here, so everyone keep your eyes peeled. The boss said the word, and the guys got right to it, starting a fire for dinner. And you know it, a huge plume of smoke shot straight into the sky. A fire out in the open like that is basically a giant "we're here" sign. Leo's camp got spotted instantly by some mega eagles who then flew back to tell their masters, the Eagle tribe, who literally live on a floating island. These guys are pros at raising falcons to help them hunt. Just then, a whole flock of eagles with these 6 shimmering heads and tails came back carrying prey of all sizes. They touched down on the floating island in the middle of the salt lake. Dad, my skywing is back. It caught a baby horse. Some kid maybe 8 or 9 years old runs up to greet his eagle buddy. He's looking at this tiny horse it brought back all hyped, showing it off to his dad, the chief. And that skywing name. That's what they call all the falcons raised by the Eagle tribe, which kinda shows it's growing up just like you are. You gotta hype him up more and make sure he gets the best cut of meat tonight. Rex, the chief of the Eagle tribe, told his son. You got it, Dad. The kid immediately got to work, whipping out a stone knife to chop up the little horse. He fed the organs to his falcon and gave it like half the meat, only keeping the 4 legs, a little bit of meat, and the horse hide for himself. See, the deal with the Eagle tribe and their skywings isn't like owner and pet. It's more like they're besties or brothers. That's 'cause skywings live for a super long time. They usually live for like 50 to 60 years, long enough to be your ride or die for life. A person and their bird are basically bonded forever, a connection that's stronger than anything. The kid's just chilling, watching his skywing chow down, fixing its feathers for it, and then he looks out at the sunset. Dad, why isn't Alpha Skywing back yet? It's getting crazy dark. The Alpha Skywing he's talking about. That's Chief Rex's falcon, and yeah, it's the baddest bird in the whole tribe. Right as the kid says that, this insane cry echoes from way out there. The Alpha Skywing of the Eagle tribe was home. And this bird was one of a kind, covered head to toe in these pure white feathers. Alpha Skywing was late, sure, but the prey it dragged back was absolutely terrifying. We're talking a snake over 100 feet long. The serpent's head was completely wrecked by Alpha Skywing's super sharp beak. It didn't even land right away, it just did a low flyby to drop the snake. Right on the ground before shooting back up into the sky. It did a few laps faced west and screamed twice and then finally landed on the floating island, waiting for Rex to serve up dinner. Dad, what was that all about? What did Alpha Skywing say? Alpha Skywing circled 6 times and screamed twice to the west, which means 6 people are coming from that way. They're probably just trying to get some salt from the lake. It's nothing crazy, Rex explained to his son while he's expertly dicing up the prey. Dad, are there any girls with them this time? Oh my god, this little rascal isn't even old enough to grow a mustache and he's already thinking about girls. The chief just playfully bopped his son on the head and laughed. The kid grabbed his head and giggled, not even trying to deny it. Tomorrow I'm gonna have Alpha Skywing check if he can give those people a hand with their salt run. If not, the long-fanged monsters by the lake will totally turn them into a snack. That's a rough trip to make just for some salt. Okay, I'll have my Skywing go with him. The kid nodded, totally pumped. So the next day, you guessed it, the massive Alpha Skywing flew out to help Leo's crew circling way up high above the group. Chief, if we just follow that white falcon, we'll get to the salt lake in no time, the guide told Leo. Follow a falcon. What is up with this bird? Did it really fly all this way just to be our personal GPS? Leo was getting majorly suspicious. It must be helping out the peeps who swing by for salt. They prob saw our campfire, knew we were cruising to Mystic Lake, and sent an Eagle Uber to show us the way. Hearing this, Leo was still giving it the side eye, but whatever. He decided to just roll with it for now. And with the Eagle as their GPS, the squad started moving way faster. By noon, they spotted that same zebra herd again. They looked totally freaked. Like something from the sky was spooking them. Leo barely glanced their way. Dude was laser-focused on the goal. And get this, the floating island was finally coming into view. Right in front of them, looking like a trippy upside-down mountain just hovering over the salt lake. Even from way out, it was giving off this crazy, mysterious, and magnetic vibe. Like it was holding all the universe's secrets. Leo's heart started thumping like a drum track. This whole trip was about to hit its climax. Was that massive iron score he was dreaming about actually on that island? As Leo stared at the floating island, he was totally buzzing with excitement. And right then, of course, this whole pack of striped hyenas was creeping in dead silent. Then out of nowhere, Bazooka lets out this insane eagle scream from the sky. Everybody snapped to attention and Leo was like, "Move!" telling everyone to get ready to throw down, leading the crew in a big circle around the lake. On his signal, everyone whipped out their weapons ready for a scrap. More than 20 of them. These striped hyenas were just trailing them, keeping the same pace. And their eyes straight up chilling like they were about to pounce at any second. But they were kinda holding back. Word on the street is whenever they tried to mess with humans before, the eagles from the Sky Island would swoop in and shut it down. Leo, while keeping an eye on the hyena mob, turned to the guide and was like, "Yo, are these the only baddies around here? 'Cause I'm not seeing any other monsters?" The guide was like, "Nah, besides these hunchbacked weirdos, there's a crew of huge, long-fanged beasts, like 4 or 5 of them, but they're MIA today." Max, who was standing nearby, piped up, asking if the long-fanged beasts were those yellow, short-tailed tigers with the crazy long teeth. The guide's face got all serious as he nodded. "Yeah, that's them. They can literally one-shot a dude with a single swipe. And even the eagles up there ain't a sure thing against them." Hearing that, Leo was like, "I'd bet. We'll take out these hyenas first and then..." He'd do a full sweep of the area. He didn't waste a second, just pulled back his bow and let an arrow fly at a hyena about 60 meters out. The arrow from Leo tagged a big one right in the dome. But get this, either that thing's skull was made of rock, or the angle was whack because the arrowhead just skipped off and got stuck in its scalp. Ouch! The hyena, totally not feeling the new piercing, went absolutely ballistic. It was all fangs and claws charging straight at Leo and his elephant. Thank goodness Bazooka was fast as heck, diving from the sky and body slamming the hyena, leaving some gnarly claw marks on its neck. Seeing his chance, Leo quickly knocked another arrow and fired a second shot, this time aiming right for the hyena's chest. Bullseye. He hit it right in the vitals. With just a little asterisk swoosh asterisk, the arrow zipped through the air and buried itself deep in the hyena's chest. The thing just dropped lights out. Leo told Titan to keep it moving, steering the elephant in a big circle, always keeping a solid 100-meter distance from the hyena pack, so they were still in range. Then asterisk, thwip, 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 asterisk, 4 more arrows went sailing right into the middles of the hyena mosh pit. 2 of them got hit and went down instantly. Then plot twist, the pack literally started a civil war, fighting like maniacs over the 3 bodies of their fallen homies. Seeing this, Leo was like, "OMG, light 'em up." This was the perfect opening. 5 more arrows shot from like 80 to 90 meters out just rained down on the pack. 2 more dropped, and the other animals went even crazier, fighting over the bodies. That's when Akka decided to join the fun from up top. It swooped down, snatched a whole hyena, flew it back to the floating island, and dropped it right in front of the eagle boss, Kale. Kale looked at the hyena, which looked like a pincushion, and was like, "Huh, interesting." All the other visitors were always under Bazooka's protection, and they'd just grab their salt and dip. It was super rare for anyone to actually fight the wildlife, but this time it was a whole different vibe. Not only were they not getting salt, they were just chilling by the lake. Plus, their weapons were something Kale had never seen before. With that thought, Kale looked up at Bazooka, circling around, and yelled, "Bazooka, my guy, take me down there. I gotta check this out." Bazooka let out a huge cry, and Kale just leapt into the air, grabbing onto Bazooka's feet like a pro. And just like that, the bird started descending from the sky island. Down by the lake, Leo was still leading his crew, circling the hyenas and popping off an arrow every so often. Then all of a sudden, a massive eagle shadow just washed over the ground. Leo looked up and was completely shook. He could see a person being carried in the claws of that giant eagle. Kale. No way, yo. Eagle dude was totally bugging out. At first he was like, oh, they're just here for some salt. But seeing them in action, nah, he was dead wrong. These guys were straight up riding on the backs of wild beasts, rocking these crazy-looking weapons and hunting down a whole pack of striped hyenas. The hyena squad was getting totally wrecked, not even fighting over scraps anymore, just dipping in every direction. Seeing this, Lance got his crew to chase him down, but trying to be Legolas while riding a deer is way harder than it looks. Their aim was straight up trash, with only 1 out of 5 arrows actually hitting anything. That was a total waste of good gear. Seeing the hyenas bounce, Lance was immediately like, I'd scrap the chase, let's head back to the Salt Lake. Along the way, he didn't forget to scoop up the arrows they'd dropped. Before long, Lance bumps right into Ray by the lake. And what do you know, he's picking up arrows too. Lance gives Ray a look and gestures, asking, yo, that your eagle? Ray, all curious, holds up an arrow and shoots back. Are these little spears yours then? Lance just nods and is like, yeah, fam, can I have them back? Ray's holding this super well-made bronze arrowhead, and you can tell he's not trying to let it go. Bro, this weapon is fire. I've never seen anything like it. Any chance you could, gift me one? Lance looks at Ray, then kind of scans the whole area, thinking to himself, okay, nobody else is around. This dude has got to be from that floating island up there. After thinking for a hot second, Lance is like, I bet you can have one. So Ray takes the arrow totally hyped and happily gives all the other fletched arrows back to Lance. Then he asks, all curious, yo, how do your weapons fly so fast and far? Is it 'cause of these feathers you got tied on them? My dude Bazooka's got feathers, and that's why he can fly so fast and far, you know. Hearing that, Lance is just like, Bazooka? And Ray jumps in real quick. Yeah, man, that's the eagle my tribe raises. Bazooka's the goat for real. Lance was totally shook. Wait, for real, your whole tribe lives up on that floating island? That's right. So I thought you guys were here for salt. Why the hunting trip? Those ground wolves are lame anyway. Lance just points up to the floating island. Nah, we're not here to hunt and we're not here for salt. We just heard there was some crazy island floating in the sky around here, so we had to come scope it out. As soon as he heard that, Ray immediately got super defensive. Yo, that island is my turf. He starts going, you're not allowed. But Lance cuts him off quick. Whoa, hold up, you got it all wrong, my guy. I'm just looking for a certain type of rock that can make an island fly. It's got nothing to do with you guys. Ray was totally floored. I mean, his tribe had been living on that floating island for ages, and never knew why it floated. They just figured it was some sacred land blessed by the eagle god. So now hearing Lance talk about finding a rock that literally makes it fly, Ray's curiosity was off the charts. After they talked, Lance led his crew to search the place. Brock and the others stayed on their deer, keeping a lookout in all directions. The Eagle Tribe boss Ray sent Bazooka up into the sky to keep watch while he personally followed Lance. Dude didn't even blink, just watching Lance search for this rock. A little later, Lance spots this huge white rock by the lake with a weird pattern on it, kind of shaped like a fish. He super carefully brushed off the layer of salt on top, and underneath was a perfectly clear fish skeleton. This had to be a fossil of some crazy deep-sea fish, kind of like an oarfish. But for real, how does a creature from the deep ocean just show up on land? Lance was thinking maybe this whole place was lifted up from the ocean floor way back when. That would totally explain why the dirt here is so salty. This also explained where the salt lake came from, but that iron ore Lance was desperately looking for was still nowhere to be found. Ray was just standing there watching Lance stare at the rock and finally asked, so is that the rock that makes the island fly? Lance just shook his head. Nah, this ain't the one. Then he got up and went back to searching. So get this. The main thing in magnetite is iron oxide Fe3O4. Over time, with all the sun and rain and stuff, it turns into hematite Fe2O3, which is basically just dark red rust. The ground here was kind of reddish, so Lance knew for sure it had iron in it. But that wasn't the prize. After millions of years, any magnetite on the surface would have just turned to rust by now. My dude had to dig deeper. So Lance picks out the absolute reddest patch of dirt and starts digging with his beak knife and a spear. He dug and got nothing, and he was cursing up a storm in his head, swearing that the second he learns how to smelt iron, the very first thing he's gonna forge is a combat shovel. Man, those entrenching tools from his past life were so clutch. Seeing Lance digging away, Brock grabbed his bronze axe and came over to help out. The two of them put in some serious work, and finally they dug a hole about 3 feet across. After they cleared out all that red topsoil, they found this layer of white rock that was kinda yellowish, with no lines or glassy shine to it. Lance knew that the shiny white rocks around the salt lake were usually just natural sodium carbonate, but this wasn't that. This was saltpeter, the stuff that hangs out with iron ore. Bingo! Lance carried the yellowish-white rock over to the lake, dug a little pit, scooped some lake water in, and then dropped the rock right in. And get this, the rock dissolved crazy fast, and this spooky white smoke started rising up from the water, while this layer of white mist formed all around the little puddle. It was giving major science magic vibes. So yeah, that's pretty much the tea on how saltpeter makes stuff cold. And even though he hadn't found the magnetic rock yet, finding this saltpeter stuff had Leo absolutely buzzing. This basically meant from here on out, the Han tribe had the hookup to make things go boom, and would never ever run low. He could use gunpowder for like a million other things. Meanwhile, Max, who's just watching all this, is all skeptical like, Chief, this ain't that iron stuff you were talking about, is it? 'Cause like, why'd it just melt in the water, and how come the water's suddenly ice cold? So Leo breaks it down. Nah, bro, this isn't iron ore, it's saltpeter. You've seen this before. It's that white powder I had the girls boiling out of the dirt back in the spring. But yo, this stuff is clutch too. We're definitely gonna dig up more next time. Lock this spot in your brain 'cause you're leading the crew next time. And when Max heard that, my dude Max got dead serious and started scanning the whole area like he was trying to laser etch the location into his skull. After they confirmed the white rock was saltpeter, the two of them just kept on digging. Nate's just on the sidelines looking totally mystified, like he had no idea some magic rock was just chilling under their feet. They dug for like half the day, and the hole was already over 3 feet deep. And it was still nothing but saltpeter, like the supply was endless. Leo was like, we can't just keep digging here, and decided to bounce. So they grabbed their gear and walked over to a spot a few hundred yards from the salt lake, found a patch of red dirt and rocks and went at it again. This ground was way tougher, making it a total pain, but yo, the grind paid off. This time Max swung his axe down hard and bam, a rock just exploded into pieces. The thing was about the size of a fist, kind of grayish iron-colored. Leo swooped in, brushed all the dirt off, and felt the weight of it. It was way heavier than a normal rock, and where it broke you could see these crazy crystal patterns. The break itself was super smooth, and in the sun it had this sick metallic shine, like it was covered in sparkly gray gold sand. Leo just lost it, yelling, "Yo, this is it, this is the rock, it's a lodestone." But Max was giving him major side eye. "This is the iron ore, bro. It doesn't even look as tough as our bronze stuff it broke with just one hit. You sure about this, Chief?" "You didn't mess up? Or is it just some other random rock?" Nate jumped in, also bugging. "This little pebble is gonna make an island fly. Are you for real messing with us?" But Leo just patiently explained, "No cap, this is 100% it. You could break it because it's still a rock, so yeah, it's brittle, but the iron inside is what's crazy strong. Didn't you see on the broken part there was that legit metallic shine?" As he's saying this, he passes the rock to Max and tells him to get a good look. And after checking it out, Max realized Leo was spitting facts. The broken part for real had a metallic glint to it. But then y'all, something wild happened. When Max tried to stick the two pieces back together the second he let go, the two halves just flipped over by themselves and snapped down on his hand. Max and Nate both jumped back totally freaked, but Leo just started cracking up. "Ha ha ha, chill out, it's not alive." "That's just the magnet doing its thing. Here, try flipping one piece over and see if you can put them back together now." So Max does it and finds out the two halves of the rock straight up would not connect. There was this crazy invisible force pushing them apart. And even when he tried to mash them together, the second he let up even a little bit, the two pieces would just yeet themselves apart. But if he flipped one side, they'd snap together super tight. Nate, being nosy, grabbed them to try it himself, totally obsessed with this freaky magic. Seeing them with their minds totally blown, Leo was like, "And that right there? That's the rock that makes the island fly." Nate was still looking confused, so Leo set up the two pieces, saying, "Okay, check it. Let's say the bottom piece is the ground, and the top one is an island just floating there. See what I'm saying now?" Then he snapped a little branch into 4 pieces, stuck them in the dirt around the bottom piece of the stone, then popped the other half right between the 4 little stakes. And y'all, the top half didn't even budge. It didn't like snap back down or anything. Instead, it was just straight up floating between the 4 little branches, like it was hanging in midair. Bro, Max and Nate's jaws were on the floor. They were totally bugging out. So of course, Nate was feeling like Leo was on some next level stuff, and got all sus like, "Yo, are you some kind of magic man? Did y'all roll up here looking for this rock to make other stuff fly?" But Leo was just like, "Nah man, I'm just like you. Just a chief. My crew's the Han tribe, we're deep, and we came for this rock to cook up some metal. And with metal, you already know they could make some seriously OP weapons, plus all the sick tools and bling." Hearing this, Nate's heart started racing. He was so hyped. "Chief of the Han, my dude, you gotta spill. What's the secret sauce for turning this rock into metal?" Leo just waved him off all chill like, "Whoa there, that's top secret intel. Even if I told you, you couldn't handle it. Smelting is a whole vibe, super tough, and I only pass it down to my own crew." But Nate was desperate to get in on this for his tribe. Then bam, an idea hits him. "Aight, Chief of the Han, bet. I'll trade you my homemade salt for the secret recipe." So Ryland's like, "Yo, spill the tea on how to smelt, and I'll get my whole crew to mine this salt for you. It's all yours, fam." But Ronan, he just straight up shut him down. He was like, "Nah, we're good. My Han tribe's got way better spots for white salt. Your stuff is kinda mid, no offense." And as he's saying this, my guy pulls a whole pouch off his belt. It's packed with salt, and he just opens it for Ryland to get a look. And girl, this salt was pure, like way beyond that crusty crystal stuff from the lake. Ryland's jaw literally hit the dirt, and the tribe was shook. So the chief of the Eagle tribe goes, "Okay, chief of the Han tribe, what if I trade you one of Bazooka's babies for the secret?" Hearing that, Brock totally glances up at the Bazooka Eagle doing circles and gets this greedy look on his face saying, "Chief, I mean that eagle might be a total freeloader, but it looks sick AF. How about we snag one?" Ronan just hit him with the dirtiest look like, "You too. You know it's useless, so why would we even take it?" Seeing them going back and forth, Rylan got all impatient and jumped in like, hello, our Eagle tribe doesn't just hand out our birds to anyone you know. But when we do, we basically consider you family like brothers and besties. Plus, our eagles are total bosses and can help you hunt down wild animals. One eagle can live for like decades. And they bring back dinner every single day. Do you even know how many people one eagle can feed? How can you even say that's useless?" So Ronan's listening to this, and you can practically see the calculator app open up in his brain. He's thinking if these eagles could be trained like carrier pigeons, they'd be a massive help to the Han tribe. It's just a bummer that not many people in the Han tribe can even read yet, which would make it super hard to pull off. And on top of that, the Eagle tribe didn't really have anything valuable besides the eagles. Teaming up with them just didn't seem that big of a deal. So Ronan shut Rylan's offer down. Again, "I still can't tell you, man. And even if I did, it would be pointless. This whole smelting thing is crazy difficult. Look, I'm just gonna be real with you. The method is basically to chuck that type of rock into a furnace to rip the metal out of the stone. And this is but it eats up a ridiculous amount of firewood. Like, even if you chopped down every single tree on your floating island, you still couldn't smelt the metal." Hearing this, Rylan looked super bummed. "So that's how it is? Only people who live on the ground can forge metal?" Ronan just nodded and was like, "Yeah, that's pretty much the vibe. Your floating island is huge for sure, but your resources have a limit, if the Eagle tribe wants to actually get powerful. You guys are gonna have to step off the floating island and live with your feet on the ground for real." Hearing Ronan's words, Rylan was just totally lost in his thoughts. He was thinking about his tribe's fresh water supply, like the water they used every day came from melted winter snow rainwater they saved up, and even the condensation from the lake evaporating. A water source that scarce was seriously holding them back. He'd been thinking about leading his people off the floating island for a while, but he was worried they wouldn't be able to handle it, and he just couldn't stand the thought of leaving the Great Eagle. After hesitating for a sec, Rylan says to Ronan, "Hey, chief of the Han tribe, can I invite you to come be a guest at our tribe?" But Ronan was super polite about turning him down like, "Oh, no, no, no. I've been away from my tribe for a while, and my people are waiting for me to get back." Rylan looked so disappointed, but he still kept trying like, "So when are you guys leaving?" "Will you ever come back?" Ronan replied, "Of course we'll be back. I'm going to be sending some of my crew here to mine the ore later. They'll be here soon, but as for us, we're out of here tomorrow. We're going to head out in the morning." Hearing that, Rylan's eyes totally lit up and he goes, "Can I come with you to visit the Han tribe tomorrow? I want to see how you survive on the ground." Hearing this, Ronan was secretly so hyped. He was like, this could be the perfect chance to get the Eagle tribe on our side. And right at that moment, Rylan told Ronan that he wanted to roll with them to the Han tribe tomorrow to learn how to survive on the mainland. And let me tell you, Ronan was secretly losing his mind with excitement. This was the absolute perfect opportunity to get the Eagle tribe to basically swear loyalty to the Han tribe. So Ronan was like, heck yeah, in a heartbeat. Seeing him say yes, Rylan got all happy and called for his eagle to fly him up to the floating island. Rylan had to go get his life in order for the few days he was going to be gone. Meanwhile, Ronan and his crew weren't just chilling. They got busy skinning that striped hyena and used some hemp cord to sew up a few bags out of the animal hide. After that, they found a spot with saltpeter right by the lake and immediately started digging. The plan was to bring some of that saltpeter back to keep up with the demand for raw materials back in the Han tribe. As for the iron ore, they only grabbed a few samples. Meanwhile, up on the floating island, Rylan was giving his tribe the play-by-play of his whole encounter with Ronan. And at the same time, he was showing off the sick bronze arrowhead Ronan had gifted him. His tribe was completely stunned, like they never in a million years imagined a tribe living on the ground could be so powerful. Finally, Rylan announced he was planning to go visit the Han tribe, and even though his people were a little iffy about it, they didn't try to stop him. So bright and early the next morning, the group headed out with Rylan following the shoreline on their journey. Meanwhile, the cavalry guys Ronan had sent off to deliver the spirit herb seeds had finally caught up with the main army on their trip back. They brought the news that Ronan had gone off to scout for a mine, some fresh new ore, and he dropped a new rule on them telling everybody to plant those spirit herb seeds the second they got back. And just like that, they hit the mountain range right behind the Han tribe's crib. So get this, across the little river east of the Han tribe, the Leo tribe sent like another 10 dudes over. They were trying to find their boys who'd been MIA for days. Turns out the Leo tribe's own leader, Leo, had already rolled up on the Han tribe supposedly to trade, but my guy ended up trying to act tough instead. So Abi Big Tree put him on lockdown, and this new crew that came looking for him couldn't escape the same fate. Meanwhile, back with the Han tribe, the epic West Side crew came home victorious. We're talking they bodied 17 giant apes, scooped up over 200 new workers, and brought back all kinds of new crops. Plus a whole little tribe that decided to roll with them. The entire crib was celebrating, and the ladies were absolutely losing it with happiness that all their guys made it back in one piece. Plus, you know they successfully defended their turf. Big Tree was also feeling the good vibes big time. He'd been stressing hard that squaring up against that many giant apes was going to be crazy dangerous. Now that huge weight on his chest was finally gone. So those 30-something Leo tribe members, they were all locked up, tied up tight, and on a serious diet of no food, just one bowl of water a day. That was a little trick Big Tree totally jacked from Logan's playbook. Leo Shaman, who was like a big deal in the Leo tribe, knew that Leo was kind of a wild, hot-headed dude. This whole mess had him super worried. He waited for 2 whole days, but still no sign of his search party. Instead, a whole new squad shows up from the south. It was a crew led by this guy Duke. And get this, they had a literal mobile home with them, pulled by 2 old oxen and a whole herd of these freaky-looking black and white spotted piglets. Duke gets stopped dead in his tracks by the Leo shaman. The shaman thought they were from the Han tribe and was like, "Yo, have you seen any of the Leo tribe crew?" Duke's like, "Nah, we're just friends of the Han tribe and all this stuff is just from trading." So then the shaman asks Duke to be a bro and get some intel on his people. But Duke was like, "That'll cost you 5 animal hides." After the Leo shaman threw down 2 hides as a deposit, Duke finally agreed. After that, Duke and his whole caravan kept it moving toward the Han tribe. The next day, the tribe's bosses decided it was time to get back to the daily grind. They went hard on farming and building, leaving like 20 to 30 people to guard the prisoners. Stoney took 20 hunters out to go hunt and patrol, and also to spread the word about their massive W to the border tribes to call off the war alert. The 100-man logging crew headed west to chop down some trees, while the women went out to gather food and building supplies. The construction crew hit pause on building houses, and switched over to plowing the fields to plant the second rice crop. On day 3, the main squad finally made it back. Logan was leading everyone along the river heading for the dark forest. This totally made his day, because this river was a direct link to the Han tribe's river. From now on, getting around was going to be way easier. It was only another day's trip back to the Han tribe. That very same afternoon, Duke, after being out exploring for 2 months, finally rolls up to the east side of the Han tribe's wooden bridge with 56 spotted pigs. But plot twist, they hit a snag because the bridge had no railings. The piglets could have easily just tumbled right into the river. Luckily, with some help from the women's fishing crew, they managed to get the whole herd across. When Big Tree heard what was up, he hustled over to the bridge, and seeing that Duke brought back so many spotted pigs, he was totally stoked. Duke explained he traded salt and pottery from his tribe for this whole herd, and it even came with 10 young women who are experts at raising pigs. And on top of that, they brought back 2 kinds of plants. One was this vine with massive flowers, and the other was a round plant with big leaves, but the pigs totally scarfed down all the round plants on the trip, leaving just a few seeds. Big Tree asked Duke what he wanted as a reward. Duke said he wanted one of the Han tribe's houses. He wanted his people to stay for the winter, but made it clear he had 0 plans to actually join the Han tribe. Big Tree was like, "Yo, I can't make that call, we gotta wait for Logan to get back." Duke just nodded, had his crew set up a temporary camp, and then went to scope out the Han tribe's houses. The next morning around 8 or 9, Logan's squad finally spotted the Han tribe's wooden bridge. Meatball and Ash Mountain started roaring like crazy. They were so happy they were finally home. The Han tribe women heard the mammoths and knew their chief was back, so everyone was celebrating. The 3 crows were circling up high before they landed on the main building's crossbeam. Cade came running up riding Dash with a few gray wolves trailing him, growling and giving the 3 crows some serious side-eye. Logan saw Cade and gave his little top knot a playful mess-up, asking the kid if he'd missed him. Cade looked up and was like, "Chief, did you find another new mine? Is it like our old copper mine?" Logan just laughed and said, "Nah, this time I found something even better than copper." And as he said it, Logan whipped 2 tiny magnets out of his pouch. Cade had never seen anything so wild before, so he got all excited, snatched him up, and took off. After that, all the tribe's head honchos started showing up one by one to give him the 411. Butterfly also swung by to sneak a look at Logan, and only after she saw for herself that he was okay did she grab Mince and Mountain and dip. Came back with Ash first. And get this, at the meeting, Armstrong and the Eagle tribe's Chief Keen actually showed up, which never happens. The elder kicked things off like, "Aight, Chief. That first batch of rice our tribe grew is all dried and bagged, but I told everyone hands off for now. We haven't even started planning again because I have no idea what the magic number is. I already got the crew to prep the fields we just cleared, so we're ready for round 2 whenever. Right now, the homies are out there wrangling the grasslands west of the city, trying to make some new fields, and they've already cleared like over a dozen acres. But for real, is that even enough?" Then the shaman jumped in saying farming has to be priority number 1, and everything else can take a hike. Cole didn't even blink and was like, "Bet. In a sec, you 2 tell the villagers to soak the seeds, but use like 17 times the amount we did before. Toss them in wooden barrels, and scoop out any of those floaters, then stash them somewhere cool and shady behind the city wall. And listen up, absolutely no harsh sunlight, got it." Then Thor stepped up with his report. "Chief, on our way back the trip was smooth, 0 drama. The prisoners tried to make a run for it a few times, but nah, we shut that down real quick. We got warriors watching them in shifts, and they're still getting 1 bowl of water a day. And we feed them once every 3 days. So now they're totally gassed and have 0 fight left in them. They're basically our puppets now." Hearing this, Cole just busted out laughing, slapped Thor on the shoulder, and said, My man, solid work. Just keep those guys on ice for a few more days. We'll find something for them to do later. Then Oak starts his report, and OMG, this is where the tea gets piping hot. Chief, the day we got back, the Nut Tribe just had to roll up trying to trade for oil tree seeds. Their chief saw all our dudes were gone, and got real bold telling the elder and the shaman he wanted to trade for our bronze gear. They told him to kick rocks. So then he threatened to literally torch their oil tree forests so we'd be cut off for good. The elder and the shaman were totally heated. I rolled up right in the middle of all this drama. So I immediately took him off the board. I also snagged the tribesmen he brought with him. Later, the Nut Tribe sent 10 more guys to get him back, and I threw them in the slammer too. So are we attacking them next? It's your call, Chief. Cole was absolutely fuming after hearing this. Does he think the Sun Tribe is a bunch of clowns? The absolute nerve trying to pull a stunt while I'm gone. You did the right thing. If they're gonna bring the drama to our doorstep, they're gonna get a taste of their own medicine and then some. Tomorrow, Thor grab 200 warriors and go surround the Nut Tribe for me. Make them bend the knee and join the Sun Tribe. If they refuse, it's lights out. Bring the people we acquired from the Nut Tribe last year and have them talk some sense into them. If they still want to act tough, don't blame me. I'm not giving them any second chances. Thor, this is all you, bro. And hey, try your best to get him to chill. The more people you bring back, the better. Then Oak spoke up again. Oh, but there's also good news. Yesterday, the Nomad clan got back from the east. They found a tribe that's all about raising animals and swapped our white salt and pottery for several dozen piglets. I mean, they can't pull plows, but hello bacon. Plus we can use their hides for new kicks. All in all, we're talking 50 piglets and 6 adult pigs, and get this, 4 of them are expecting mamas. This dude Rover also brought back 10 young women who are total pros at raising pigs. I've set them up with some temporary digs near the pens. As for the whole animal raising game plan, that's all you, Chief. Oh, right. This Rover guy also snagged 2 types of plants. One is this vine with huge flowers he brought back in a pot. He said it's like candy for the pigs. The other one is this round plant with big leaves, but apparently Rover let the pigs go to town on it on the way here, lol. Now all we've got left are a few seeds. Hearing this, Cole was totally stoked. Dude, that's epic news. I'm gonna go check out these pigs myself in a bit. What's the deal with Rover and his crew? Did you hook them up with extra salt and pottery? We gotta roll out the red carpet for them this time. Oak was like, that guy's still hanging around, but he took his people hunting on the east side of the river this morning. They probably won't be back till tonight. As for their payment, I haven't paid them out yet. And here's the kicker, Rover didn't even ask for more salt or pottery. He said this time he wants to live on our turf, but he's not trying to join the tribe. I wasn't about to make that call myself, so I waited for you. Cole was kind of thrown for a loop hearing this. I mean, if they weren't going to be part of the Sun Tribe, there was no way he could just let them squat here. But hey, that's a whole convo they gotta hash out with him tonight. After the meeting wrapped, Cole took the Eagle Tribe's leader Keen on a grand tour. The whole vibe of the Sun Tribe left Keen completely mind-blown. Seeing all the loot everywhere, it looked like pretty much everyone was living large and they had tools and weapons for days. All these different carts were lined up perfectly, and their whole farming and animal game was totally next level. Everything he saw left Keen absolutely gobsmacked. But when he saw the women of the tribe weaving cloth on these insane wooden looms, Keen's jaw literally hit the floor. I mean, you gotta get this. His Eagle Tribe is still out here rocking animal skins for clothes and bags. So being super curious, he asked Cole, "Yo, Sun Chief, for real, can my Eagle Tribe grow this rice stuff?" Cole just shaking his head, trying to explain it real chill, like, sure you can plant it, but for real, growing rice takes a crazy amount of fresh water, and the land around your lake is salty AF, so it's a no-go. My dude. To get rice paddies growing, you gotta find flat land with a good water source, but a spot like that is like next level hard to find. Bro, just look at the 2 rivers in our tribe. They were literally carved out by hand, scoop by our people all freaking autumn. Can you even imagine that grind? That night, Derek rolls back from his hunt right as the sun was dipping, hauling this plump little deer. He sprints over to find Leo all hyped up and asking to grab dinner together. During the meal, Derek was straight up demolishing his food, gassing up the rice like there was no tomorrow. Yo, this rice is on another level. It's so good and actually fills you up. By the way, I gotta chop it up with you about something. You know, our tribe is always on the move, and every winter, it's a total stress fest. You think you could, let us crash here for the winter? Maybe hook us up with a few houses? Leo just kind of laughed and was like, Derek, my guy. You know these houses were built with the blood, sweat, and tears of my people, so I can't just give them away, you feel me? Unless you and your crew join the Han tribe. That way we'd all be one big team. And the housing thing? Pesh, that'd be a piece of cake. Derek's face immediately screamed, major dilemma. Chief, I know you're looking out for us for real, but we nomads, we live for that adventure. You know, we're not really about that settled down life. Leo thought for a sec, then got this brilliant idea. Okay, bet how about this deal? If you join the tribe, I'll set you up with a special squad to go with you on your expeditions. The ladies and the kids can chill here in the tribe where it's super safe and easy. Plus, when you get back, you'll have a solid home base to crash at. What's the vibe on that? Derek was like, okay, that actually slaps. But he still had to run it by his crew and promised an answer tomorrow. Leo, seeing his chance, immediately jumped in. Listen up, in 2 days, I've got a new mission dropping. I gotta send a team way up to the northern lands, a journey of several days to snag something important. If you decide to join, you gotta be quick about it, otherwise I'm just gonna have to send my own boys. Derek gave him this super serious nod, promising to hit him back ASAP. So crack of dawn the next day. Reese had already rounded up 200 warriors to roll out on the Lee. But the Lee tribe needs to be put in check. We have to lock down those critical resources for the Han tribe. Of course, I'm not trying to see a bunch of people get hurt, because most of the Lai people are just innocent bystanders. So your mission is to make them tap out whatever it takes and get them to join the Han tribe. How many you can flip is all on you. I'll be right here waiting for you to come back with the W. Reese just gave a solid nod and led the whole epic-looking army out. After all that was sorted, Derek comes sprinting over, grinning like crazy. Chief, I chopped it up with my people and we're all in. We want to join the Han tribe. Hearing this, a super stoked Leo claps Derek on the shoulder. From now on, the Do tribe is officially the Do clan of the Han tribe. For the next 2 days, just take your people and vibe. See what kind of work they're feeling. In a few days, I'll get you all set up with specific gigs. Derek, all curious, was like, Chief, can you spill the tea on the mission? Oh, for sure. On the plains north of here, there's this massive herd of like 300 zebras. If we can wrangle them, it'll be a total game changer for the tribe's manpower. Plowing and hauling stuff is gonna be a breeze. After sorting things with Derek, Leo got busy designing some, let's call them, heavy-duty bracelets for the prisoners. Making these things was no joke. They had a whole 9 parts each, and the process was crazy complicated. Luckily, Leo is a total pro and whipped up the blueprints for the whole production in like 2 seconds. Then he passed the plans over to Gavin's blacksmith crew. After 2 intense days and nights of non-stop grinding, the team finally cranked out 100 sets of the things. Leo immediately had the prisoners brought out and fitted with their new iron bling. Having been locked up and basically starved for so long, the prisoners were completely out of juice. Now weighed down by the heavy accessories, they could barely even move, so they just sat there totally docile. Like fighting back wasn't even on their radar. Anyway, back with the army led by Reese. They were booking it and showed up at the Lee tribe's territory in no time, immediately surrounding the whole place from every angle. Reese went to find their main guy, Vaughn, and seriously laid out the whole situation, making it crystal clear that surrendering was their only move. Hearing this, Vaughn was totally bugging out, completely unable to make a call. Just then, all the young dudes from the Lee tribe who got captured before started chatting up their families. They were excitedly spilling all the tea about how awesome the Han tribe was, letting everyone know that the other captives were all safe and sound. Y'all will be safe. Just give it up now and everyone will be back together soon. For real, you'll be living just like the rest of us in our tribe, wantin' for nothing. And you're hearing that the Lit tribe's people slowly started to chill out. They were like, wait, we don't even have a real beef with the Ark tribe, and it ain't worth getting clapped for our dead chief. And so, more and more of them started dropping their weapons. Light, seeing how it was all going down, knew it was a total wash and was like, "Aight, fine, we surrender?" Seeing this, Theron immediately told his boys to help him pack their stuff and get ready to dip. And get this, the whole shebang from saying what's up to surrendering and packing took just one morning. In the afternoon, Theron led the whole crew of over 400 peeps on the journey back. From that day on, the Lit tribe was officially part of the Ark tribe fam. So like the Ark tribe's population blew up by more than 200 people. That night at dinner, the tribe's shot callers were kicking it with Leo, eating and chatting about the tribe's next moves. Oak asked, looking a little confused, "Yo, Chief, this iron mine, is it really that big a deal? Does this mean we don't gotta mine copper anymore, or what?" Leo put down his fork and got real serious. "Bro, iron is way more important than copper. But nah, we're still gonna run the copper mine at 8 Treasures Mountain, just gonna slow roll it a bit. Right now, the main hustle is collecting limestone. That stuff is super clutch for building houses and for smelting iron. I'm gonna lead a squad to 8 Treasures Mountain this time. Besides limestone, we also gotta dig up some kaolin and termite mound dirt. I need him to make fire bricks to build a bunch of new massive smelters, which will totally boost our speed and how much we can crank out." Oak was nodding like crazy, totally getting it. Leo then turned to Titan and Bloodaxe to give them their missions. "The crew heading to the Salt Lake iron mine will be led by you, Titan, with Bloodaxe as your number 2. After you get there, the first thing you gotta do is set up a permanent base camp. There ain't a lot of trees there like here, so you can copy what the Tat tribe does. Dig some of those half-underground pit houses. It saves on wood and makes it way easier to keep tabs on the captured workers. Split them into a bunch of groups and lock them in different pits. You gotta have warriors on guard duty in shifts, and every morning you'll pass out their tools for work. But when the day's over, you take every single one back, no cap. You'll hand them out again the next day. While they're working, if you see any worker using their tools to try and break their shackles, don't even hesitate. Drop them on the spot. If anyone's being lazy and refusing to work, light them up. If anyone acts up, cut their food rations. Make them get with the program no matter what." Titan and Bloodaxe nodded, looking dead serious. "We got it. We'll for sure handle your orders." Leo gave a little nod and kept going. "Ryder's rolling with you guys on this trip, but his main gig is to lead a team to go and surround and capture that whole herd of wild horses. Once that's done, he needs to bounce right back. I'm putting him in charge of the entire deer cavalry, and they'll help you clear out any wild animals around the mining area. As for how to catch the wild horses, we've already gone over the game plan. First, set up an ambush spot, then send out the cavalry to scout. When you find the herd, use the cavalry to push them into the trap. That's how you're gonna snatch all of them alive. We can use these horses later to plow the fields and farm more land, so we can grow a ton more food. For real, the whole tribe's ability to eat good depends on how many horses you guys can catch. After hearing Leo's whole speech, the other leaders all nodded, showing they were all on the same page. At this point, Talon, the leader of the Eagle tribe, was just sitting there thinking hard. Everything he'd seen and heard about the Ark tribe the last few days had him absolutely shook. After thinking it all over, he took a huge breath and said to Leo, super respectfully, "Ark tribe chief, is it possible for the Eagle tribe to join the Ark tribe? We want to live together with you guys like the Do tribe. I want my people to have a good life like that. It's just, my tribe has been raising giant eagles for generations. They've never left the floating island, and I'm kind of worried they won't get used to it." Hearing Talon's words, Leo was shocked, but also super hyped. He shot back, "You want to pledge loyalty to the Ark tribe, dude, that's awesome. And as for the whole thing with the giant eagles, don't even sweat it. If you're worried about them breeding, our tribe can build them some custom nests out in the western mountains. And even if they really don't vibe with it, they can still go back to the floating island to do their thing. Besides, this whole Salt Lake area is about to be Ark tribe territory anyway, so you can totally chill and move your whole tribe here." Talon listened, and was just nodding over and over, his worries just kind of melting away. He thought Leo's plan was super thoughtful, like he totally got the Eagle tribe's unique situation. This made Talon 100% sure that Leo was a smart and cool leader. He just knew that with Leo in charge, his people would be living the good life. Talon stood up and declared all seriously, "Chief, thank you for taking us in. From this day forward, the Eagle tribe is ride or die for the Ark tribe." Leo quickly helped Talon up, laughing like, "Haha, heck yeah, that's what I'm talking about. All right, listen up. From this day forward, y'all are officially the Eagle clan of the Han people. And since you swore you're down to ride for the tribe, you're getting in on this next mission." Rex totally pounds his chest and goes, "Chief, just say the word. If it's something we can do, we'll go all out, no cap. Wild horses. Your 3 crews have a crazy advantage up in the sky. So this time you gotta send out all asterisk of the Eagle clan's giant eagles to basically stalk those wild horse herds all across the plains. The second you spot them, you lead my cavalry right to them, and then order the giant eagles to help my riders herd them and box them in." "Bet we can totally do it. I'll dip and get it all set up right now," Rex shot back, super confident. Then Felix and Rex just look at each other and give a solid punch to the chest, as a sign of their whole squad goals vibe and being ready to crush it together. I mean, they both rolled up to the Han clan at the same time, and now they're fighting side by side to nail this super important mission. Everyone was totally hyped, and morale was through the roof. So bright and early the next morning, Luke and Felix plus Blade and Rex led this whole parade of 4 ox carts and 20 hand carts with 80 warriors and 100 slaves in chains for real. They crossed the river on the Han clan's wooden bridge and just followed the riverbank straight north, marching on toward the salt mine area. A day later, Rocky rolls up leading 200 warriors and over 200 peeps from the Lat clan, making it back to the Han clan safe and sound. Those 30-plus Lat folks that Biggs had locked up were also let go. They saw that the Lat shaman had brought their entire tribe to join the Han clan, so they weren't even salty anymore and just vibed with their new big family. During all this, the rice seeds for the second harvest of the Han clan got planted. 'Cause it was midsummer, and the rain was perfect, the seeds just soaked it all up. In just 3 days, little sprouts were already busting out of the soil, poking right through the dirt. In about 20 more days, these little guys would turn into strong rice plants, and that's when the second transplanting had to go down. But with the tribe's population blowing up, the food situation was starting to look kinda sus. To make sure everyone could eat, Aaron decided they had to expand the rice paddies. After thinking it over real hard, he picked the east bank of the Little River for the glow-up. That spot used to be bordered by the Tang clan to the north, the Black Rat clan to the east, and the Lat clan to the south. Now that the Han clan basically absorbed all 3 of those tribes, they could farm that whole massive stretch of land and make sure the food supply was epic. Besides, the tribe already built a wooden bridge, so zipping between the 2 riverbanks every day was no biggie. The only catch, digging a whole river channel was a massive job, and doing it by hand was taking forever. So Aaron gets this galaxy brain idea to use explosives to speed things up. He still had a decent stash of the sulfuric acid he'd whipped up before, but the nitric acid was all gone after that salt mine explosion. Luckily, they found saltpeter at the Salt Lake mine this time. When he got back, Aaron made sure to bring back several bags. And just like that, the whole missing ingredient problem was solved. For the next few days, Aaron was personally in his lab using his distillation pot to cook up new nitric acid while also concentrating several jars of glycerin. But real talk, as he was making all this boom stuff, the tribe's fat reserves started vanishing. The silver lining was that they were making a ton of soap as a byproduct, which was piling up like crazy. At the same time, a new tool, this custom drill shovel, was invented under Aaron's orders. "Chief, what in the world is this weird shovel even for?" Biggs asked Aaron, holding the shiny new bronze drill shovel with a totally confused look on his face. "A shovel is obviously for digging dirt, but this one is like special ops for..." Drilling holes in the ground, Aaron explained, trying to be patient. Drilling holes? You mean like digging a burrow? Why are we digging burrows in the ground? Biggs asked, totally lost.
To dig a river, Aaron replied deadpan. Digging burrows can create a river. Biggs and Rocky just stared at each other, their minds completely blown. And Aaron's like, that's right. Today I'm going to introduce you all to something. It's the explosive I've been making these past few days. You know the miracle that blew open the salt cave? Yeah, digging a river by hand. It's just way too slow, so I'm planning to use explosives to blast out a new river channel. The explosive that blew up the salt mine. Rocky and Biggs were completely shook after hearing that, and this crazy wave of excitement just washed over them. The fact that their chief was spilling the tea on such a miracle treasure made them feel like Aaron really truly trusted them. In just 2 short days, the gossip spread through the whole tribe that their chief could make a miracle thing called an explosive and was going to use it to dig a river. Word on the street was that it was way faster than doing it by hand, but nobody really knew how it actually worked. On the morning of the 3rd day after the news dropped, Aaron led Biggs, Rocky, and everyone else to the other side of the river to get ready for a test run of the explosive charge. First up, Rocky grabbed the drill shovel and started boring a vertical hole right at the spot they picked for the boom. So get this, the hole for the big boom had to be like 4 inches wide and a wild 13 feet deep, and they were literally using a wooden stick with marks on it to get the measurements right. Once that was all dug out, Leo super carefully poured the freshly mixed spicy juice into this little clay pot, and then slowly lowered it down. Next, my dude used some branches to rig up a makeshift tripod right over the hole. From that little tripod, he hung a busted piece of brick tied to a skinny rope. This was their janky DIY detonator, super simple, but hey, if it works, it works. Once everything was locked and loaded, Leo got the whole squad together to kick off the very first test run. The charge this time was about 300 grams. He was the one who personally lowered the pot of boom juice to the bottom of the hole. Then he gently hung the brick from the tripod right over it. The brick was just dangling about 4 inches above the opening to make sure it was a guaranteed hit. After that, Leo grabbed the rope and started backing away to a hiding spot about 65 feet out. Big Tree had made them dig this trench earlier, and the guys were already lying flat inside, with just their heads peeking out nervously watching Leo stroll over. Then he hands the rope to Tim, telling him he's on boom duty. Tim literally jumped and was like, I don't know how to do this. And Leo's like, dude, what's not to know? You just hold the rope, and when I say let go, you drop it and hit the deck. Simple. Leo was trying to be patient, lol. He explained the whole thing, but Tim was like, but Chief, I'm literally so scared. His face was pale as a ghost, and he was gripping that rope so tight his whole body was shaking. Leo was like, you're a man for crying out loud. What are you so scared of? Get on with it. It's your turn and Big Tree is up next. Everyone has to try this with their own hands. Leo was getting so antsy and annoyed, so Tim took the rope, clutching it for dear life. His palms were absolutely drenched, and he kept wiping his forehead as sweat was just pouring down. Okay. Everyone get down, Tim. Listen for my signal. I'm gonna count to 3. When you hear 3, you let it go. And Tim's all shaky like, yes sir, I get it. His eyes were glued to Leo like he forgot how to breathe. The second asterisk, he heard the word 3, Tim's nerves, which were stretched tighter than a guitar string, just totally snapped. It was pure instinct. He just let go. Instantly, the brick hanging over the hole just yeeted itself down the shaft like an arrow. It scored a direct hit on the clay pot at the bottom, and then, with a deafening kaboom, the pot shattered. The spicy juice inside instantly went off from the impact. In the blink of an eye, dirt and rocks were flying everywhere like confetti at a parade, shooting up into the sky in every direction. The ground around the hole was completely wrecked, leaving a crater about 13 feet deep and over 10 feet wide. A massive hole just appeared out of thin air. Leo looked up. First, he dusted the dirt off himself, then called the others over to come have a look. They walked up to the blast site and just stared at the massive deep crater in the ground. And every single one of them was just floored their jaws on the actual ground. This was the second time they'd seen the power of this stuff. But being this close and seeing the whole thing go down with their own eyes, that was a whole other level of mind-blowing. Someone was like, holy cow, this stuff is seriously insane. Just one little boom carved out a hole this massive. It would take at least 10 of our guys a full day of digging with shovels to do that. This stuff is a total game changer. Tim stared at the huge crater, his eyes wide with a mix of total shock and mad respect. And he couldn't help but blurt it out. Yeah, now I totally get how the chief is going to use this stuff to dig the river. So the plan is to drill a whole line of these boom holes along the path of the new river. Then you just blow them all up to make a chain of big craters and connect them to make the channel. If that's the plan, we could dig this river way faster, I'm guessing. If we have enough materials, we could finish a whole canal in just a few days. Big Tree was looking at the crater all deep in thought, his eyes sparkling with excitement like he could already see the new river flowing strong. And Leo was like, you got it, that's the exact plan. You've all seen how powerful and effective this stuff is. Its destructive force is basically unstoppable. As long as we master how to use it, we can dig several more canals within a month. That way, we can plant another crop of rice this year, and by winter we'll have plenty of food and animal feed stored up. Nobody will have to worry about going hungry anymore. And the guys listened and nodded like crazy, their hearts totally filled with hope and faith for the future. They knew that thanks to their chief's big brain moves and amazing leadership, and this miracle tool called explosives, their tribe was destined for a major glow-up and a super prosperous future. So after testing the explosive power and how well it worked, and figuring out the don't stand here zone, the basic prep work was done. Next up, Leo started to plan out the deets for the land on the east bank of the little river. The area across from the bridge on the east bank needed a wide road left open so people and carts could get through, using that road. As the main vibe dropping rice paddies for 500 meters on each side, the whole thing would be 1,000 meters long. So get this, the total area of the fields on both sides would make a perfect square 1,000 by 1,000 meters, which is like 1,300 acres. With this lit plan, the total area of rice paddies they were setting up on the east and west sides this year will hit about 2,200 acres, which is more than enough to keep the whole tribe's pantry stocked. And the spot near the east riverbank was primo super flat, and the trees weren't all up in each other's business. The trees were just kind of sparse, with little bushes scattered around, but to turn it into prime real estate for rice, they still had to clear it all out. So Leo immediately hit up the logging squad from the West Mountain camp, telling them to haul it back ASAP and just go ham on clearing the trees and bushes in that zone. And for the super thick tree stumps they could use that special boom boom powder to just send them to the moon, which is way faster than digging them out by hand, The smaller bushes, poofed easy, just rip them out with plows. Later, once the whole area is turned into paddies. And the fields are basically flooded 24/7. Any leftover roots won't even have a chance to come back. So while the logging crew was doing their thing, Leo told Oak to grab his boys and start making some noise digging that moat on the west bank. And listen, this moat wasn't just to keep the haters out. It was also going to be a major water hookup for the west side, making it super easy to start a whole veggie garden on the western plains and plant all kinds of good stuff, totally leveling up the tribe's menu. Meanwhile, over at the Moat River, Jude and his crew were out here carefully drilling these special holes with some fancy shovels, dropping one every 4 meters. After a whole day of grinding, they'd managed to dig a total of 50 of those bad boys, stretching over a whole 200 meters. The next day, Leo himself was on chef duty, mixing up that spicy dirt, then he carefully dropped it into the bottom of each hole. Big Oak got his crew to dig some quick and dirty trenches, while Jude finished setting up the whole light-em-up system. The elder and the shaman had already given everyone the 411, basically making it a rule that everyone had to stay way clear of the blast zone to guarantee nobody got yeeted. Once everything was a go, Leo rounded up 50 tribe members to get ready to pull the trigger on all the charges at the same time. So you got these 50 dudes gripping the pull cords, all laying down in these little trenches about 30 meters away. And to make sure the timing was on point, they switched up the command from just yelling to a drum beat. Leo had someone bring out that sick buffalo hide drum they made a while back. They put it 50 meters from the trenches, and this time the go signal was going to be 3 huge beats. The second they heard those 3 beats, all the guys up front were going to yank those cords at the exact same time. Girl, the suspense was insane. It was like a scene from some wild prehistoric movie where the earth dragon itself was about to wake up. And then kaboom! This absolutely earth-shattering roar just echoed as the whole southwest part of the moat just blew sky high, making this giant dirt dragon over 200 meters long, its body just bursting from the ground with world-shaking power, scaring the absolute daylights out of anyone who saw it. The entire Han tribe from Grey Mountain all the way to the Rongrong people. And even their animals were so freaked out by the sudden boom and shockwave that they all just hit the deck too scared to even make a sound. But OMG, the sight after the smoke cleared left everyone was totally losing their minds, so hyped and emotional. And get this, when the smoke cleared, a massive 200-meter-long trench was just sitting there where the ground used to be. A job that would have taken dozens of people weeks to finish was done in a flash, all thanks to that explosive magic. All it needed was a little cleanup, and it would be ready for water right after the Big Bang. Jude got the slaves on it like stat. They were using these little wheelbarrows to haul away all the dirt and rocks that went flying everywhere, carefully scooping it all up and piling it inside the city limits, getting ready to build some of those packed earth walls later. Y'all, the Han tribe was officially in its major construction glow-up era, and with the Lee tribe and those 2 other tribes that surrendered during the Western campaign joining the party, their workforce was absolutely massive. So Leo, being a total opportunist, decided to totally reorganize the construction team, the one in charge of building all the houses. He expanded it to 30 crews, which meant they could build 30 houses at the same time. The pace of construction just skyrocketed. Inside the settlement, tribe members were building houses like absolute maniacs, while outside the slaves were busting their butts, digging the moat and hauling materials. Everything was just falling into place. The whole tribe was like a giant bustling beehive, totally buzzing with energy. The Han tribe was finally getting its groove back for real. All the projects were totally on schedule, and the entire tribe had this awesome lively vibe going on. And get this, the mining team that had been gone for days, they sent back some seriously amazing news. After they rolled up to the Swan Lake area with zero drama, they got straight to business. First, they built a super fortified camp near the lake. Meanwhile, the main cavalry dude took his troops and all the Eagle tribe warriors on a massive hunt all over the area. They basically took out all the scary beasts one by one, making sure the whole mining operation would be totally safe and chill. And everything was going smooth AF. So for the next few days, Atlas and Crimson had the slaves on their grind mining that magnetite ore like their lives depended on it. Carts of the stuff were getting hauled out and stacked by the river, and then floated back to the Han tribe on these janky wooden rafts. On the flip side, Leo and Hawk were also crazy busy. They scoped out the perfect spot for some traps, then got the cavalry and Eagle tribe warriors to basically herd a whole bunch of horses right into their ambush. So yeah, things were going great for them, but OMG, the other tribes in the area were seriously struggling, like big-time hardship. It was especially rough for the tribes that traded with the Han tribe at the last spring festival. After a few months, they were totally obsessed with the Han tribe's killer pottery and that bougie white salt. But plot twist, that white salt was disappearing way too fast, especially in the summer when everyone's sweating buckets, which just made them burn through their salt stash even quicker. The tribes were once again in a major salt crisis. And you know how it is, once you get used to the good stuff being cut off, cold turkey is literally the worst. So some tribes got this bright idea to go track down the Han tribe, hoping they could trade for some more of that primo white salt. The Serpent tribe from Dreamwater Valley was the first to make a move. They had a crew of about 400, and their whole vibe was fishing. So their food supply was pretty solid, and they had plenty to eat. But with that many mouths to feed, the Serpent tribe was blowing through their salt way faster than anyone else. At this point in the entire Serpent tribe, only the super important workers got a tiny little taste of white salt every 2 days, like just enough to feel the salty tingle on their tongue. But even with that rationing, the amount of salt they had left was nowhere near enough to last until the next spring festival. The Serpent tribe's leader Spike was totally bugging out. He thought the whole situation was a hot mess, and they had to figure out how to hit up the Han tribe for a salt trade. Just then, one of the tribe elders was like, "Yo, rolling solo is super risky. We should get a few other tribes to go with us. You know, strength in numbers." And on the road, the Serpent leader Spike heard that and was like, "Bet that's a genius idea," and immediately rode off like a madman to find the Bear tribe. After a 2-day trip, he found them living up in the mountains, a tribe famous for being total warriors. From the grannies to the babies, they were all certified badasses, but their situation was just as bleak. When the Bear tribe's leader Grizz heard why the Serpent leader showed up, he was like, "Say less, I'm in," because their salt was about to be completely gone too. But when it was time to dip, the two leaders hit a snag. They only knew the general direction of the Han tribe, not like their exact coordinates. So the two decided to hit up Dreamwater Valley first, and then just follow the trail the Han tribe left last year. I mean, the Han tribe had brought a massive crew with them, so they had to have left some tracks. But the Bear leader was still stressing, wondering what they could even offer for salt. The Serpent leader Spike, though, seemed to have it all planned out, and he was all chill, like, "Look, the Han tribe used to be big on trading salt for people, but they're probably not on that wave anymore. This time I'm thinking we send 10 warriors and 5 of our young bloods, and bring some livestock to sweeten the deal. If the Han tribe is still down to trade for people, we'll offer up 5 for now and just wing the rest." After hearing the plan, the Bear leader thought about his own tribe's sitch. His tribe was pretty small, so he could only spare 10 warriors and a couple of animals. And just like that, the two leaders were on the same page, and after they locked in the deets, they immediately bounced. On the way, they kept picking up other tribes. Before they knew it, their little group had totally snowballed. By the time they rolled up to Dreamwater Valley, the squad had grown to 7 tribes with a grand total of 85 people. After chilling for a day in Dreamwater Valley, another 5 tribes linked up with them. Now the head count was over 100. Everyone huddled up, chattering and hyping each other up for a bit before heading northeast of Dreamwater Valley. On the way, they actually did find the tracks the Han tribe had left behind. So everyone started following the trail. A few days later, they ran into a hunting party from the Serpent tribe. Seeing them from far away, the hunters totally freaked out, thinking some massive tribe was coming to wreck their whole lives. But after they got a closer look, they recognized a few faces from the spring festival. The leader of the Wolf tribe group saw what was up and rushed over to ask, "Yo, do you Serpent tribe dudes know where the Han tribe is at?" The Serpent tribe's leader scrunched up his face thinking, and was like he wasn't really sure either, but the Frontier tribe was super tight with the Han tribe, so they'd probably know. So the whole search party followed the Serpent tribe guys to find the Frontier tribe. When they got there, everyone was shook. They saw that all the dudes in the Frontier tribe had their hair up in man buns, a completely different style from before. The Frontier tribe warriors saw the uninvited guests, and immediately raised their spears, getting all defensive. The Serpent tribe's leader quickly explained that these guys had all been at this year's spring festival, and just wanted to find the Han tribe to trade. A Frontier warrior puffed out his chest and was like, "Oh, our tribe! We've already joined the Han tribe. We haven't moved yet, but HQ is already building houses for us." The Wolf tribe leader anxiously asked, "For real, can you take us to the Han tribe to trade for salt?" The Frontier warrior kind of frowned, saying he had to ask his chief first. But he didn't forget to add a little warning. "Just a heads up, the Han tribe has set up a ton of traps around here. If you don't have a guide, you're gonna have a really, really bad time." Super fast, Tang got the message, but she was like, "Whoa, this is way above my pay grade." She had to send a warrior, so get this. The warriors bounced to find the Han tribe's hunting crew telling them to pass a message to Leo Stat. Meanwhile, the Han search squad got invited to just kick back and chill at the Tang tribe's spot. An OMG inside the Tang tribe. The massive fields of hemp and the women crafting these ridiculously fire hemp bags had everyone's jaws on the floor. The Tang chief totally clocked their shook faces and just starts laughing at the Snake tribe's captain. Like, yo, the reason we're down to team up with the Han tribe is because their chief is an absolute legend. He invented this weaving tool that's a total game changer. Plus, the Han tribe hooked us up with so much pottery and that premium white salt, we literally don't know what to do with it all. And get this if any ops show up. The Han chief even sends his own crew to help us throw down. After a whole day of vibing at the Tang tribe, the Han hunting patrol finally rolled in. They spilled all the tea to Leo about the tribes that showed up wanting to trade for salt. That night, Leo gets all the big shots together for a meeting. Daniel pipes up first like, I'm just saying I think we can keep doing the whole salt for people trade. This year, the tribe planted a crazy amount of rice, so feeding another 200 or 300 people easy peasy. But the second he finished, the elder and Victor were immediately like, hold up, absolutely not. The elder was all stressed, saying, dude, we've already taken in way too many newbies this year. Everyone's slammed building houses and scrounging up food, and with winter right around the corner, our livestock count is looking kinda... If we add more people, I'm pretty sure we're gonna run out of animals. So their big idea was to trade the white salt for livestock instead. Leo's just sitting there on the side all quiet, listening to everyone go back and forth, totally lost in his own world. After a bit, Daniel is literally waving a hand in front of Leo's face. Hello, Chief, what's cooking in that brain of yours? So, are we trading for people or what? Leo finally snapped out of his trance. Okay, I've got it figured out. For now, we're hitting pause on the whole trading for people thing. Have you guys even noticed the problem here? This time these crews actually organized and rolled up as a whole squad. We gotta stay frosty. If we keep doing these people for salt deals, it might make the other tribes super salty, and they could just turn around and try to run our fade with a huge army. That would be a major L. It's way smarter to just use the white salt to trade for their other stuff. Like the old chief said, livestock is a pretty sweet deal too. Hearing Leo break it all down, everyone was like, oh yeah, no cap, that makes sense, and started nodding. But you'll never guess what happened next. Just as they finished nodding, they look over and Leo zoned out again. Daniel couldn't help but ask, bro, for real, what on earth are you scheming about now? Is there something even more important than this? Leo looked up, giving everyone this super intense stare. I'm planning to leak the methods and the seeds for growing grain, so that all the tribes who come for salt can learn how to grow their own food. The second he said it, the whole room was just staring completely shook, giving their tech to other tribes. Isn't that just like building up your own competition? Leo just cracked a little smile and said super calmly, on this huge continent, even though the Han tribe has a little head start, if we want to truly run this whole place, we can't just be about us. By spreading our farming tech, farming tribes are going to pop up everywhere like crazy. And by then, wherever grain is being grown, people will remember the Han tribe taught them, and they'll know the Han tribe has a leader who's basically a god. Besides, even if other tribes learn how to farm, they're just clearing out the land for us. We've got insane metal-making skills, plus we're decked out in armor and longswords. Facing off against tribes that are brand new to farming, they're not even qualified to be our ops. Leo's mic drop speech left the elder Daniel and Victor completely mind-blown. This was the first time they had ever heard their leader just come out and say he wanted to take over the entire continent. A huge rush of hype just surged through Daniel's heart. If the Han tribe actually pulled off this massive power move, it would be absolutely legendary. But Victor and the elders were more into growing the tribe in a more chill way. As long as their people's lives were getting better, they were good. They weren't exactly feeling Leo's whole vibe. But of course, Leo had a way of talking these two old-timers around. He started explaining slowly, look, we've got a power that the whole world is jealous of. We can't just try to live a quiet life. Even if this means taking over, it's so that more people can live the good life like we do. From a certain point of view, we're actually helping them. Besides, taking over doesn't have to mean things get messy. We can totally use other strategies to make the Han tribe stronger, like through trade to get more people on our team, or by using our culture to influence other tribes. What I'm gonna do next is set up a trading post in the Han tribe to spread our culture through our merch. I'm talking Han culture, like carving our 6 silkworm patterns and Han characters on pottery fabrics and tools. That way, anyone from other tribes who buys Han gear will be totally immersed in our vibe in their day-to-day life. Are always seeing our Han culture, right? So they're already kind of vibing with us. If we just open the door and invite them to join the Han crew, I bet they'll slide right in on their own. So after Long dropped that big brain explanation, the two old-timers were still kind of sus, but they could totally see how this plan could be a major glow-up for the Han tribe. And boom, just like that, it was a done deal. Long then sent a scout with the message like, you'll bring the whole squad to our turf tomorrow. He was all, I got this, wanting to run the show himself, to hash out the deets. So the next day, right after lunch, the tea reached the Tung tribe. The scout spilled Long's message saying they were down to trade again. And he made it super clear no one was on the trading block. Plus, plot twist. The Han tribe was going to teach them a new food hack, and anyone who wanted to learn could pull up. This news, you guys, had all the nomad crews totally shook. They were like, say less, and immediately started trailing the patrol team back to the Han spot. After a whole day of trekking, the whole visiting posse finally rolled up to the Han tribe's crib. They pulled in around noon, just as the Han crew was going hard harvesting peanuts. Talk about perfect timing to flex their farming gains. For these visitors, over 100 people got escorted right to the main drag east of town. And get this, on both sides of the road were these wild-looking fields just covered in water. By the little river, there was also this peanut field that was totally ready to go, and in those watery fields, tons of people were still grinding planting these little rice sprouts. The whole operation was like non-stop for days. But with almost 1,000 acres of fields finishing up was still a huge mission. Every single Han tribe member was hunched over clutching a handful of and meticulously sticking each little plant into the flooded field. I'm telling you, the sight had the 100+ visitors on the road feeling some type of way. Their minds were totally blown. One of the nomads couldn't hold it in and turned to his buddy like, "Bro, what are they even doing? Why aren't they out hunting or finding snacks or something?" His friend was just as clueless, shaking his head like, "Dude, I have zero clue. I was literally just thinking that. Like, why'd they drag us all the way out here? Why haven't they?" The whole crowd started whispering and buzzing. Some were complaining, others were nosy, and a few were just staring hard trying to figure out the vibe. And then out of nowhere, a loud clap snapped everyone out of it, and they see Long rocking a bronze helmet rolling up with 2 elders and like a dozen young dudes. And these guys were all the new recruits they scooped up from other tribes during the Spring Fest. Long had basically drafted them to be his personal translators for the day. The second everyone saw Long, it was dead silent, and every single eye was glued on the young chief. He cracked a smile, scanned the crowd, and then said real slow, "All right, I know y'all are here for that good white salt. Everyone, chill out. The Han tribe has plenty of white salt for everyone to get their trade on. No need to get all antsy. In a bit, someone's gonna hook you up and take you to exchange for the white salt. But I bet you're all dying to know what's up. Like, why did we bring you here? What in the world are our people even doing?" After he dropped that Long gave a nod to the translators behind him to pass on the message. The second they were done, the over 100 people went wild, buzzing like crazy, all trying to guess what the Han tribe was really up to. He had them totally hooked. Once the translators were done, Long just kind of raised a hand to get them to simmer down. The crowd went quiet again. Then he went on. "So maybe some of you have already figured it out. They're actually getting food too. We plant seeds from stuff you can eat, wait for them to grow up. And boom, they give us edible stuff which we call grains." OMG, Long's words hit the crowd like a bomb, and everyone just lost their minds. Everyone started freaking out and chattering. For them, this was a way of getting food they'd never even dreamed of. In their heads, it was just hunting and gathering, so could there actually be some kind of magic trick? Because if that was for real, didn't it mean you could just grow as much food as you wanted and never have to stress about being hungry ever again? Wait, was this asterisk the food-finding cheat code the Han tribe wanted to teach them? Long saw their totally shook faces and just smirked a little. "Perhaps you find it totally fake, and you're not buying that this is legit. That's exactly why I brought y'all here, so you could see it for yourselves. Next up, someone's gonna give you the grand tour. These peanuts our Han tribe grows. Yeah, you can eat them. Once you see it happen, it'll all click." And with that, Long started leading the whole crew over to the peanut field. As they got closer, they saw that in the peanut field, all the leaves were crispy and yellow, which meant it was go time for the harvest. The tribe members about to get to work were all lined up, in perfect rows, moving slowly down the lines. As they went, they'd bend over and just yoink the whole peanut plant right out of the dirt, and attached were these huge fat bunches of peanuts. Yo, these peanuts just shot out of the ground and were lined up perfectly to chill and dry. The old school way was to let him sunbathe for 2 whole days before taking him to the main square for the big shuck fest. Or just left in their shells till they were totally dried out. And get this, over 100 visitors, all with their personal translators, were trailing the harvest crew like they were at a concert. They were totally locked in on those fresh peanuts like, "What are those?" Some were so hyped they just snatched the muddy things right off the ground and started cracking them open, just popping them into their mouths for a quick taste test. And OMG, after one bite, they were all blowing up their translators' DMs like, "How in the world do you even grow these peanut things? How long does it take? How many do you get from one plant? How many people can you feed with this?" So the dozenish translators gave them the whole rundown, breaking down the deets on how to grow them and how long it takes. But when it came to how many mouths it could feed, they were kind of clueless. But plot twist, their chief once spilled that peanuts weren't even the Han tribe's main grub. Nah, their real MVP was patty rice. Apparently the rice from these watery fields was super tasty and filling, like it was the Han tribe's absolute fave. So someone goes, "Wait, is that patty rice that weird grass growing in the water over there?" Some dude from the Zhou tribe asked, sounding super skeptical. And they were like, "Yep, that's the stuff. Right now it's just a baby with a few leaves, but when it grows up, the stalks will be loaded with a gazillion grains of rice. You dry the stalks, beat them up to get the seeds out, and boom, that's the rice you eat. The rice is rock hard, so you gotta cook it in a pot before you can chow down." The Zhou tribe's translator was patiently laying it all out for them. So they're like, "How long to grow it, and do you get as much as the peanuts?" And the answer was insane. Patty rice grows crazy fast. We're talking just 3 months from seed to harvest. You can literally harvest it in 100 days, and the payoff is massive. For real, the grains from just one stalk of this stuff is enough for a whole meal. And you can get at least 2 harvests a year. Our Han tribe already crushed the first one, and now we're planting round 2, which will be ready by the start of fall. This rice is going to be enough to get our whole tribe through the crazy long winter. Hearing that everyone was nodding like crazy, you could tell they were all secretly making a pact with themselves. They were like, we have to get these farming secrets back to our people and end the Hunger Games for good. So after the whole tour was over, Logan had his crew trade some of that primo white salt with the visitors. The Han tribe scored a bunch of livestock in the deal. Then when it was dinner time, they took the fresh peanuts from that day and cooked them with rice to make this cute light pink porridge for their guests. The Han tribe folks were eating the same peanut and rice porridge, plus some fresh fish and meat. And OMG, the little toddlers like 2 or 3 years old were opening their tiny mouths super wide, just waiting for their moms to spoon feed them the porridge. The whole vibe of the tribe was so warm and chill. Someone was like, so this is what you make with rice and peanuts. You just cook it with water and it turns into this porridge. And it's actually bomb. Why didn't I think of trading for this stuff with the Han tribe sooner, Major L on my part? You guys who got traded here are seriously living the dream. Getting to eat amazing food like this every day and not having to worry about starving. Some dude from the fish tribe said, getting all in his feels to one of his homies who got traded to the Han tribe back in the spring. The guy just laughed like, heh, you know it, I'm thriving over here in the Han tribe. My stomach is full every single day, and I'm even about to get some fresh new hemp threads. All the people from the different tribes who hadn't seen each other in forever were catching up, just buzzing about how sick life was in the Han tribe. And right then, Logan steps out again and claps his hands a couple times, totally grabbing everyone's attention. Just a second ago, all the reunited crew from the other tribes were hyping up the awesome life in the Han tribe. You could just tell the visitors were dying to get a piece of that lifestyle for themselves. And in that exact moment, Logan comes out, claps his hands, and bam, every single eye snapped right to him. The whole crowd knew he was about to drop some news. Logan announced the Han tribe's plan to throw a regular market fair going down for the first 7 days of every single month. And the trade items weren't just going to be livestock and people. Basically anything the Han tribe didn't have was fair game. When they heard that the trading groups were absolutely losing their minds with joy. From now on, they wouldn't have to stress about what to bring to trade. Even though the Han tribe was a trek, there was plenty of time to make it to the market. But wait, there's more. Logan also announced he was giving out seeds for free and promised to help them out if they ran into any farming drama. He even threw in that they could trade for farming tools. Bro, his words totally chilled everyone out. The whole crowd got up together and bowed, showing some major love and thanks to the Han tribe. The next day, the trading crews got their seeds. Each group also got the pound of white rice as a parting gift before they bounced feeling totally at ease. They were all super hyped to get back to their own tribes and bring home these game-changing seeds. I'm not even kidding, this stuff had the power to flip the script for every single tribe. Then that afternoon, a whole other boatload of iron ore rolled in from the salt mine after 2 straight weeks on the move. Okay, so get this. They were on their 7th run already. Each trip was hauling like 10 tons of ore, which brought the Han tribe's stash to almost 100 tons. If they cook that all down into steel, you're talking like dozens of tons for real, enough to keep them stacked for ages. So Leo, being the boss he is, tells the 4 warrior bodyguards to snag one last boatload of ore on their way back. And after that, the crew at the iron mine could finally dip. Link up with Felix's trade squad and get that whole herd of horses back home stat. At the same time, Leo made a huge call and decided to shut down all the northern ops for the year, so everyone could just chill and prep for winter back at the tribe. Hearing that the 4 dudes steering the boat were so hyped, finally going home to see their families. This was literally everything they'd been waiting for. So 3 days later, Crimson comes flying back to the tribe and respectfully tells Leo they wrangled a whopping 329 wild horses. The whole Han tribe was absolutely losing it. With over 300 of these work animals, the Han tribe was about to seriously level up their farms, which was a massive W for the tribe's future. And the other tribes that just made deals with the Han tribe? Oh, they were totally feeling the good vibes too. Over in the Sora tribe's village, a crew of over 400 peeps who are all about that fishing life. The Sora chief and the elders were chowing down on this new, crazy, delicious white rice. And get this, even though it was just plain rice, the 2 of them were going to town on it. The silver-haired elder was just chewing real slow, probably thinking, damn, the Han tribe's chief is a real one, sharing a secret this valuable with all the tribes. Meanwhile, the Sora chief was already deep in his bag, planning their whole farming glow-up. He was like, our tribe is right by the water, we gotta clear this land and plant these seeds ASAP to get a harvest before winter. But wait, there's more. He was also like, we gotta get a crew to find more stuff to trade for some of that pottery at the Han tribe's market. Bro, we're seriously lacking in the pots and dishes department. And the other tribes, they were on the exact same page. Nobody was about to sleep on this chance to completely change their lives. But real talk, not every tribe was as lucky as the Sora tribe with their primo land for easy farming. Some tribes had to start scouting hard for good spots around their turf. Some tribes even straight up abandoned their old homes. The next few days were just a blur of activity. Everyone was hustling. Some were busy moving house while others were on the hunt for that top-tier soil. Some were already out there working the fields. And with every swing of the hoe, it was like they weren't just digging up dirt, but digging up hope for their whole future. At the same time, other tribes started searching every single corner of their lands and beyond. They were on the lookout for all the stuff the Han tribe wanted: livestock, special plants, and even those bouncy little creatures, cool-looking rocks, and all sorts of healing herbs. They were super careful collecting all this stuff, just counting down the days until the market early next month to trade for the supplies they desperately needed from the Han tribe. Meanwhile, back in Solara City, our boy Leo wasn't just kicking back. He was busy in his workshop figuring out how to make cool merch to sell, and also stamping it with a unique Han tribe brand. He wanted the Han tribe's whole culture to go viral through these items. So Leo had someone make a bronze stamp, and the wooden barrels they were about to sell had to get hit with the words, "Made by the Great Han," so you knew right away it was Han tribe drip. And Leo was already dreaming up new designs for other products too. See, the Han tribe had already cracked the code on the foot pedal spinning wheel and mastered that whole flywheel tech, so a light bulb just went off in Leo's head. He got a team of carpenters together to basically remix that same technology. And it didn't take long before they created a whole new gadget, a potter's wheel. Underneath this thing, they installed a little flywheel and a crankshaft, which hooked up to a foot pedal at the bottom. So a person could just sit down, tap their foot, and the wheel would just start spinning like crazy, letting them totally freestyle with the clay on top. Thanks to this potter's wheel, the Han tribe's ceramics game took a massive leap forward. Not only were they pumping stuff out faster, but the finished pottery was way prettier and more high-end. But Leo didn't invent the potter's wheel just to make cute ceramics. His endgame was to print words and add color to the pottery. The whole process was actually stupid simple. You just had to take a piece of clay that was mostly dry and cover it with a layer of porcelain glaze. The white glaze was the easiest to make. You literally just mixed kaolin with water and stirred it until it was kind of thick. Then you'd pour the glaze into a bucket and give the clay piece a quick dip. And boom, you'd get unfired white porcelain. After you let it dry again, you'd pop it in the kiln to get baked. The final product. These flawless snow-white ceramics. The method for other colored glazes was pretty much the same. You just had to switch up the glaze. And just like that, the Han tribe's pottery instantly got a major glow-up, all vibrant and multicolored, totally different from anything else out there. To top it all off, on the bottom of the porcelain bowls, Leo used red glaze to print, "Made by the Great Han." And then he added cute sayings like, "Good fortune and great harvests," and other good vibe stuff. So when people were eating out of a bowl like that every single time they saw the words, they couldn't help but think of the Han tribe. And Leo didn't stop there. He even hit up the food sacks using a red dye from some spirit grass to print huge Han characters on both sides of the cloth. The man was a marketing genius, okay? So get this, the Sun tribe's pottery water jugs and sacks were like the hottest drop, and every other tribe was dying to get their hands on them whenever they hit up the market. And wait for it, because the Sun tribe was about to drop a whole new line. We're talking iron pots and farming tools popping up one by one. The Sun tribe's whole vibe was starting to blow up, and Leo was already thinking big, like sending caravans to sell this stuff way out. But just as Leo was totally buried in work, the main squad led by Brock and Hawk rolls back into town. So right then, besides the golems who were still grinding away at the mines, over at Gemstone Mountain, pretty much the whole Sun tribe was chilling in the neighborhood. And yeah, the construction grind was still going strong, all according to plan. So after a few months of straight-up grinding, they finished 2 whole neighborhoods in the city with a grand total of 198 houses. I mean, they were basically just shells. Like, they didn't even have doors yet, but it was summer, so who cares, right? It wasn't cramping their style. Leo was like, 8 families with kids and the married folks get to move in first. Everyone else had to wait their turn. And bam, time just zipped by, and suddenly it's the 2nd month of summer on the night of the full moon. At the end of the month, the Sun tribe had their first ever product drop ready to go. Leo's just sitting there vibing with the merch, totally hyped for the first customers. But like, who could have guessed that after 2 whole days of waiting, it was total crickets. Not a single tribe showed. Leo was kind of bummed, not gonna lie, but he was trying to play it cool. Like, maybe the tribes who just got seeds are just super busy starting their farms and haven't had a chance to swing by. But some of the crew weren't as chill as Leo, and they were all moping around, totally bummed, feeling like all their hard work was a total flop. Then on the 3rd day, a few specks show up on the horizon. Leo's mood instantly went from 0 to 100, and he sent someone to go check it out. A minute later, the scout comes sprinting back, totally beaming. "Chief, the other tribes are here, and dude, there's like almost 300 of them." Leo was totally screaming on the inside, but on the outside, he was all cool, calm, and collected. He got ready to roll out the red carpet for his VIPs, dead set on making them feel the Sun tribe's awesome energy and good vibes. As the mob got closer, Leo started recognizing faces from all the different tribes. That massive weight on his chest just poof vanished. His master plan had finally taken its first successful step. Leo gave the signal, and Titus grabbed a few of the boys to be the official greeters at the gate, and then he led everyone to the merch tables. And OMG, when the other tribes saw the gorgeous pottery, the slick wooden barrels, and the sacks with actual words printed on them, their eyes basically turned into heart emojis. They were shook. They never dreamed this stuff could look so bougie. "Yo, check out this pot. The lettering is insane, and it even has colored designs. This has gotta cost a fortune, right?" Some dude from the snake tribe whispered to his buddy. Titus just laughed and jumped in like a pro and was like, "Listen up, y'all. This is all exclusive Sun tribe merch. Our chief says if you need it, you can trade your own stuff for it. We brought a ton of fire stuff today, so take your time and browse." And boom, the crowd went wild, swarming the tables to pick out what they wanted. "Benny, was in the zone wheeling and dealing with everyone. The standard rate Leo set was 5 medium animal hides for one of those sick white porcelain bowls. When the Den tribe heard the price, you could tell they were feeling that price ouch. But in the end, they bit the bullet and traded for a few. And just when the market was popping off, a huge fight breaks out at a stall nearby. Like a full-on screaming match. Turns out one of our guys was arguing with some rando. This dude was dead set on trading 1 deer hide for 2 clay pots, and he also wanted to swap a deer antler for a white porcelain bowl. Our guy knew that was a total ripoff, and since neither of them would back down, he got fed up and ran to get Leo. So after getting the whole story, Leo's spidey senses started tingling. Like, how could someone have over 100 deer hides that were all exactly the same super sketch? It wasn't until he actually saw the hides and the horn with his own 2 eyes that he started bugging out. This wasn't a deer hide and an antler at all. It was straight up an antelope hide and a goat horn. And not only that, judging by how clean the skinning job was and how perfect the hide was, these goats were 100% domesticated, not wild at all. After checking it out more closely, Leo just couldn't stop himself from smiling. This was a Saiga antelope, a legit gift from the gods. If he could farm these things, wouldn't the Sun Tribe basically have unlimited BBQ forever? Leo cleared his throat, turned to the traders and was like, "So about these hides you got here? Yo, this is actually pretty sweet, not a single rip in sight. I'd bet. For this quality, I'll even sweeten the deal a little. How about 2 hides for 3 pots and a set of goat horns for one of those 6 ceramic bowls? But, and this is a big but, I got one condition. Next time you roll through, you gotta bring me 100 live antelopes, and I'm talking specific 2 or 3 years old, 20 dudes and 80 ladies. If you can't swing that, the Han tribe is ghosting you guys. For real." And OMG, the dude's jaw literally hit the floor. He was all like, I can't make that call, man. The chief's gotta be the one to give the okay. Leo was chill about it, though, and just waved him off like, "Whatever, dude. Just tell your boys to finish up this trade at the price we said." So anyway, at this market, it wasn't just the Sharphorn tribe pulling up. A ton of other tribes came through to trade too. The Sickle tribe brought flint, and the Snake tribe had some medicinal herbs and these super weird-looking tubers. Leo was over there thinking to himself, "Ooh, these would be fire for pickling later." Then you had golden silk vines from the Thorny Vine tribe, brown sugar from the Red tribe beast, tendons from the Tendon tribe, some magic mushrooms from the Mushroom tribe, and fish skin from the Fish skin tribe had. The Han tribe literally bought them out, copped everything. On top of that, Leo scooped up 2 super talented artists from the Scribe tribe, told them to link up with the Pottery Squad to paint some sick designs, and even gave them new names, Vincent and Vance. How bougie is that? So the market was supposed to be a whole 7-day thing, but since some tribes were fashionably late, it only really popped off for 2. But even after it was officially over, tribes were still showing up trying to trade, even the little guys. They heard the Han tribe was growing rice and traveled forever just to get some seeds and learn the secret sauce. And Leo, being a real one, agreed to every single request. Fast forward half a month and boom, the Han tribe's fire bricks are done. He immediately started geeking out designing this brand new iron forge. But dude, building it was crazy complicated. And it was slow going, but Leo knew quality over quantity was the vibe, so they had to take their sweet time. Then early April rolls around smack in the summer, and the Han tribe is popping off with another market. This time, pretty much every tribe was there to get the 411 on taking care of their rice down the line. Like the X tribe, they lived right by the water, so their setup for growing rice was totally primo, and their fields were absolutely massive. They'd already finished moving the baby plants, while all the other tribes were scrambling to catch up. But get this, the plot twist of the century was the Antler tribe was a total no-show. And let me tell you, the Han tribe bosses were not happy. Titan, being the hothead he is, was ready to roll out with an army and just straight up yoink the Saiga antelopes. But Leo was like, "Whoa, hold up, let's just chill for a minute." Anyway, at this market, Leo found some new shiny stuff. A couple of the smaller tribes brought wild honey, which is basically liquid gold. He immediately copped all of it at a high price, plus loofahs, radishes, tomatoes, long beans, and all kinds of other veggies. Leo's eyes were bugging out like headlights and he just bought everything. For a fat price, and he even pre-ordered seeds for the next drop. That way the tribe could start growing their own stash. Meanwhile, back at the Antler tribe's crib when their crew got home, the chief saw from way off all the fancy pottery and that bougie white salt they scored, and he was totally stoked. But before he could even start his happy dance, the trade squad dropped the bomb about the Han tribe's little demand. For 100 live antelopes, and poof, the smile on his face just evaporated. I mean, these antelopes were their pride and joy, but if they said no, he was bugging that the Han tribe would cut them off from the salt supply. He freaked and immediately called in the tribe's shaman for an emergency brainstorming sesh. In the end, they decided to just hand over the antelopes, but only this one time. In the future, they would only use animal hides for trading, period. So the Antler tribe spent a frantic half-month getting ready, gathering up hay and drying it in bundles. They also hand-picked 40 of their buffest dudes to be on the escort mission for the herd of 100 antelopes. To stay on the down low, they totally dodged the other tribe's market times, taking these tiny, sketchy backroads and tiptoeing their way toward the Han tribe. As for the Han tribe, Leo was in full-on master plan mode, having them do a head count and reorganizing all the families. He played matchmaker, pairing up women from the Fire tribe with dudes from the Han tribe, and he also made sure the disabled folks and the women who couldn't have kids anymore were all set up, so that everyone could live their best life. After they finished the houses, the work crew didn't even take a break. They jumped straight into building warehouses in the storage zone, plus a bunch of other public stuff like pens for the livestock. And listen, building these warehouses was no joke. An area 110 meters on each side needed 12 whole warehouses, and since it was so wide, they had to stick brick pillars in the middle just to hold the roof up. Leo was basically frying his brain coming up with a super detailed blueprint, and he even invented this wild lever thingy to pack the ground down. Using that gadget, laying the foundation was way faster. So right when the foundations were finally sticking out of the ground, guess who rolls up the crew from the Antler tribe with the antelopes? When Ethan heard the news, he sprinted outside to see. And when he saw that herd of Saiga antelopes, all lively and kicking this huge weight just lifted off his shoulders, he was low-key so hyped that his hunch was right. Then one of the Antler tribe guys stepped up and was like, "Aight, so since these are live, the price gotta go up a little. 1 goat for 5 clay pots or 5 big bowls of that good white salt?" And Leo just stood there thinking it over. He was like, "I bet," and gave him the nod. I mean, their crew was small, so lugging a ton of clay pots was a total hassle. They mostly just snagged bowls and that good white salt, grabbing only a few pots. So after the trade went down smooth as butter, the rhinoceros dudes bounced with their loot. The Han tribe got right back to the grind, handing off the antelopes to the crew in charge of the animal farm. OMG time totally fast-forwarded, and bam, it's autumn. The Han tribe threw their 3rd trade fair, but get this, the turnout was kinda weak this time, and the trading volume totally took a nosedive. But Leo, our boy, knew the tea. Everyone was busy scrambling to get their winter snacks stacked. So he got all hype and was like, "Yo, let me show y'all how to cure meat with this salt." And wouldn't you know it, the tribe started going ham on the white salt again. At the same time, the Han tribe's pottery game had a major glow-up, switching to making less, but like way fancier stuff. I mean, duh. Leo didn't bring in those 2 artsy types just to look pretty. He had to let them cook for real. Okay, so get this, the Tang tribe's 2,000 plus acres of hemp fields had already dropped 4 harvests this year. But Leo, always playing 4D chess, told them to chill on the harvesting and let the plants go to seed. And what happens next? The entire Tang tribe just up and moves in with the Han crew. And it was right around then that this dude Felix, who's got like 0 chill, rolls up on Leo. He's like, "Bro, let me take a crew and all our extra pottery and salt on a road trip east of the river." His big idea was to start a whole Eastern market over there, doing pop-ups twice a month, one at the start and one at the end. You know, to spread the Han tribe vibe and make their culture go viral. Plus it was fall, so all the good snacks were ripe for the picking. And like, who knows? Maybe this little adventure east of the river would bring back some new exotic veggies or seeds. Leo thought about it for a sec and gave him the green light. He hooked Felix up with 40 dudes, 2 whole ox carts stacked to the brim with salt and pottery, and even gave every single person their own horse. This meant they could explore way farther out as long as they made it back before winter hit. And get this, the squad had some VIPs too. There were 2 teens who used to be with the Tating tribe, and they were total pros at the Han language. Then there were 2 kids from the Eagle tribe who brought their giant pet eagle Azuka, like an actual giant eagle. With those 4 on the team, they could basically send DMs from anywhere using the eagle. Felix was totally stoked about Leo's setup and bounced with his crew while Leo went back to being the boss of the city building project. The main project they were working on was the granary. At first, they were flying through it because they had so many people, but then things started to drag. So Leo tells the master carpenter, "Yo, I need a bunch of pulley systems like yesterday." And the dude actually whipped them up in just 2 days. As soon as they were ready, they went straight to the construction squad. And boom, with those pulleys, building the granary went into hyperdrive. They ended up finishing a whole week early. Can you even... And this granary was an absolute unit, seriously. We're talking over 6,400 square feet, and it was basically practice mode for building skyscrapers later on. So the first month of autumn was wrapping up, the summer heat finally pieced out, and it started getting all chilly in the mornings and at night. And of course, Leo was the first one flexing his new wool drip. He was rocking wool pants, a tunic thingy that went down to his knees, and some short cowhide boots. The whole fit was looking fresh and full of energy, but yeah, not everyone could pull off that look. Ever since the Lin tribe came back, they'd been grinding on making hemp cloth, but they were short on looms. So like getting your hands on hemp or wool fabric was still super exclusive. Only the top dogs and the new babies were getting hooked up with a set. But hey, at least they had a ton of livestock, so nobody was about to turn into a popsicle. So the Han tribe's trade fair was back on, and all the other tribes showed up just like before, trying to score some pottery and that good white salt. And they were just staring at the sick brick houses like totally starstruck. And you could just see them thinking, how in the world did they build these amazing houses? Of the Han tribe had turned all golden, and, they had to hurry up, and the other stuff in the fields was all dried out, but the rice plants were still looking. And they went to the fields and saw for themselves how the Han tribe was just killing it. So like the main point was to school them on how to use a sickle the right way to harvest and all that other important jazz. And get this, anyone who pitched in got free grub from the Han tribe. During that whole 7-day party, they got the 411 on everything: reaping, threshing, drying, milling, bagging, and storing grain. And on the last day, everyone even got a taste of that super fresh rice. By the end, they were total pros at the whole harvesting thing. At this fair, the hemp sacks were flying off the shelves, then the good white salt, and of course those bronze sickles. Each sickle cost 2 whole large animal hides. Oof. The tribes were pretty strapped for cash, but they totally bit the bullet and bought a few for harvest season. The fair wrapped up after a week and all the Han tribe's grain was dried out and stashed in the storehouses. The haul from 900 acres was more than enough to keep the whole tribe fed all winter long. The Han tribe was also stacking up all kinds of meat. Even though animal farming was just getting started, the pigs and gazelles weren't exactly ready for the dinner plate, and the buffalo were busy being tractors. But the several thousand red-tailed chickens they had were basically egg-popping machines. The rabbits were also chipping in some meat. Oh, and the tea gets even better. Those same fish from the fish tribe that swam upstream last year totally showed up in the river again. Right now, besides the crew building the animal pens, most people were just vibing, so Leo was like, "I'd more of you on the fishing team to seriously level up the catch and stock up on meat for the long winter." At this point, Leo was in his own head doing some big brain math. He was thinking a fish migration this massive meant they had to be super close to the coast. Being near the ocean would be a total game changer, like an endless seafood buffet. If he could later expand the Han tribe to the coast, they'd never ever run out of white salt for one. Plus, once the Han tribe got stronger, if they ever ran low on food, they could just build boats and go fishing in the ocean, or even start trading overseas, making the Han tribe crazy rich. He just had no clue how far Duke's road trip had gotten, or if they'd even found the sea yet. But Leo wasn't getting his hopes all the way up. The tribe building grind had to go on. So right after that, he started mapping out the whole livestock area. The new animal pens were built just as fancy as the granaries, just not as many of them. He decided to skip building a whole separate mansion for the rabbits, since the Han tribe had those way cooler gazelles now. Once the livestock herds got bigger, the rabbits were going to be like slowly phased out. Not getting rid of them completely, but they'd be handed out to families to raise on the side like a little emergency snack stash for each house. With 2 months to go before winter, Leo ordered the construction crew to build at least 2 more pens. That was the absolute bare minimum. The Han tribe's 300 horses were definitely getting their own VIP suite. The buffalo, deer, goats, pigs, and camels were still a small squad, so they could all just crash together for now. A bunch of rabbits had to be taken care of before winter, and the rest would be split up among the families, so no special pen needed. With that all sorted, Leo put the pedal to the metal on the blast furnace. He started getting all the ingredients ready for iron smelting stockpiling. Ore bricks and a mountain of charcoal, plus a whole system of tall scaffolding and lifting gear. Because this furnace was a top loader, you had to be able to dump a crazy amount of stuff into it, like super fast. Luckily, from building the storehouses before the Han tribe crew already had the skills. Huge wooden structures, those lifesaver pulleys, and knowing how to put it all together were all things they had on lock, so the build wasn't even that tough. It was just that this gear was for making iron, so the lifting stuff was seriously bulky. Because of that, Leo ordered them to whip up some extra thick ropes and pulleys made completely out of metal. It was a total bummer they didn't have iron chains yet. Chains would have been a major glow-up. As the days flew by, everyone was hustling to finish all the construction projects. About halfway through the second month of fall, Duke's trading crew rolled up to the Boer tribe's turf again. This was the tribe that was all about raising those spotted pigs, and they'd traded a bunch of them to Duke before for pottery and that good white salt. A long time had passed, and their salt stash was getting dangerously low. The last time he left, Duke had promised he'd be back soon, but then like months went by and he totally ghosted them. The Boer tribe's chief Kyo was going absolutely nuts with anxiety, just waiting for him day after day. Just when they were about to lose all hope, Duke just pops up in their territory. Some guy from the tribe ran over totally out of breath to spill the tea to Chief Kyo. The salt-selling crew is back. This time they rolled in with 2 massive carts, and get this, they're all riding these huge beasts, and it's a total boys' trip, not a single woman with them. Hearing this, Chief Kyo literally jumped up so hyped. Quick, take me to them. He had no clue how much salt they had, but he just knew if they bounced this time, they probably weren't coming back this year. Before he even got very far, Kyo spotted Duke riding on a horse. Dude, you guys are finally here. Our white salt is basically all gone. If you hadn't shown up, I seriously don't know how we would have survived. Duke just chuckled and said to Kyo, I brought tons of salt this time, enough to trade. But here's the thing. I've joined the legendary Han tribe now, and our chief gave the order that we probably won't be back after this one. Kyo's heart totally dropped when he heard that. He was immediately like, wait, if you guys aren't coming back, then what? So, like, how are we even supposed to trade our stuff? Then Jax just spilled the tea, like, Chief, my dude, we already went over this. We're setting up a legit market over at the Han tribe's place. If you want to trade later, you guys can just roll up there and make your own deals. Then he gave Torch the whole rundown on how to trade and where to find the Han tribe. Hearing that, Torch finally chilled out a little. After that, the 2 of them totally hashed out the deets for this trade. The Torch tribe was down to throw in another 60 pigs for some pottery and white salt. But Jax was like, hold up, not so fast. 'Cause he still had to keep going on his road trip. He could only swing back for the 60 pigs on his way home. Chief Torch was cool with it, but he was getting a little nosy, you know. He was like, if Jax is still trying to head south for real, how long is he gonna be gone? Jax was like, bet. I swear I'll be back in 1 month tops. I just have no clue what other tribes are vibing down south. Yeah, even Chief Torch was totally clueless about that. But word on the street from the stories the tribe's OGs used to tell was that his people actually bounced from the south like ages and ages ago. They came from this place that was basically all water, so huge you couldn't even see the other side. Jax was instantly hooked, like for real. His spidey senses were telling him that this watery world was probably packed with people. And if he could actually pull up there on this trip, it would be a major, major win. Thinking this, Jax left the Torch tribe some pottery and salt as like a deposit. Then he got his squad together and they kept pushing south. I mean, the clock was seriously ticking. It had already been almost a whole month since they first dipped. They had to be heading back in like half a month at the absolute latest. Talk about a time crunch for a huge mission. For the next few days, Jax's crew was on a serious grind. They barely even stopped, just pushing straight for that legendary land of water. On the way, they bumped into a ton of other tribes. And when they saw this squad of jacked dudes riding wild beasts and pulling 2 literal mobile homes, all the tribes totally freaked out and kept their distance. Not a single soul had the guts to even try and talk to them. Luckily, the super intimidating caravan just kept on moving, letting all the tribes finally breathe of pure relief. I mean, after grinding that hard, they finally hit the end of the line a whole 11 days after dipping from the Torch tribe. And surprise, it wasn't the ocean. And it wasn't the cliff was less than 50 meters high, but it was a total vertical drop. Standing on the edge, you could see this insane grassland just crawling with countless herds of buffalo, goats, horses, and deer just chilling and munching. Over to the east, there was this absolutely massive lake. White clouds were reflecting off the deep blue sky, making the water look like a literal piece of heaven. On the lake were a bajillion water birds, including these massive wild geese. There were these gray-blue cranes with wingspans of nearly a meter, and freaking flamingos with their long, skinny legs. Those birds were out there hunting the sea fish that were swimming upstream to, do their thing. Just then, the 2 Azka eagles circling in the sky let out this super loud scream. Jack snapped out of his daydream and turned to tell the squad behind him, "Aight, we're crashing here for tonight. Tomorrow we'll figure out how to get down there." The next day, with their 2 scout eagles basically acting as GPS, Jax and his boys found a valley more than 40 miles west of the cliff. From there, if they headed south, it was a straight shot into that huge grassland. It took them a whole freaking day to finally get deep into the plains. Jax's entire trade crew was not about to get off their horses. They were on super high alert, totally ready to bolt at the first sign of any drama. Jax even gave the order that if things went totally south, they had permission to ditch the ox carts and all the goods, just to save their own necks. He was prepping for the absolute worst-case scenario. As the sun started to set, they finally ran into a nomadic crew, the Skyram tribe. This tribe had about 500 people, and their whole deal was herding animals. When the 2 groups first crossed paths, the Skyram women were out with baskets collecting buffalo and horse dung. No joke. The dung still had undigested grass in it, which they could dry out and use as fuel in the winter. Meanwhile, the dudes were on horseback patrolling the grazing area. Each one was carrying a little short bow, and maybe a dozen janky-looking arrows. These guys had 2 long braids on either side of their faces, were totally barefoot, and just wore these loincloths. They basically just wrapped some rough animal hide or some scratchy wool fabric around their waists. As Jax's group got closer, more than a dozen super vicious sheepdogs came charging at them, baring their teeth and barking like absolute maniacs. They were basically screaming at the strangers to back the heck up. Soon enough, the warriors on patrol spotted them and came galloping over, pulling out their bows from like 50 or 60 meters away in a super tense standoff. A Skyram warrior yelled at Jax, "Yo, what tribe are you? What are you even doing here?" But the 2 groups were way too far apart with 7 snarling guard dogs in between, and they were speaking completely different languages, so they couldn't safely communicate. Jax hopped off his horse and tried to take a few steps forward, raising his hands to show he wasn't armed. But that warrior was super sketchy. He immediately shot an arrow that landed right in front of Jax's feet, a crystal clear warning not to come any closer. Luckily, Jax had dealt with a ton of tribes before, so he totally knew how to handle this kind of drama. He told a few of his guys to get off their horses with no weapons and bring some of the big clay pots from the ox cart for them. 5 of his boys hopped off lugging these 5 huge clay pots as they rolled up. They posted up next to Duke, who was still yelling like, "Yo, what's up over there? We're trying to trade, you guys need this pottery or what? If not, we're bouncing." As he's shouting, he's totally pointing at the pots next to him. And even though the Sun Tribe warriors literally couldn't understand a single word, their eyes lit up the second they saw those clay pots. The reddish-brown pottery had this sick white or dark red glaze, straight up sparkling under the sunset. Like they'd never seen anything like it, but one look, and they knew it was major treasure. The Sun Tribe warrior immediately snapped into action, shouting to get his pack of sheepdogs under control. He kicked his golden horse into gear and zoomed over to Duke's crew, finally pulling up right in front of them. This young dude who was giving off major squad leader vibes hopped off, getting ready to chop it up with Duke. Duke, playing it cool, flashed this friendly smile, whipped a water skin off his back, and poured a little water into a pot. The water just sloshed around, not one single drop leaked out. The squad leader got the memo instantly, knowing the Sun Tribe was desperate for containers like that. He called over one of his homies, handed him the clay pot, and told him to ride and take it back for the chief to peep. The guy grabbed the pot, immediately booked it on his horse, and galloped straight back to the tribe's camp. Before long, he tracked down the chief Eli by the livestock pens. And get this, at that exact moment, he's squatting down, playing midwife to a horse giving birth. The warrior gave him the quick rundown and handed the clay pot to the chief. Eli checked out the object in his hands, his eyes blinking like he was totally intrigued. "I bet. Take me to him." And just like that, Eli leaped onto his sick black horse, gave its belly a squeeze, and followed the warrior, galloping straight north. Like a whole half hour went by, and the sun was already dipping. Just when Duke and his boys were about to lose their minds way off in the distance, two ridiculously epic horses came flying towards them. And bam, everyone was locked in. Eli reined in his horse, jumped to the ground like a G, and walked over to the squad leader, his eyes kind of drifting over to Duke. First, he's scoping out their whole vibe. The weird birds and the walking tent, like what even is that, plus all the different clay pots they were holding, totally caught Eli's attention, and you could just see a plan cooking in his head. He signaled for his people to fall back, then waved for Duke to come through. Duke and his guys hustled over, and seeing that everyone was eavesdropping on Eli, he knew the big boss had arrived. He threw a hand on his chest real quick and gave a little head nod. "Yo, what up, chief? We're just a merchant crew from the north. We came to make a deal with your tribe. We want to swap our goods for your horses and livestock if you're down." As Duke was talking, he signaled for his dudes to bring out a whole pottery set, from huge clay pots to little porcelain bowls, and the main event, pure white salt. Then he pointed over at the Sun Tribe's herds, making it super obvious what he was after in the trade. Eli immediately got what Duke was putting down. He didn't answer right away, though. He was carefully checking out every single item. The insane pottery made Eli crazy hyped. He picked up a snow-white porcelain bowl, probably daydreaming about how awesome it would be to sip cow's milk from it, his heart just bursting with joy. Finally, when he saw the little bowl of salt, he gave a confused look and made a questioning sound like, "Huh." Seeing this, Duke dipped his finger in for a taste, then motioned for Eli to try some too. And just as expected, anyone who tastes that pure white northern salt for the first time is instantly obsessed with its mind-blowing flavor. Eli was no different. After some back and forth with hand signals and a few words, Eli figured out Duke had way more of these treasures. So he got all amped up and invited the whole squad to the Sun Tribe's camp as guests. At this point, the sun was basically gone and it was getting dark like super fast. Duke decided to crash for the night, figuring it was a good chance to get the tea on the Prairie Tribe. He wanted to get a solid read on what they needed for trade so he could bring the fire next time. The crew rolled into the camp quick. In this open spot surrounded by like a dozen or so massive tents, several campfires were totally blazing. Eli waved his hand and his tribesmen immediately brought over a whole butchered sheep, skewered that thing, and started roasting it. The tender young mutton sizzled over the flames, and let me tell you, the smell was ridiculously good. Duke also had his guys set out a few bowls of that white salt next to the fires. The curious young women of the Sun Tribe kept glancing over at the merchant crew from the north. They laid out some animal hides, sat in a circle around the fire, everyone just chilling on the ground, and started carving up pieces of the fresh mutton, putting them on the hides. Duke sat down next to Eli and had his boy bust out a few small packets of chili powder, sprinkling it on the golden brown mutton with some of that white salt. The two of them were seriously going to town, and the chili had Eli hissing and gasping over and over, but he was still yelling about how awesome it was. After that, he had his people bring out goat's milk and cow's milk to treat Duke's crew. "My bro Duke, your pottery from the north is fire, the white salt is amazing, and this chili is even more insane. You absolutely have to trade us a ton more of this stuff," Eli said, using the few northern words he knew. Had just picked up, totally stammering while gassing Julian up. Julian just smirked and was like, "Yo, I'm glad you're digging it, Chief Elias. Don't even sweat it as long as your tribe's got the stuff I need. I'm telling you, our little trade deal is going to be epic." Then boom, the two of them start haggling over prices. Julian starts spitting out terms like a pro-auctioneer, like, "You see these draft oxen we got? One of these bad boys goes for 2 ceramic pots. A cow will run you 3, and you can trade 2 goats for 1 pot, or if you want, you could use 1 goat for 2 of these huge bowls. Now this white salt? That's a horse-only trade, my guy. 1 horse for 5 bowls of salt this good. We're also copying animal hides, plus cattle horns, sinew, and leather, all for some pottery." But for real, he was just making these prices up on the spot, and they were crazy high. On this trip, Julian's whole vibe was different. He was repping the Sun Tribe now, and his job was to get the absolute best deal for his people. Hearing Julian's numbers, Elias literally winced. That price tag hurt. I mean, the Sun Tribe's gear was fire, no cap, but the prices were just brutal. The pottery was one thing since you don't use it up, but that super precious white salt could only be traded for horses. Like, how many horses would they even need for a whole year's supply? The thought alone was a total gut punch. "Bro, Julian, my guy, everything else is on the table, but if the white salt has to be all horses, we can't just give you our entire stable. Can you, see if we can throw in some goats and cattle too?" Julian was like, That's not a hard no, but horses gotta be over 40% of the whole deal, and they gotta be full grown. The Sun Tribe is fiending for horses, otherwise I got nothing to show my chief when I get back. He'd probably ban me from coming back, and then you'd be totally screwed trying to get any salt at all. So Orion was like, I bet let's lock it in. We'll do the trade tomorrow at this price. He mulled it over for a sec and decided the terms were solid. With the deal sealed, dinner ended after a sick fire show. When it was time to crash, Orion gave the Sun Tribe crew 2 tents, and even invited them to sleep in his main tent. Julian's spidey senses started going off immediately like this is sus. But you can't just diss your host's hospitality, so he reluctantly agreed. He slid under the animal hide blanket super carefully, only to shoot straight up like a rocket a second later. Seriously, Julian gets cozy under the covers, and a minute later he's totally shook. He jumped up because, get this, 2 naked girls had sneakily slid into his bed. And one of them was Elias's oldest daughter. Elias pops up outside the tent real quick to explain. Yo, this is a custom for the Plains people. We're just trying to borrow some good genes and level up our bloodline. We do it with strangers a lot. This was the first time Julian had ever heard of a tradition like this. 'Cause back in the mountains, he only knew about the spring festival for cuffing season. But listen, he and the boys had been on the road for over half a year, and were getting pretty desperate. So faced with women literally throwing themselves at him, my dude immediately scooped one up in each arm and had himself a wild tense for the Sun Tribe's